Chapter 588. A genius that came out of nowhere. The seven profound martial house is so vast. Although there seems to be a clear hierarchy, the truth is that there are many uncertainties. For instance, a moon guard disciple might not necessarily be stronger than a star guard disciple. Tai Yan said. How is that possible? Long Shaochen immediately said in surprise. According to his guess, a moon guard disciple should be above a star guard disciple. It was impossible for them to be weaker than a star guard disciple. Haha, I also thought it was impossible at first, but you missed a few points. First, many moon guard disciples have succeeded through the back door. For instance, they have received a gift from their domain, or they know some ancient powerhouses or have illustrious family backgrounds. Second, true geniuses like to start from the bottom and take one step at a time. Therefore, although they don't seem to be moon guard disciples, the truth is that because they have cultivated for a long time, their combat strength has already surpassed many moon guard disciples. For instance, the 36 Academy's secret disciples. As far as I know, several of them have been secret disciples for 3 years. The reason they haven't become moon guard disciples is because they want to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Ouyang Feiyong said. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He agreed with Ouyang Feiyong's words. Indeed, there were strong and weak moon guard disciples, but that didn't mean that a star guard disciple was necessarily weaker than them. Those secret disciples that had cultivated for 3 years in the academies were naturally stronger than many moon guard disciples. With this division, Lin Ling had an approximate guess in his heart. First, a star guard disciple was equal to a common disciple. They had the qualifications to enter the Star Sea Pagoda. Second, a secret disciple could enter the Star Sea Pagoda at any time, but they had to build a solid foundation. Third, a moon guard disciple. This was the division of the 7 profound martial house's disciples. A star guard disciple was the lowest level. This year, there were only 4 people participating. But a secret disciple was like a noble disciple. There were over 100 people participating. Perhaps they hadn't entered the Star Sea Pagoda, but in terms of strength, they were absolutely stronger than a star guard disciple. I know a few freaks that are very fierce. They are twice as strong as me. Ouyang Feiyong said again. You are already the first of the 8 heavenly kings, and they are twice as strong as you. Long Shaochen sucked in a breath of cold air. Sure enough, with the guidance of a master, a secret disciple's strength was truly fierce. That's why it's not easy to become number 1 on the martial stage. It depends on luck. Anyway, we star guard disciples are the weakest. Less than 3 can become moon guard disciples every year. Tai Yan sighed as well. Don't worry, we still have 3 days. Just do your best. Lin Ling didn't feel as much pressure as they did. After all, venturing into the Star Sea Pagoda was a test of his martial arts foundation. But in truth, he still had a lot of strength that he hadn't revealed yet. A registered disciple? I'm looking forward to their challenge. Everyone spoke a few more words, and then they separated one after another. They made use of the 3 days of cultivation to strive to increase their strength by a bit. Second brother, you can do it. You have already created a record in the Star Sea Pagoda, and your name has already shaken the 7 profound martial house. You must pass the Moon Guard rank examination and create another record in the 7 profound martial house. Before leaving, Di Zhichuan looked at Lin Ling and smiled. After that, Sakura also smiled. Second brother, what ranking do you intend to obtain in the Moon Guard ranking test? If I don't want to fight, then I'll fight for first place. Lin Ling raised his eyes and faintly looked at his brothers. Sakura and Di Zhichuan were stunned for a moment, and then they laughed. This brother of theirs was always full of confidence. After everyone left, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. He didn't know how strong a registered disciple was, so he could only try his best to enhance his own strength. At the same time, the more than 100 registered disciples of the 7 profound martial house were also bitterly cultivating, quietly waiting for the time when their accumulated strength would be released. Yi Cheng, what is the perfection of your Yellow Springs 9 nether hands? In a mountain range, flames soared into the sky. This was one of the mystical lands of the 7 profound martial house. Every day, earth fire would soar into the sky, causing many people to avoid it. But at this moment, in the middle of the flames, a figure was sitting cross-legged, enduring the burning of the earth fire. It was extremely terrifying. Scholar, my Yellow Springs 9 nether hands has reached the 5th perfection. A confident voice sounded out from the cave, causing an old man outside the cave to nod with satisfaction. 4th grade talent king body, peak king spirit realm, and in addition to that, you've cultivated a king step martial art to 50%. This moon guard level examination is your time to shine. Remember, if you don't fight, then you must take first place. Yes, scholar. When you can enter the top 3, then I will officially accept you as my disciple. I'll win. Obviously, this was a registered disciple that was highly valued by the scholar, and the moon guard level examination was the time for him to soar into the sky. Junior apprentice brother Ling Hu, you're so annoying. Don't touch me there. At this moment, on the other side, a handsome and confident youth was holding a gorgeously dressed woman's arm as they walked forward. His hands were restlessly touching her everywhere. This was the area of the moon guard level disciples. It was a lively and bustling street, but he was wearing the robes of a star guard level disciple. Ling Hui, you dare to steal my woman. At this moment, several figures chased after them from behind, causing the entire street to become silent. That arrogant star guard level disciple was going to suffer. That's because you're a piece of trash. You can't even keep an eye on your own woman. You deserve to be cuckolded. The youth was not afraid at all, still holding the woman in his arms as he strode forward. You're courting death. Several moon guard level disciples were instantly enraged and strode toward the youth. Dazzling light fist, dazzling chaos. The youth smiled faintly and stopped in his tracks, releasing a terrifying aura. The formless light fist was dazzling to the eyes. It was as if he had thrown out 20,000 punches in a single breath. Bang, bang, bang. Several moon guard level disciples were sent flying and fell to the ground. Fist marks appeared on their chests, dazzling as if they had been branded by fire. Looking at the youth again, his fists were flickering with red light and emitting white smoke, as dazzling as the sun in the sky. Moon guard level disciple? Trash. The youth smiled disdainfully, then continued forward with the woman in his arms. What terrifying strength! A star guard level disciple defeated a moon guard level disciple. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. What a terrifying genius! He must be an in-name disciple. After all, only in-name disciples could be so powerful with the guidance of an apprentice. He's Ling Hui, one of the top 10 in-name disciples. It's said that he always finishes his opponents in a single move. Hee, this year's moon guard level exam is going to be interesting. The crowd discussed animatedly. The same thing was happening in the 100 territories. At this moment, a large number of cultivators were surrounding a young girl, all of them revealing their killing intent. Who are you? Why did you kill our Iron Deer country's king? These cultivators were all at the late stage of the King Spirit realm, and there were even a few ancient cultivators at the peak of the King Spirit realm. Domineering heavenly palm. The young girl smiled faintly. Her seemingly thin and weak palm struck out, but it contained an extremely terrifying power. Domineering and magnificent. Rumble. Nearly 100 King Spirit realm cultivators were killed in a single move. Even the ancient cultivators at the peak of the King Spirit realm were injured. If you want to blame someone, blame your king for being too perverted. Since you dared to tease me, you should count yourselves lucky that I didn't kill you. However, the moon guard level exam is coming soon, so I have to go. Chapter 589. Blazing Sun. Sparrow Sun, what a terrifying genius. He's only at the late stage of the King Spirit realm, but he's already invincible. He's definitely from the rainforest sacred land. The remaining elders at the peak of the King Spirit realm looked extremely fearful. Was that still a young girl? That was a little witch. Geniuses appeared one after another. Some of them cultivated for 3 years, some came out of seclusion under the guidance of masters, and some returned from training in the 100 realms. Without a doubt, the Moon Guard exam was their time to shine. At the same time, Lin Ling was still sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak. He currently had 2 million mid-grade spirit crystals, so he didn't lack the resources to break through to the next realm. However, the Moon Guard exam was too short, and he had just broken through in the Starseed Pagoda, so it wasn't suitable for him to break through again. However, he could stabilize his mid-stage King Spirit realm. Therefore, during this period, he planned to increase the power of his martial arts. Tyrannical Song Sword. Lin Ling held the sword with both hands and stabbed it into the ground, causing the Tyrannical Song Sword to disappear from the ground. The Tyrannical Song Sword was still fusing with the scabbard, piercing north. He still needed some time. After my king body reached the level of 5 motifs true fire, I haven't been able to sense the characteristics of the king body. Now, I can increase my comprehension of fire. Lin Ling muttered to himself, and then his body disappeared from the mountain peak. Lin Ling went through the Star Sea Pagoda again. With his current strength, it was easy for him to go through 99 levels in a day. In the Star Sea Pagoda, a large number of cultivating geniuses were shocked when they saw Lin Ling quickly pass through. Was that blue-robed youth the one who broke the Star Sea Pagoda's record? Right now, Lin Ling has become our Star Guard representative. I hope he can win glory for us in the Moon Guard exam. However, compared to the 10 rising stars of the in-name disciples, Lin Ling's foundation is still a bit weak. Husan, what nonsense are you talking about? Be careful or I'll beat you up. Anyway, my idol is Lin Ling. No one can blaspheme him. All of the geniuses began to discuss amongst themselves. It had to be said that after Lin Ling created the first miracle, his reputation in the Star Sea Pagoda region had greatly increased. He had already surpassed the 8 heavenly kings of the past. And at this moment, Lin Ling once again arrived at the first level. The willpower storm was still wreaking havoc there, but after coming here once, Lin Ling no longer feared the willpower storm. Using the willpower storm to improve my understanding of fire. Lin Ling muttered to himself as he sat down cross-legged. Blood-red flames blossomed from the surface of his body. These were the flames of the vermilion bird. Time slowly passed. Lin Ling was like a statue, and within his dantian, the 2 king elephants grew even clearer, emanating an ancient aura. The vermilion bird was one of the 4 spirits. Its body was covered in flames that would never be extinguished. It possessed an exuberant vitality. Blood-red flames danced in Lin Ling's heart. He could faintly see the birth of the vermilion bird, its prosperity, and its fall. The will of fire? Lin Ling muttered to himself. He could vaguely feel an indescribable concept. The instinct to control fire, several realms, the concept of fire, the great concept of fire, the true meaning of fire, the resonance of the heavens and earth. Lin Ling constantly spoke. These were his former understandings of fire. Suddenly, he looked up at the willpower storm in front of him and stepped forwards. He arrived at the top of the Star Sea Pagoda and looked up at the blazing sun in the sky. He didn't know why, but the vermilion bird within his body seemed to want him to come beneath the blazing sun. As for why, he didn't know. The flames of the vermilion bird have already gained sentience. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. He could feel that his vermilion bird already possessed the will of fire. This was a will that originated from ancient times. The Pentamati true fire allowed me to possess a 5th grade king body as well as 50% of the true meaning of fire. But, if I want to increase the heat of the fire by another 10%, that will be very difficult. Lin Ling looked up at the blazing sun in the sky, his eyebrows furrowed together. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. The flames of the sun. That's right, if he wanted to increase the power of the vermilion bird's flames, he would have to reach the level of the Pentamati true fire. But besides this condition, it seemed that he could absorb other flames, such as the flames of the sun. In the past, he had cultivated the 2nd generation of the Fire Ancient Clan's flame techniques. Among them, the 8,000 burning flames absorbed the fire of the heavens and earth, greatly increasing the power of his flames. But now, the vermilion bird's flames wanted him to look at the blazing sun. Could it be that it wanted him to absorb the flames of the sun? The flames of the sun are terrifying. They can burn all things in the world. If I can borrow them, then the vermilion bird's flames can be displayed to the extreme. Lin Ling's eyes grew brighter and brighter. In terms of the true meaning of sword, he wasn't the strongest. But in terms of the true meaning of fire, he believed that he wouldn't lose to any other fire attribute martial artist. After all, this was the martial Tao that he had been bitterly cultivating. This was also his Tao of fire. Chi. Stretching out his right hand, a blood-red flame floated out. Lin Ling stood there quietly. He was comprehending the flames of the sun in the sky, allowing the flames of the sun to fuse with the vermilion bird's flames. One day passed quietly, but the vermilion bird's flames in his hand didn't change much. At this moment, below the Star Sea Pagoda, countless eyes were watching. They were secretly surprised. What was Lin Ling doing? The second day passed quietly, and the flames in Lin Ling's hand still didn't change. Those Star Guard rank disciples gradually left. They were just curious, but when they saw that Lin Ling didn't seem to have any changes, they didn't have the patience to continue watching. The third day arrived quietly. In the early morning, everything was quiet. From the east, a wisp of purple light shone over and gradually fell on Lin Ling's body. It made Lin Ling's body, which was like a stone sculpture, move slightly. All of a sudden, he had a trace of understanding. He actually saw the vermilion bird's flames in the light of the blazing sun. Blazing sun. Vermilion bird sun. A calm voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. He didn't know why he called out this name, but he knew that he had succeeded in borrowing the flames of the sun. Chi, chi, chi. Countless rays of light rushed towards Lin Ling's right hand, causing the flames in Lin Ling's hand to quietly change. At first, it was a blazing sun as big as a stone mill. Then, it continued to absorb the sunlight in the sky, growing bigger and bigger. Gradually, Lin Ling seemed to be holding a blazing sun. That blazing sun was terrifyingly hot. It was so dazzling that people didn't dare to look directly at it. What a terrifying flame power. With the vermilion bird's flames as a guide, it can absorb the flames of the sun. It is indeed worthy of being called blazing sun. Vermilion bird sun. Lin Ling's eyes constantly flickered with excitement. This could be considered the first true intent of fire martial art that he had comprehended. Absorbing the flames of the sun had increased the vermilion bird's strength to 60% or even 70% of the true intent of fire. What is that? What a terrifying sun. There is a person holding it up under the sun. Is that a martial art? Although it was early in the morning, there were still some hard-working geniuses who came to the Star Sea Pagoda. At this moment, they were all looking at the top of the Star Sea Pagoda in shock. Then, they heard a faintly discernible voice. Blazing sun. Vermilion bird sun. Rumble. At the top of the pagoda, that slender figure actually slapped the sun towards the Star Sea Pagoda. Was he crazy? Rumble. A terrifying force erupted. The blazing sun that was 100 meters in size was slapped towards the Star Sea Pagoda by Lin Ling, causing the entire Star Sea Pagoda to tremble. Even the ancient city walls began to crack. This was a solar storm. Sorry, the update was late. I had to work overtime today. Moreover, I caught a cold and felt dizzy. Sorry for the long wait. Today's update will be added tomorrow. Chapter 590. Dragon Mountain Tournament. The Star Sea Pagoda was one of the symbols of the Seven Profound Martial House. It was also the most sacred place for Star Guard level disciples. But now, this ancient pagoda was actually cracking. The power of that blazing sun was terrifying. Not good. Is the pagoda going to fall? The crowd below sucked in a breath of cold air. They quickly moved out of the way, but then they discovered that the Star Sea Pagoda was still standing. It was truly worthy of being called an ancient war tool. But before long, they sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because a crack had spread from the top of the Star Sea Pagoda to the ground. The crowd was silent, unable to speak. They looked at the figure at the top of the pagoda, but that person had already disappeared. What a fierce will of fire. At this moment, Lin Ling appeared on the mountain peak. He couldn't help but smile with joy. Before the Moon Guard level examination began, he had finally raised another card in his hand. And that move was very fierce. He was confident that even if an early Emperor Spirit Realm powerhouse were to face it, they would still be filled with hatred. However, the heavens and earth had their disadvantages. Blazing sun. The Sparrow Sun was terrifying, but its flaw was that it needed to absorb the sun's fire. If it was a cloudy day or night, then this move would be useless. Sure enough, borrowing the power of the heavens and earth is inferior to using one's own strength. There are limits to using it. Lin Ling shook his head. He waved his right hand, and the tyrannical song sword that was buried in the mountain peak rushed out. At this moment, the tyrannical song sword had returned to its former great sword form, a heavy sword without an edge. However, Lin Ling sensed a terrifying power bursting out of it. After fusing with the scabbard, the tyrannical song sword has finally reached 40% sword true meaning. Lin Ling smiled once more. As he looked at the sword in his hand, the second boundary of the tyrannical sword manual rose up in his heart. Sword Overlord Soaring Heavens. Lin Ling raised his sword, and a terrifying sword intent gushed out, causing Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword to continuously expand. It actually turned into a huge sword that was over 100 meters long. This was 40% sword intent. In the past, the first boundary of the slow sword manual, Sword Moves Mountains and Rivers, was half a step into 40% sword true meaning. But now, Sword Overlord Soaring Heavens was an absolute 40% sword true meaning. What a sharp sword, unparalleled tyrannical overlord. Lin Ling's long hair fluttered in the wind. Tyrannical song Sword Overlord Soaring Heavens. Tyrannical Overlord Sword. Rumble. Soon, the sword in Lin Ling's hand slowly shrunk, and that world-shaking sword intent also disappeared. In the end, he didn't slash out because he knew that this slash was enough to cause the mountain peak to collapse. Right now, he didn't want too many people to know his strength. The test of the lunar guards hadn't reached a critical moment yet. It was better to keep a trump card for himself. Peak of the middle stage of the King's Spirit Realm. 20% completion of the true meaning of Cloud, 40% completion of the true meaning of Sword, 50% completion of the true meaning of Fire, as well as the Blazing Sun Flame, Sparrow Sunday. As one of the honorary disciples of the 36 academies, I want to see just how strong they are. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with confidence. Unknowingly, he was getting closer and closer to becoming the prefecture lord. Second brother, it's time for registration, but you're still cultivating. At this moment, Sakra's voice came from below the mountain peak, making Lin Ling smile as he leaped down the mountain peak. The others also arrived one after another, including Ouyang Feiyang and his sister, Tai Yan and Long Xiaochen. Ha! Why do I feel like your aura has changed again? It's like a storm. Long Xiaochen sized up Lin Ling and couldn't help but say, "Is that so?" Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, then he shook his head and smiled. "You're overthinking it." He vaguely sensed that this was the resonance between his vermilion bird's flames and the sun's flames, forming a solar storm. "I have the same feeling. Lin Ling, in these past 3 days, your strength hasn't increased, right?" Ouyang Feiyang also stared at Lin Ling with a strange expression. Lin Ling was younger than him, but for some reason, he always felt that he couldn't see through this youth. "My strength has increased a bit, reaching the peak of the middle stage of the King's Spirit Realm," Lin Ling said with a smile. "It doesn't matter if your cultivation realm isn't strong, as long as your combat strength is strong, I don't know. However, there are many factors that affect a genius combat strength. Talent, king physique, martial intent, soul force, king stage martial arts, and so on. Therefore, cultivation realm is only the foundation, it still depends on how you perform on the spot," Sakra said, comforting Lin Ling. As far as he knew, there was a peak King Spirit Realm youth in this assessment. Although a genius could jump ranks to fight, it wasn't strange for a middle-stage King Spirit Realm martial artist to defeat a peak King Spirit Realm martial artist. But, the premise was that you weren't facing a peak King Spirit Realm martial artist. After all, even if you had a hidden card, so did your opponent. On this point, Ouyang Feiyang and Tai Yan had a deep understanding. Only they knew how strong the secret disciples were, especially the 10 rising stars. It was said that they had already been selected by the 36 apprentices. From secret disciples to direct disciples, that was only a matter of time. Second brother, as long as you can become the champion of the group stage, then you can become a Moon Guard disciple. So good luck. Sakra didn't expect Lin Ling to take first place. He only wanted Lin Ling to take first place in the group stage. After all, he only had 60% confidence that he would be able to sweep away all the secret disciples. Then, everyone left together. This time, the Moon Guard Disciple Assessment was held at Dragon Lake. That was one of the most famous places in the 7 Profound Martial House. It was said that the first Martial House Master had created this ancient lake with a single punch. It had a sacred and inviolable reputation. "Hey, Swordsman Su, you also came." "Yes, I received an invitation from the 7 Profound Martial House, so I came to see the geniuses here." Haha, although this is only a Moon Guard Disciple Assessment and cannot compare to the 7 Profound Heavens Chosen List or the 100 Territories Genius Competition, it is still a great competition where a hidden dragon rises from the abyss. Every year, if you can take first place in the assessment, then you will be able to enter the 7 Profound Heavens Chosen List in the future. I'm looking forward to it. If I didn't know a master at the 7 Profound Martial House, then I wouldn't have come. At this moment, at the edge of the ancient Dragon Lake, a large number of martial artists had appeared. They were all martial artists from the Rainforest's Holy Land. Each one of them was an existence that could not be underestimated in the 100 territories. Look, the disciples of the ancient Tao Martial Palace have also come. They are being led by an elder. That's nothing. The Great Sun Void Temple, Sky-Bearing Mansion, and the others have all come. On that mountain peak, Every year during the Moon Guard Disciple Assessment, people from the other 6 major martial arts halls will come. Not only that, but there are many geniuses that come. They also want to see how the geniuses of the 7 profound martial house are. No wonder it's like this. Tesese. I wonder who will be able to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat and shake the rainforest's holy land. There were a large number of mountain peaks around Dragon Lake, and at this moment, there were people on those mountain peaks. These people were from the other 6 major martial arts halls. The rainforest's holy land had 7 major martial arts halls. Howling Sky Academy, Ancient Tao Martial Palace, Sun Moon Heavenly Gate, Central Martial Hall, Great Sun Void Temple, Sky Bearing Mansion, and the 7 Profound Martial House. Each of these halls had an ancient history. I wonder who will be able to bloom with the most dazzling light this time. That must be the Blood King of the 10 Rising Stars, Duan Tianya. That's right, the champion will be none other than him. He is a native martial artist of the rainforest's holy land. Since he was a child, he knows more than anyone else. Within the 6 major martial arts halls, the genius disciples were all talking. Chapter 591. 155 Talents to Battle. The elders of the 6 major martial halls looked at each other and shook their heads. Blood King Duan Tianya. This talent was truly fierce. He hadn't even fought yet, but it seemed that he had already been selected as first place. The 7 Profound Martial House's 12th Elder Xian has arrived. At this moment, someone shouted out, causing the vast Dragon Lake to quiet down. In the distance, a giant white crane appeared, carrying a massive number of ancient powerhouses. Then, it stopped at a mountain peak. Then, the 36 schoolmasters also appeared. They all had smiles on their faces, as if they were waiting for their own disciples to display their dazzling brilliance. Elder Sword, your good luck has come to an end. In the silence, a smiling voice floated out from Dragon Lake. Countless eyes looked over and saw that the one who spoke was Elder Great Sunday. The 7 Profound Martial House disciples all had expectant looks on their faces. But the other martial artists of the 6 major martial halls were puzzled, but they soon learned everything. This bet is very interesting. I didn't think that this year's Moon Guard level examination would have such a prize. Haha, this is also a chance for us to see the strength of the 10 rising stars, and also add to the fun. But, if Elder Sword becomes a Moon Guard level disciple, then he won't lose. Elder Great Sun will be slapped 3 times, so Elder Sword will definitely win. You're too optimistic. You must know that the disciple participating in the bet is a Star Guard level disciple, and he has only been at the 7 Profound Martial House for 3 months. What? This is courting death. Elder Sword will definitely lose. The crowd was talking. Of course, they didn't pay much attention to the bet. After all, their eyes had all fallen onto the competition of the 10 rising stars. 155 disciples have arrived. At this moment, an old voice sounded out, causing Dragon Lake to be even more silent. Countless eyes looked over and saw that at the edge of Dragon Lake, the figures of 155 youths had appeared. Each of them was as fierce as a dragon or as fierce as a tiger. Their eyes were filled with confidence, and they even seemed to enjoy the feeling of superiority of being the center of attention. Out of the countless talented youths, they were the proud sons of heaven ranked 155. Therefore, they had the qualifications to be confident. Of course, everyone's eyes fell on the 10 rising stars. The so-called 10 rising stars were geniuses whose names had already shaken the 7 Profound Martial House. It was just that they hadn't participated in the Moon Guard level examination. They wanted to accumulate enough strength to amaze the world. How lively! Among the 155 people, Lin Ling's gaze swept over the surroundings. He was secretly surprised. He didn't expect that a mere test would attract so many people. There are so many people, and all of them are powerful. There are geniuses on the 7 Profound Prodigy ranking, Sun Guard disciples, and even people from other martial arts halls. There are even people who have surpassed the Emperor's spirit realm. Ouyang Feiyong and Tai Yen said with serious expressions. Although this was not their first time participating, they were still nervous. So what? They've only cultivated longer than us. There's nothing to be afraid of. Lin Ling remained indifferent and smiled calmly. Ouyang Feiyong and the other man looked at Lin Ling strangely. If they didn't know Lin Ling's background, they would have thought that Lin Ling had already taken the Moon Guard level exam. Otherwise, how could he be so calm? Pervert. Lunatic. The two couldn't help but curse. Ouyang Liushang chuckled. Her big brother and Tai Yan had always been unconvinced by others. Now that they said this, it was obvious that they considered Lin Ling to be a genius on equal footing. This made her feel as if she were dreaming. Lin Ling had only been at the Seven Profound Martial House for 3 months, but the road he had walked had already surpassed many geniuses. Lin Ling helplessly rubbed his nose. In fact, he wasn't nervous at all. It wasn't that he didn't think that these powerhouses were fierce, but that he had obtained the memories of the limitless Sword Saint. In those memories, there was the terrifying 7 Profound Prodigy Ranking Tournament, and the 100 Territories Genius Tournament that had shaken the entire 100 Territories. It was said that the 100 Territories Genius Tournament was a competition between the 7 great martial houses' geniuses. The winner's name would shake the entire rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling. See you in the tournament. Don't lose too quickly. Breaking the Star Sea Pagoda record doesn't mean your combat strength is strong. I'm looking forward to meeting you. At this moment, disdainful voices sounded out from not too far away. It was Xueqi and Lan Feng. At this moment, they were much more low-key. Although they were at the top of this year's rankings, they weren't facing this year's geniuses. There were geniuses from last year, and the year before that. You don't even dare to taunt me loudly, and you want to surpass me? Lin Ling faintly smiled, his voice undisguised. Xueqi and Lan Feng's pupils shrank, and they wished they could shrink back. This was because Lin Ling's words had attracted the attention of the other 100 geniuses. This Lin Ling had great courage. It was as if he wasn't afraid of becoming a thorn in their side. Don't be too proud. Xueqi wasn't willing to be outdone. He shouted out in a low voice. You're sick. Lin Ling shook his head, too lazy to speak with the two of them. His calm appearance made Tang Yue giggle. Although Lin Ling was a Star Guard disciple, he was like a common disciple. But no matter what, he would never lose his fighting spirit. He wasn't like Xueqi and Lan Feng. Their mouths were fierce, but when they met other geniuses, they didn't dare to speak loudly. This was too shameful. What an interesting little fellow. The other geniuses looked at Lin Ling. They appreciated Lin Ling's humble attitude, but they didn't care too much. To them, Lin Ling was too young. At most, he would only be a first-round participant in the tournament. The Moon Guard level examination is about to begin. We are indebted to everyone for coming to watch. The 7 Profound Martial House would like to thank everyone. In the sky, the ancient voice sounded out once more. It was obviously the host of the tournament. The surrounding martial artists smiled. They had heard too much of the introductions, so they were looking forward to the following introductions. The host seemed to know everyone's urgency, so he didn't speak any more nonsense. The 155 geniuses will now be introduced one by one. First are the Star Guard level disciples. This year, there are only 4 of them. A Star Guard level disciple was equal to a common disciple. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that there weren't many of them. Their reaction was dull. After all, a Star Guard level disciple was at most a first-round participant. Only the Star Guard disciples were cheering for Lin Ling and the other 3. Many people shook their heads and smiled. This youth was really hot-blooded. Flying legs. Ouyang Feiyang. 19 years old. Late-stage King Spirit Realm. He once set 3 records in the Star Ocean Pagoda. Iron Fist Tai Yan. 19 years old. Late-stage King Spirit Realm. He once set 2 records in the Star Sea Pagoda. The introduction was very detailed. This was to prevent the participating disciples from finding someone to replace them. Not bad, to be able to set 3 Star Sea Pagoda records. This flying kick Ouyang Feiyang is quite powerful. The crowd began to discuss spiritedly. Although the Star Ocean Pagoda did not represent one's strength, it represented one's potential. Over the years, many records had been created. It would be very difficult to create another record at this moment. That flying kick was able to create a record, so his strength was not simple. Next, Vermilion Bird Lin Ling. Lin Ling's pupils shrank. He knew that the geniuses of the 7 Profound Martial House all had their own names, but when had he ever been called Vermilion Bird? This caused Lin Ling to helplessly shake his head. He was afraid that the Sword Elder had given him this name to register him. Vermilion Bird Lin Ling, 18 years old. Mid-stage King Spirit Realm. He once set 208 records in the Star Sea Pagoda. He is the 10th person to break through the first level of the Star Sea Pagoda. The voice was vast and mighty, like a great bell that spread into everyone's ears. 208 records? Silence. Chapter 592. Martial Stage 7. It had to be known that creating a record was already terrifying, but this youth had created over 200 records. And the most terrifying thing was that he had broken through the first level and become the 10th person of the 7 profound martial house. Vermilion Bird Lin Ling. What kind of little fellow is this? Wow! The members of the 6 great martial arts palaces and the other martial artists exclaimed in surprise. Soon after, someone spoke of Lin Ling's origins. This made everyone realize that Lin Ling was actually the young man who represented the Sword Elder in this bet. So, this youth is not some nameless nobody. In the bet between the Sword Elder and the Great Sun Elder, my opinion of him has increased by 30%. Wow! The crowd had their own opinions. Although they were surprised, they were still not optimistic. After all, to create a Star Sea Pagoda record, this could only mean that Lin Ling's foundation was incomparably solid, but it did not mean that his battle prowess was strong. Not only that, but Lin Ling had only been at the 7 profound martial house for 3 months. How could he compare to a secret disciple that had the guidance of a master? He's just fishing for fame. The 150 secret disciples lightly shook their heads. Although they had not ventured into the Star Sea Pagoda, the 7 profound martial house was not a place like the Star Sea Pagoda. Most of them had proud achievements, but that was only in other places, so they naturally disdained him. It's only fame, all of us have it. There is no need to be so proud. A newcomer should be low-key. A soft voice sounded out, causing everyone to look. It was a young man with long red hair and 6 pierced ears. He gave off a devilishly charming feeling. As the crowd looked at the red-haired youth, their eyes narrowed. Feng Tianting, late King Spirit Realm. It was said that he had a terrifying 4th-grade talent, the King Body. He was ranked 6th in the 10 Rising Stars, and was also ranked in the top 10 of the more than 100 secret disciples. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. This red-haired youth was ridiculing him. But he had never seen this red-haired youth before, so why was he targeting him? Suddenly, a thought arose in his mind. Could it be that this red-haired youth had a good relationship with Su Fan? Don't offend him. He has a level 4 king body. You should know that the most outstanding geniuses every year are mostly level 3. Level 4 is very powerful. Ouyang Feiyong pulled Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling nodded. This was indeed the case. Take this year's geniuses for example. Zhao Qingtian had a 3rd-grade king body, but his strength was already above 10,000 people. If he had a 4th-grade king body, then he had the qualifications to be proud. But to Lin Ling that was all there was to it. Ignoring the red-haired youth's provocation, Lin Ling continued to wait. At the same time, the voice in the skies sounded out once more, introducing the honorary disciples. It was common knowledge that in-name disciples were stronger than Star Guard-level disciples. After all, in-name disciples had the guidance of masters. If they were talented, their strength would naturally rise to a higher level. Then, the final announcement of the 10 rising stars caused a stir among the crowd. First, Blood King Duantianya 2nd, Ghost God Red Flame 3rd, Thunder General Zhu Lane Light Fist Ling Hu E 5th, Drunken Sword Xiaowing 6th, Martial Demon Feng Tianting No. 7, Domineering Dominance of Heaven and Earth Chapter 8, Demon Leg Nan Wendo No. 9, Wine Chaser Zhou Ling Tian 10th, Killer Knife Hao Yun. The weakest of these 10 people was at the late stage of the King Spirit Realm, but only 2 of them did not have a 4th-grade king body. This seemed to be a dividing line. If one wanted to stand above countless geniuses, then one had to at least have a 4th-grade king body. Moreover, the martial arts they knew were at least 4th-grade king body. This was another huge dividing line. Among the Star Guard level disciples, 3rd-grade king body was extremely rare, let alone 4th-grade king body. There's no need to talk about Blood King Duantianya's strength. It's not strange for him to surpass a large number of Moon Guard level disciples. I'm afraid he can enter the 7 profound prodigy list. Of course. If it weren't for the fact that the 7 profound prodigy list only records geniuses in the Emperor Spirit Realm, Blood King Duantianya would have entered long ago. Ghost God Red Flame is also very scary. He's not good at long-range attacks, but he's the genius with the strongest close-range attacks. There's also Thunder General and Light Fist. Tiska SK. It seems that all the powerful in-name disciples have participated this year. The Dragon Pan Lake competition will be very exciting. I can't wait. At the edge of the vast lake, voices sounded like the waves of the sea. The 10 people were like the most dazzling stars. They ignored the gazes of the surroundings and chatted with each other. Blood King, my strength has increased greatly this year. I'll definitely defeat you. Your fighting spirit is not bad, but it's a pity that you're not confident enough. I've already comprehended 50% of martial intent. A young man wearing a long robe with a determined expression said lightly, causing the other 9 stars to narrow their eyes. Their starting point and cultivation were mostly the same, so they relied on battle experience and martial arts. Many of them had learned 5th grade King body martial arts and even comprehended martial intent. However, Blood King Duan Tianya had comprehended 50% of martial intent. How could they surpass him? Martial intent was a concept that was above King body martial arts. 50% of martial intent against a 5th grade King body martial arts. 50% of martial intent would win completely. Other than Ghost God Red Flame, the others have never thought of surpassing Blood King. They just want to maintain their current ranking. Yes, my goal is one of the other 10 stars. Drunken Sword, you're the only one among the 10 stars who uses a sword, and you're the disciple of Drunken Sky. I want to see how drunk your sword is. I'm drunk, but my sword isn't. The 10 stars looked at each other again, their fighting spirit boiling. But soon someone said, this year's stage belongs to the 10 of us. I wonder if any of these newcomers will rise. I heard that Lin Ling represented Elder Sword in a bet. I wonder which stage he'll appear on. There's nothing to see. Those below the 10 stars are trash. Following that, a new star said lightly. His words were filled with disdain, as if other than the 10 stars, the rest of the geniuses were not worthy of his attention. The rules are the same as usual. 10 stages, 15 people in a group. The winner of the stage will pass the Moon Guard test. Above the sky, the voice sounded again. Following that, the 10 martial platforms were quickly divided. Surprisingly, Blood King was not in the same group as Demon God. Most of the 10 rising stars had split up, each occupying a martial platform. Only the 7th martial platform was somewhat odd. 2 of the 10 rising stars had appeared at the same time. They were Martial Demon Feng Tianting and Windchaser Zhou Ling Tian. We've encountered Martial Demon. Windchaser Zhou Ling Tian frowned. He knew how difficult it was to deal with that guy. Stage 7. I'm going to be first. Martial Demon Feng Tianting was ranked higher than Windchaser Zhou Ling Tian. He was not afraid of him at all. Looks like the competition depends on luck. The crowd discussed, but they were still looking forward to it. Lin Ling, I'm on stage 5. That's great. There's not a single one of the 10 stars there. Ouyang Feiyong said happily. He was assigned to the only stage without any of the 10 stars. Tai Yan was extremely depressed. His stage was number 6, and there was one of the 10 stars there. It was Ghost God Scarlet Flame, who was ranked 2nd. There was no need to look. He had already failed this year. As for Ouyang Liushang, her luck was not bad. Her opponent on stage was Slaughter Saber Hao Yun, who was ranked 10th. At least she had some hope. Lin Ling, what about you? Chapter 593. The first battle, you're out of luck. There are 2 of the 10 rising stars on the 7th stage. Any one of them is enough to give you a headache. Ouyang Feiyong sympathized with Lin Ling. There were 15 geniuses on each stage, so with one more 10 rising stars, the chances of encountering them would be higher, and the elimination would be faster. And the rules of the stage were that if one won a battle, 1 point would be awarded, and if one lost a battle, no points would be recorded. This meant that if one wanted to become the champion of the stage, one had to win all 15 battles. Of course, the other geniuses seemed hopeless, but that was not the case. For example, if the 10 rising stars met someone who could restrain them and lost 2 battles, then even if you were not a match for the 10 rising stars, as long as your points were higher than his, it was still the same as winning. Therefore, the competition was not only a test of combat strength, but also endurance. It was very difficult to win consecutively. Is that so? I'm looking forward to seeing more 10 rising stars. Lin Ling waved the jade token in his hand and said indifferently, causing Ouyang Feiyong and the others to roll their eyes. This guy was so arrogant. However, even though Lin Ling said so, he still had a feeling that this arrangement was deliberately made by someone. That person should be the Great Sun Elder. For safety, he arranged 2 10 rising stars for him. How despicable! But could they stop him? Rumble! Right at this moment, the ancient dragon coiling lake began to tremble, the water rippled, and 10 martial stages slowly rose from the lake. These martial stages were made from 7 starlight escape stones. They were extremely hard, and were said to be able to withstand the attacks of Emperor Spirit Realm experts. Stage 1. Blood Saber Heaven-Breaking Edge against Shadow Vine Saber. Stage 2. Opponents began to appear on the 10 stages, and the entire dragon lake was bustling with noise. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. It had finally begun. Among them, Ouyang Feiyong was the first to go up. He was lucky to meet a King Spirit Realm in-name disciple who had a 4th grade King rank martial art. Ouyang Feiyong's hidden martial art was also a 4th grade King rank martial art, but his cultivation level was higher, and he had reached the stage of great success. After a long battle, he finally won the first battle. After returning, Ouyang Feiyong was incomparably happy. 15 battles. Won first. Win. It's only your first opponent, and you're already using your trump card. How stupid. Tai Yan mocked, but he was actually happy for Ouyang Feiyong. Lin Ling was naturally the same, but he smiled and said, if you reveal your full strength in the first round, the next opponent will face you and focus on your trump card. It will be even harder for you to win. After all, this is a battle of attrition, not something that can be settled in 1 or 2 rounds. Ouyang Feiyong sighed. Of course I know that. But if I don't use my trump card, I can't win. These words caused Tai Yan's expression to darken. His opponents were indeed very strong. While they were talking, the other martial platforms had already finished their round. The difference in strength was too great. As long as the 10 rising stars went up, they would win in a second. Tai Yan and Ouyang Liushang also went up. Tai Yan's luck seemed to be better. Although his opponent had a high-grade king body, his martial arts foundation was weak. It was obvious that he was a genius who had talent but did not work hard. In the end, Tai Yan easily won. Ouyang Liushang's luck was not good. He met Slaughterknife Hao Yun and lost in 1 move. He was even heavily injured. His opponent did not show any mercy to the fairer sex and even wanted to kill Hao Yun. According to the rules of the martial platform, the one who admitted defeat lost. Falling into the lake was also a loss. The other one was dead. Such a ruthless person. Even a girl would be hurt. If Liushang did not admit defeat quickly, he would have killed her. Tai Yan coldly stared at the young man on the martial platform. The young man felt Tai Yan's gaze and smirked. If you don't accept it, come and see if I will kill you or not. Slaughterknife Hao Yun was very overbearing. But his strength was not as good as hers. Tai Yan could only swallow his anger. Ouyang Liushang's brother, Ouyang Feiyong's face was cold. He would remember this grudge. Brother, it's nothing. Just a small injury. Ouyang Liushang did not want everyone to worry about her. If you meet me, I will avenge that knife for you. Lin Ling lightly said. Ouyang Liushang was his friend, so if he had the strength, he would avenge that knife for him. Very quickly, it was Lin Ling's turn to go up. His luck was pretty good. He did not meet the 10 new stars, but a normal disciple. It was Xueqi. Lin Ling was slightly shocked. He had not thought that Xueqi would be on the same martial platform as him. It really was a small world. Xueqi, kill him. Many disciples shouted. In the distance, Great Sun Child Elder and Su Fan's eyes were cold. They had arranged 2 of the 10 new stars on the 7th martial platform. Especially Martial Demon Feng Tianting, who was ranked 5th. Lin Ling would definitely lose. Second brother, do your best. Di Shitian and Di Jicun were extremely nervous. They were not very clear about Lin Ling's strength. Only Sword Elder was still calm. Don't worry, just a clown. It won't be hard for Lin Ling. He was not clear about Lin Ling's strength, but he believed in Lin Ling. Haha, my luck is pretty good. I met you in the first round. On the martial platform, Xueqi stood indifferently. Then he looked at the distance of Dragon Coiling Lake. Lan Feng, the humiliation of our defeat in the past can be washed away today. In the past, he was weaker than Lin Ling, but after receiving the guidance of Su Fan and learning a 4th grade king level martial art, he was confident that he could defeat Lin Ling. even though Lin Ling seemed to have sword essence, but according to what he knew, it was only 30% sword essence. It could not compare to a 4th grade king-level martial art. Xueqi, defeat him and step on his face. In the distance, Lan Feng's voice came, causing Xueqi to nod. He waved his right hand and a blade appeared. He was not good at using blades before, but the king-level martial art he learned was blade skills, so he used a blade now. 100 splits water-splitting slash. Without saying more, Xueqi charged straight at Lin Ling. Lin Ling shook his head. He did not know what was so good about Xueqi's luck. Xueqi's realm was the same as his, and his king body was a pitiful 2nd grade. He was at the 4th grade. Just with the suppression of the king body in his dantian, he could easily crush his opponent. Lin Ling still did not move until the giant blade appeared in front of his forehead. Countless people gasped. Was Lin Ling going to lose in the first round? Ha! However, at the crucial moment, Lin Ling stretched out his hands and suddenly slapped the giant blade in front of his forehead. The blade was stuck in front of his forehead and could not be cut down no matter what. Chi! At the same time, flames appeared in Lin Ling's hands and melted the blade. Die, Lin Ling! At this moment, Xueqi had not noticed all this and was still swinging his blade. But soon he was stunned. The blade seemed to have disappeared. What was going on? Your blade has turned into molten iron. Also, when fighting with an opponent you can't see through, it's better to first understand the opponent's strength before using your trump card. Lin Ling pointed at the molten iron on the ground and then said faintly, "Ah!" Xueqi's mouth opened wide. His king-level martial art required him to use a blade, but without a blade, how could he fight? Moreover, he didn't even notice when Lin Ling had melted his saber. Okay, go wash your head in the lake and wake up. Chapter 594. 100 flowers bloom. Lin Ling, I will not let you off. Xueqi roared in the water, losing all face in the first battle and becoming a drowned rat. However, this was met with even more ridicule. As for Lan Feng, his complexion was ugly. In the past, Lin Ling had easily oppressed them, and now Lin Ling was still doing the same. This little boy called Lin Ling, his vision and courage are not bad. To use his hand to break the saber, that saber was the weakness of the 100 splits water-splitting slash. Drunken Sword Xiaoying said, For a Star Guard level disciple, his strength is not bad. But if he has the chance to meet me, I will make sure he loses convincingly. Ghost God Scarlet Flame swept his eyes over Xueqi with disdain. Instead, his eyes fell on the martial stage on the other side. There, the 3rd-ranked general of Thunder Zhu Leiyin had made her move. The true meaning of thunder bloomed, and the martial stage was filled with thunder. Her opponent had been defeated in a single move, and even the lake water around the martial stage was filled with thunder. What a terrifying power of thunder! The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. The true meaning of thunder. No wonder she was ranked 3rd among the 10 rising stars. Lin Ling also looked over, secretly surprised. There were many people in the 7 profound martial house that understood the true meaning of martial arts. Then, the 2nd round, the 3rd round, the 4th round, and all the way to the 6th round, Lin Ling easily won. He didn't even use 30% of his strength. He relied on his rich spiritual energy and martial arts experience. As for Tai Yan, he had already lost 2 matches. It seemed that there was no hope for him this year. Only Ouyang Feiyang and Lin Ling had maintained a winning streak. This caused many Star Guard level disciples to sigh. In the past, the 8 heavenly kings had dominated the Star Sea Pagoda. However, in the face of all the geniuses of the 7 profound martial house, the 8 heavenly kings were insignificant. Especially Yang Shan, Gu Sankai, Tong Chenjin, and the others helplessly shook their heads. Towards Lin Ling, they were thoroughly convinced. Lin Ling, not bad. Keep it up. Elder Sword looked at Lin Ling and couldn't help but smile. But not too far away, Elder Great Sun coldly snorted and said, He is temporarily arrogant. Don't forget, he is not the only one who has maintained a winning streak. There are 2 other rising stars on the martial stage. Let's wait and see. Sword Elder faintly said. After 6 rounds, his opponents gradually became stronger and stronger. Lin Ling didn't have time to pay attention to the other martial stages. His gaze landed on the 7th martial stage because one of the 10 rising stars, Wind Chaser Zhou Lingtian, had come out to fight. Wind Chaser. The lake began to boil, and a gust of wind blew past. A young man in a blue robe appeared on the martial arts platform. His opponent was a registered disciple. He was one of the more famous Sky Moon apprentices among the 36 apprentices. So many people thought he would win. Moreover, he was also one of the 5 people who maintained a winning streak on the 7th martial stage. This could be considered the most intense battle on the 7th martial platform. You only have 10 moves. After 10 moves, jump into the lake yourself. I've already given you plenty of chances. Wind Chaser Zhou Lingtian said calmly. He was very confident. Most people would give him a handicap of 3 moves, but he gave him a handicap of 10. No wonder he said that he had given him a lot of chances. Thank you, but I will do my best. The young man's face was solemn. Even though he had given him 10 moves, he did not dare to underestimate Zhou Lingtian. Meteor Butterfly Finger. He took a step forward, and a dazzling butterfly finger shot out. It was colorful and dazzling, as if it had frozen the space. It was extremely powerful. Just this technique alone was unparalleled among the Star Guard disciples. Even among the Moon Guard disciples, there were many who were weaker than him. This King Stage technique was clearly of a high level. Is there no way to dodge? Many people realized that the butterfly finger had already sealed off any space for Wind Chaser Zhou Lingtian to dodge. This technique is quite interesting. However, Wind Chaser Zhou Lingtian smiled faintly. He didn't move, but his body disappeared from the spot. It felt as if he had forcefully torn apart space and appeared from another space. He had dodged all the attacks. Impossible. Big wave. The young man's face changed. He had used his trump card. However, he still couldn't catch up to Wind Chaser Zhou Lingtian. This made the crowd gasp. It was as if the young man was the only one fighting on the martial platform. Wind Chaser Zhou Lingtian had already disappeared. Sigh, you can't win even if I give you 10 moves. What a piece of trash. Finally, Zhou Lingtian's impatient voice rang out. He gently kicked out. Boom. The young man fell into the lake. He had been defeated. What a terrifying movement technique. It looks like he's the only one on the 7th martial platform that can compete with martial demon Feng Tianting. Yeah, that's right. Only the 2 of them can maintain a winning streak. The other 2 will still lose, including that Lin Ling. The crowd's hearts fiercely trembled. To have such strength at such a young age, it was only a matter of time before his name would shake the entire 7 profound martial house. No matter how strong a martial skill is, it's useless. If you can't touch someone, then everything is just empty talk. Ouyang Feiyang said with a dignified expression. He found that if he were on the martial platform, he would simply be helpless. That is the true meaning of wind. Lin Ling faintly said. Ouyang Feiyang's pupils shrank. No wonder Lin Ling would have to face these opponents. Lin Ling's situation would be very troublesome. The 7th and 8th rounds began one after another. On the other side of the martial platform, Drunken Sword Xiaoying stepped onto the stage. It was said that his sword was the most elusive, and his opponent was a similarly illustrious disciple. However, under the dazzling display of swords, that opponent was instantly defeated. His entire person was intoxicated by Xiaoying's sword dance. When he left the martial platform, he was dizzy and fell into the lake. The swordsman was not intoxicated, but the opponent was. What a terrifying concept of martial arts. I'm a bit dizzy. I don't know how many swords Xiaoying used. Ouyang Feiyang frowned. Even from a distance he was affected. Beside him, Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. In fact, it was only one sword. The other swords were only the true meaning of the sword. Moreover, they were half a step into 40% sword intent. Although Lin Ling was not a pure swordsman, he was very curious about the only swordsman in the top 10 new stars. His words caused Ouyang Feiyang to be secretly surprised. At the start of the tournament, every genius was on high alert, but Lin Ling seemed very relaxed. Moreover, he was able to see the strengths and weaknesses of his opponents. Iron Cliff's battle has begun. Lin Ling didn't know what Ouyang Feiyang was thinking and calmly said. On the martial stage, Tai Yan finally met the strongest demon god, Qi Yan. Many people were also watching the battle, but they weren't watching Tai Yan, they were watching Qi Yan. Demon Flame Step. Under countless gazes, Scarlet Flame disappeared from the martial platform. Like a shadow, He passed through Iron Cliff and appeared again. Iron Cliff was already in his hand. Boom! Striking the ground with his hand, a 50-meter-tall purple flame soared into the sky. The flame turned into a huge demon head, as if it wanted to swallow the heavens and the earth. It was extremely terrifying. Within the flame, Scarlet Flame's figure walked out step by step. Trash, go home and train for another 5 years. 5 years later, you will be able to defeat the current me. The gap between the two was huge. This meant that the difference between Iron Cliff and Scarlet Flame was 5 years of training time. Among the top 10 new stars, only Scarlet Flame does not have a long-range martial arts attack. But if you are caught by him, the result is defeat. Don't tell me you are called a demon god. With the unpredictable shadow, other than the Blood King, no one is his opponent. Chapter 595. First display of talent, capturing hand? Lin Ling frowned. He was also aware of Qi Yan's terrifying strength. His talent king body was very strong, at least a 5th grade one. He could draw support from a mysterious power to use the capturing hand. If he was caught, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, a voice sounded out from the 7th martial stage. Lin Ling had stepped onto the stage, and his opponent was Wind Chaser Zhou Lingtian. Currently, Zhou Lingtian, Feng Tianting, and Lin Ling have all maintained their winning streaks on the 7th martial stage. The rest of them have all lost. That Lin Ling is too fierce. Before this, he only used a single fist to finish his opponents. It seems that he hasn't used his full strength. He is truly worthy of being a talent that Sword Elder values. But if he doesn't use his full strength against Zhou Lingtian, he might even lose. Everyone looked at the 7th martial stage. Even some of the 10 rising stars looked over. They had heard of the bet between Sword Elder and Great Sun Elder, so they were curious. Zhou Lingtian is the oldest of the disciples. He has been cultivating for 3 years, but Lin Ling has only been cultivating for 3 months. Sword Elder, your good luck has come to an end. On a distant mountain peak, Great Sun Elder was drinking tea. She had a strong confidence in the upcoming battle. We'll know after we fight. Sword Elder calmly smiled. He knew that Zhou Lingtian's speed was very fast. If Lin Ling could not break through, then he would most likely lose. Whether or not Lin Ling had a martial art that could break through movement techniques, he did not know. He could only wait and see. On the martial stage, Lin Ling had arrived early. Then, a gust of wind blew, and Zhou Lingtian appeared on the stage. He was very elegant, and his long green robe seemed to condense from the wind. I heard that in order to become famous, you came to the 7 profound martial house and made a big bet to attract the attention of others. Zhou Lingtian did not speak like he had to his other opponents. Instead, he disdainfully said, I only want to ask you, how long have you been cultivating at the 7 profound martial house? Yes. He liked opponents that were down to earth, and disdained opponents that were frivolous and arrogant. Therefore, he did not like Lin Ling. 3 months. Lin Ling replied calmly. He had also sensed Zhou Lingtian's disdain for him and thought that he was just trying to please the crowd. However, Lin Ling was too lazy to explain. 3 years for me. However, to be able to win 6 consecutive victories in 3 months, your strength is not bad. It's barely passable. Zhou Lingtian said calmly. You barely caught my eye. Lin Ling replied again. His words made the crowd's pupils dilate. Zhou Lingtian's strength was obvious to all, but he was barely qualified to enter Lin Ling's eyes. This Lin Ling was too arrogant. Hee, you're young and frivolous. No wonder I don't like frivolous and arrogant opponents like you. However, you'll have to take a good look at yourself. Zhou Lingtian wasn't angered at all. He simply shook his head. In the next moment, he vanished. Whoosh! Only the wind was blowing on the martial stage. It was very strange. Wind Emperor's 6 bells palm. A faintly discernible voice came from the martial stage. Whirlwind palms appeared one after another, tearing through the air and slapping towards Lin Ling. One moment to the left, the next moment to the right. It was difficult to track his movements. With the concept of wind, Zhou Lingtian's movement technique is the strangest among the 10 rising stars. Now that he has disappeared, Lin Ling can only continue to block until he loses. Far away from the Dragon Lake, the elders of the 6 martial arts halls said calmly. The true intent of wind was a very powerful concept of martial arts. It was difficult to track its movements. You're not the only one with movement techniques. However, Lin Ling's expression was calm. In the next moment, he used the soaring cloud steps, and the true intent of clouds spread out. Bang, bang, bang. All the whirlwinds smashed onto the martial stage, causing the lake water to rise into the sky and block the view of many people. However, the crowd's pupils dilated. They did not want to miss a single scene. Whoosh! At this moment, there was no one left on the martial stage. The two figures had disappeared. Occasionally, the sound of collision could be heard. The speed was so fast that it was impossible for people to track it. How is this possible? Zhou Lingtian has the true intent of wind. His body can turn into the wind, but Lin Ling's speed is not inferior to his. That's the soaring cloud steps. But why is it so strange? Alright, I heard that although the soaring cloud steps is a 4th grade king tier martial arts, it can be used to comprehend the true intent of clouds. Wind and clouds. The crowd was shocked. Even the other rising stars were looking at the martial stage. They did not expect that there was a hidden dark horse here. At this moment, Zhou Lingtian did not have the time to care about the surprised voices. He was more surprised than the others. Someone had actually caught up with him in terms of movement technique. How was this possible? Wind entangling shadow. In his surprise, Zhou Lingtian used a terrifying technique. It was a wind silk that could sense a martial artist's aura and then silently wrap around them. All this time, he had used this technique to defeat countless geniuses, including those of the Moon Guard rank. On the martial stage, countless wind silks wrapped around a corner and gradually formed a human silhouette like a cocoon. Zhou Lingtian smiled happily. He caught it. Pah! But in the next moment, the cocoon melted like water. It was as if the person wrapped around it had disappeared. That was an afterimage. Your wind concept is only at 10%. That's all there is to it. At this moment, a cold voice came from behind. Zhou Lingtian's eyes narrowed. Facing his terrifying movement technique, Lin Ling could still deceive him? Die! Sky-raising storm light. With a roar, Zhou Lingtian's hands continuously slapped out. Large amounts of wind silks shot out like silk threads, making it impossible for Lin Ling to dodge. Boundless startling clouds. Lin Ling's face was calm. His body floated like a cloud, and even seemed to distort space at times to avoid large amounts of wind silks. Move with the wind, like the clouds in the sky. When the wind comes, the clouds will drift. The wind can never catch the clouds. Seeing this ethereal scene, one of the 12 elders Xian's heart trembled. Lin Ling's movement technique comprehension was terrifying. He actually dodged all of them. It seems that in terms of movement technique, Lin Ling isn't weaker than anyone. Drunken Sword Xiao Ying and Radiant Fist Ling Hu Yi of the 10 Rising Stars frowned. They knew very well that the wind was shot out in all directions like silk threads. Ordinary people couldn't avoid it, but geniuses with strong movement technique comprehension could predict the trajectory of the wind in advance and form a picture of the overall situation in their mind. Then, they could find the most suitable route in a short period of time to avoid the wind silks. All of this seemed simple, but there were very few geniuses who could do it. It required eyesight, martial arts experience, and even extremely sharp senses. Especially senses. One had to be able to sense the trajectory of the wind before it blew. That was the key. If it was up to them to break the move, they would only need one way, and that was to break the move with force. It was impossible to break the move with movement technique. You lost. On the martial stage, a faint voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. It was still a punch. Rumble. The sound of water rang out. Zhou Lingtian fell into the water, but quickly floated up. His expression was extremely ugly. He felt humiliated to be defeated by a youth in his proudest domain. Moreover, he had previously used the tone of a senior to guide Lin Ling, but now, he no longer had the qualifications. You have to see everything with your own eyes before you have the right to speak. You heard rumors and thought that I was arrogant and didn't know my limits. It seems that the frivolous one is you. Sigh. Chapter 596. Martial Demon, haha. Lin Ling, good job. Haha. On top of the mountain peak, the Sword Elder's laughter resounded through the air. Lin Ling had won this battle beautifully. He had defeated his opponent with his own strength, which made the Sword Elder extremely proud. His cloud intent has reached at least 20%. This is extremely rare among the Star Guard disciples. Elder Sword, you have good eyes. Some of the 12 Xian elders also praised. That little bastard. Elder De Ri clenched his teeth. Lin Ling didn't have a master to guide him. How could he comprehend the cloud intent? Damn little bastard, messing up my plans again and again. At this moment, Lin Ling returned to the lake. Ouyang Feiyong and the rest looked at Lin Ling in fear. They didn't expect Lin Ling's movement technique to be so terrifying. Monster, did you know that? You're the first to defeat the 10 rising stars. Tai Yan said excitedly. If his wind intent had reached 20%, it would have been difficult for me to win. Lin Ling smiled. He didn't show any arrogance. After all, his target wasn't Zhou Ling Tian. No matter what, it's good to win. Haha, our blood was boiling when we saw it. Ouyang Feiyong gave Lin Ling a thumbs up. The competition continued. Gradually, some geniuses began to run out of spirit chi and stamina. Clearly, they had revealed too many trump cards in the previous competition, causing them to be weak later on. Of course, the powerful geniuses still hid their trump cards, saving them for the critical moment. Not long after, on the 7th martial stage, the highly regarded martial demon Feng Tianting came out. He was the first person to maintain a winning streak on the 7th martial stage, and the second was Lin Ling. His opponent naturally attracted the attention of everyone. Some were looking forward to the battle between him and Lin Ling to see whose winning streak would be broken first. Some were looking forward to the battle between Feng Tianting and Zhou Ling Tian, but the result was quickly revealed. It was Zhou Ling Tian. Zhou Ling Tian, do you dare to fight? Haha. Martial demon Feng Tianting had the title of demon. Naturally, he was like a crazy demon, but in reality, that was indeed the case. Go martial demon, we're all your fans. Haha. In the distance, a large number of cheers came from martial demon. Noisy. On the martial stage, martial demon Feng Tianting frowned and punched out. Rumble, a terrifying true martial intent turned into a giant fist and smashed towards the dragon coiling lake, injuring a large number of disciples and even killing many of them. Are you crazy? He actually dared to speak to him. The martial demon had a strange personality and was known to kill indiscriminately. Once he entered the demonic path, he would even dare to fight the Blood King. Someone said with a solemn expression. The martial demon was a person who used martial arts as a demon. When one became a demon, they would not even recognize their own family. Everyone was silent. Even the host was silent. Feng Tianting was a crazy genius, but it was also because of his crazy obsession that he was so strong. Zhou Ling Tian, do you dare to fight? Martial devil Feng Tianting shouted again, which made Zhou Ling Tian grit his teeth. Feng Tianting was one of the opponents he didn't want to face the most. Feng Tianting was simply too crazy. He wanted to win no matter what the battle was. If he couldn't win, he would keep pestering you until he won. Trash, you don't dare to fight? The arrogant voice rang out again. Zhou Ling Tian finally went up. With so many people watching, he couldn't avoid the battle, or else he would lose face. When fighting with me, there is no such thing as admitting defeat. There is only life and death. Either you die or I die. On the martial stage, Feng Tianting's body emitted a tyrannical aura. This was his heart of martial arts. Just a spar is enough. Why do we have to fight to the death? Zhou Ling Tian hesitated. If you dare to come up, you will die. The 7th martial stage is my world. You will die, and so will Lin Ling. Feng Tianting spoke word by word, causing Zhou Ling Tian to furrow his brows. In the next moment, the true intent of wind was unleashed. At the same time, Feng Tianting had already made his move. There was no reason at all. Rumble. His martial arts were very simple. It was just a simple punch and kick, but it was extremely terrifying. Because each punch and kick carried true martial intent, and it was 30%. This was a killing machine. Bang bang bang. The more Feng Tianting fought, the crazier he became. His red hair fluttered in the wind, and he was both evil and tyrannical. Zhou Ling Tian kept dodging the attacks, but his momentum gradually weakened. Then, he gritted his teeth and wanted to use the sky-raising stormlight to entangle Feng Tianting. His martial art was useless against Lin Ling, but it was useful against Feng Tianting. After all, it was used to restrain martial artists who weren't fast enough. You dare! At this moment, A faint voice sounded in his ear. His pupils constricted, and he subconsciously looked over. He found that the one who spoke was ghost god Qi Yan. Haha, you dare to be distracted when fighting with me? Feng Tianting took advantage of Zhou Lingtian's shock and kicked out. The demonic qi rippled, causing the lake water to soar into the sky. Bang! Zhou Lingtian couldn't react in time and was sent flying. However, his eyes were still fixed on ghost god Qi Yan. If Qi Yan hadn't interrupted him, he might have been able to entangle Feng Tianting with his martial art. I admit defeat. Seeing that his martial art had failed, Zhou Lingtian quickly admitted defeat. Too slow. Feng Tianting took a step forward and stomped down like a giant's leg. 30% of his martial intent erupted and stomped Zhou Lingtian to death. One of the 10 rising stars had fallen. The crowd was silent. Feng Tianting was terrifying. Zhou Lingtian had clearly admitted defeat, but he still wanted to kill him. Feng Tianting, you have violated the rules of the tournament. At this moment, the host's cold voice sounded. He had heard Zhou Lingtian's voice. According to the rules, Feng Tianting should have stopped. When martial artists fight, who will pay attention to other people's voices? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Zhou Lingtian for being too slow in admitting defeat. However, just as the host finished speaking, an old voice sounded. It was Elder De Sun. She was supporting Feng Tianting. Everyone was silent. Unless Elder Xian supported Feng Tianting, Zhou Lingtian's death would be in vain. However, it was obvious that no one supported Zhou Lingtian. I noticed that during the tournament, someone was interfering with Zhou Lingtian. The host judge said again, but his eyes were fixed on ghost god Qi Yan in the distance. Hee, that counts as interfering? There are many voices around each stage, and the young geniuses on the stages should ignore those voices. If he can be disturbed, it can only mean that his martial heart is not stable. Elder De Sun said indifferently. The host judge was speechless. Elder De Sun's words were reasonable. After all, the audience was cheering. That was unavoidable. Geniuses should not be disturbed. However, ghost god Qi Yan had interrupted Zhou Lingtian's martial arts. That was too unsightly. Host judge, a win is a win. A loss is a loss. You can't blame anyone. If you want to blame someone, blame Zhou Lingtian for being useless. Hurry up and announce my victory. Feng Tianting's arrogant voice sounded. His red hair was like fire. The host judge had no choice but to announce Feng Tianting's victory. Haha, I'm the only one with a winning streak. Next opponent, Lin Ling, you're dead. Feng Tianting laughed loudly as he left the stage. The crowd's expression was complicated. If Zhou Lingtian was dead, Lin Ling would also die. After all, everyone had witnessed Feng Tianting's madness. Chapter 597. Despicable Means. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. Ouyang Feiyong frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "What ruthless means? Feng Tianting has the support of the Great Sun Elder. He's getting more and more arrogant." That's right. Zhou Lingtian wanted to fight back, but Scarlet Flame interrupted him. He seemed to say that if Zhou Lingtian dared to fight back, he would die. So Zhou Lingtian hesitated, and in the end, he lost. This battle was very unfair. Tai Yan said solemnly. It was an ugly and overbearing method. Feng Tianting and the others were unscrupulous because they had the support of the Great Sun Elder. However, although their methods were sinister, they did it well on the surface, making it hard for others to find an excuse to refute them. Lin Ling, don't go. You might not be Feng Tianting's opponent. If you lose, you'll die. Ouyang Feiyong looked at Lin Ling worriedly. Lin Ling shook his head. This battle is unavoidable. If he wants to kill me, I'll kill him. I want to see who's the devil. His words were full of determination, but it only made Ouyang Feiyong and Tai Yan even more worried. At this moment, Blood King Duantianya stood by the lake with his hands behind his back. Why are you helping him? Even if you don't, Feng Tianting will still win. I just want him to win more beautifully, as long as he's happy. Scarlet Flame's cold face revealed a smile. He helped Feng Tianting to make him happy, so that Zhou Lingtian would die. Zhou Lingtian's life was worthless to him. Who is he to you? Blood King Duantianya asked. My junior brother. Scarlet Flame smiled, which made the hearts of the 10 rising stars tremble. No wonder. A ghost and a devil, so they came from the same sect. Moreover, both of them had an indescribable temperament. If they didn't go crazy, they wouldn't live. Next, the battles continued, but as expected, the rising stars swept through the crowd. They were already waiting for the competition to end. And if there was an accident, then it would be the 7th martial stage. At present, among the 10 martial stages that maintained a winning streak, other than the new star, it was Lin Ling. This vermilion bird Lin Ling is quite powerful. I can't see through him. The crowd also noticed this and started to discuss. Next, Lin Ling began to appear on the 7th martial platform. His opponent's strength was not bad, but after seeing Lin Ling, he avoided Lin Ling. Clearly, he was afraid of Lin Ling's soaring cloud steps. Of course, this was useless. Lin Ling's strong point was not his movement techniques, but his other areas were even more terrifying. If the enemy didn't make a move, then Lin Ling would. Then, he easily won another match. Next match, Vermilion Bird Lin Ling vs Chongshan Zhang Santai. At that moment, the voice of the judge sounded out again, causing the crowd's eyes to widen. Lin Ling was fighting consecutively? One had to know that the battles were randomly selected, and it was rare for consecutive battles to occur. If they were arranged to fight consecutively, it would be extremely disadvantageous for the geniuses. After all, there was no time to recover physical strength and spirit chi. Lin Ling frowned, but he didn't think too much about it and went on stage again. This time, the opponent was a bit difficult to deal with. His defense was strong, and he was constantly consuming Lin Ling's physical strength and spirit chi. The genius youth seemed to be doing it on purpose. Of course, he still lost to Lin Ling in the end. Next match, Lin Ling vs Ice Fan Lu Yun. It was Lin Ling's turn again. This time, the crowd finally realized that something was wrong. I decided who would go on stage according to the jade plates drawn. In fact, I am also very puzzled. The judge frowned. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing, and it made him extremely puzzled. His luck is just bad. This kind of situation rarely happens, but it doesn't mean it won't happen. On a mountain peak far away from Dragon Coiling Lake, Old Great Sun's laughter spread out. Although he said this, many people were still aware that something was wrong. Was this Old Great Sun's trick? However, since Old Great Sun had spoken, what could others say without any evidence? As for the other martial artists from the 6 great martial halls, they didn't say anything. They came to watch this tournament to see the strength of these geniuses, and to see the future of the 7 profound martial house. They didn't care who was the one that suffered a loss. Not to mention that this was the matter of the 12th Elder Xian, they wouldn't meddle. Despicable, this must be Old Great Sun's trick. Sakra's face was extremely cold. After all, Lin Ling had been fighting continuously. When he met Feng Tianting in the later stages, his physical strength and spirit chi would be difficult to support. In order to win, Old Great Sun had used all sorts of insidious methods. But Sword Elder frowned as he looked at Old Great Sunday. He wasn't a fool, he was naturally aware that this was Old Great Sun's trick. But this trick was done very well, so that he couldn't find any evidence. Since everyone had noticed it, Lin Ling naturally noticed it as well. Do you think I'm a fool? Lin Ling's pupils were icy cold. He looked at Old Great Sun on the distant mountain peak. He saw that Old Great Sun's old face was smiling at him. Lin Ling nodded. He crossed the Dragon Coiling Lake and stepped onto the martial stage once more. Haha, to maintain a winning streak, you're quite fierce. His opponent was a thin youth. He looked at Lin Ling and sneered. You want to break my winning streak? Lin Ling coldly said. No, I just want to fight as hard as I can. It would be best to fight for 3 days and 3 nights. The youth smiled, causing Lin Ling to frown. He had a guess in his heart. This youth had obviously received instructions from Old Great Sun, and had come to waste his strength. Very good. Lin Ling was disinclined to say anything more. He shot towards the youth, and a tyrannical power of fire bloomed. This move caused the youth's pupils to shrink. Lin Ling's strength was even greater than before. I admit defeat. The youth constantly retreated. Too late. Lin Ling's fist did not stop. Flames spewed out, and he killed the youth with one punch. Boom! The youth directly turned into powder. He wanted to waste Lin Ling's strength, but he had underestimated Lin Ling's strength. Therefore, it was too late to admit defeat. So powerful. Many people's eyes narrowed. In the previous battle, they thought that Lin Ling's strength was only so. Therefore, the geniuses who participated in the competition were only slightly weaker than Lin Ling. It was enough to wear down Lin Ling's strength. But who knew that Lin Ling had hidden his strength? Flames bloomed and mercilessly killed the youth. He has already admitted defeat, but you still killed him. Are you breaking the rules? In the silence, Old Great Sun's sharp voice rang out. It carried a trace of malice. Lin Ling stood on the martial stage. He was too lazy to leave. He sneered, when a martial artist fights, they are completely focused. Who would notice the voices of others? If there is anyone to blame, he can only blame himself for admitting defeat too late. Old Great Sun, this is what you said earlier. You. Old Great Sun's face turned ugly. She wanted to make things difficult for Lin Ling, but she did not expect that Lin Ling would return the favor. Next match. The judge was not one of Old Great Sun's people. Therefore, he quickly decided that Lin Ling had won. Then, he announced the next opponent. Senior Judge, there is no need to shout. I will continue to stay here until the end of the 16th round. However, before he finished speaking, Lin Ling's indifferent voice rang out, causing the crowd to gasp. This young man was so arrogant, he seemed to know about Elder Great Sun's scheme. He didn't even leave the stage and directly continued to fight. Chapter 598. War Demon. In an instant, countless gazes from the 10 martial stages of the Dragon Lake fell on the 7th martial stage. Even the 10 rising stars sneered. This Lin Ling was very arrogant. At least they did not have the courage to dominate the martial stage and threaten to sweep the rest of the opponents. Sure, but you have to remember that if you continue to fight, your physical strength and spirit chi will be exhausted. The referee said with a smile. He was somewhat supportive of Lin Ling. After all, a tag team battle was too unfair to Lin Ling, so he also agreed to Lin Ling's request. Thank you. Yes. Lin Ling nodded. His gaze swept across the crowd, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Currently, I have 11 consecutive victories. There are still 5 matches left. Geniuses who come on stage, please remember, those who are weaker than me will die. For this battle, Lin Ling came with a fair mentality. However, if the opponent wanted to play tricks, then Lin Ling would accompany him. If you want to exhaust my body and spirit chi, then let's see how many people you have. Chi. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air again. Very crazy, very domineering. Lin Ling was also declaring war on the Great Sun Elder. You want people to make things difficult for me? Fine, I'll kill them one by one. Vermilion Bird Lin Ling against 5 Moon Saber Li Tianyi. Yes. The referee's voice sounded, but the lakeside was silent. No one dared to go up. The nominal disciple called Li Tianyi was Su Fan's disciple. He originally wanted to go up and exhaust Lin Ling's physical strength, but he hesitated because if he dared to go up, Lin Ling would definitely dare to kill him. Go Li Tianyi! Yes. In the distance, Su Fan's angry voice sounded. His disciple was too embarrassing. Haha, Su Fan, your disciple is as useless as you. Yes. A disdainful laugh floated out of Lin Ling's mouth, causing Su Fan's face to turn ugly. Lin Ling called him trash in front of countless martial artists in the rainforest's sacred land. Let me test your strength. Yes. However, there was still a disciple who came up. At the same time, he looked at the referee. After getting the referee's nod, he proudly appeared on the martial stage. 10 wins in a row. You are very proud. You are so proud that you can't see yourself clearly. However, Master Su Fan is my benefactor and has given me careful guidance. How can I let you humiliate him? Let me see how strong a genius like you is. Let me remind you, if you only have the strength from before, you will definitely lose. No, you will definitely die. After the nominal disciple stepped onto the martial platform, he immediately said coldly, whoosh. Lin Ling didn't say much. He used the cloud soaring steps, and a fire fist appeared. Raging flames blasted out. You're courting death. That nominal disciple shouted coldly and displayed a powerful martial art. It was thunder and lightning. He thought that Lin Ling's movement technique was strong, so he was confident that he could help Su Fan learn. But what he didn't know was that Lin Ling's king body far surpassed his. Boom! The fire fist blasted out. It was a very simple punch, but the nominal disciple along with his martial art was turned into ashes. Black smoke floated on the martial platform. Those were the ashes after being burned by the fire. Flattery is fine, but stepping on me to flatter, I won't allow it. At the same time, an indifferent voice floated out from the martial stage, causing the Dragon Lake to become even more silent. No one would have thought that the stage of the 10 rising stars would become the stage of the vermilion bird Lin Ling. What a low-key little guy. If it wasn't for Great Sun Old Man's unsightly actions, he might have continued to be low-key. Some powerful martial artists secretly nodded. They just realized that Lin Ling, this dark horse, was terrifyingly dark. Next round, King Spear Wong zipping. The referee's voice floated out again. I admit defeat. Next round, Heaven Hook Hand Su Ning. I admit defeat. The next few nominal disciples admitted defeat one after another, making Great Sun Old Man's face turn black. In order to win today, she had thought of all the ways and made a few foolproof plans, but who would have thought that all of them would fail? This Lin Ling was more difficult to deal with than she had imagined. Now, it was up to martial demon Feng Tianting. Vermilion Bird Lin Ling, 13 wins in a row, not bad. He is the strongest among the Starguard disciples. The referee said again, and then announced the last person. Vermilion Bird Lin Ling vs Martial Demon Feng Tianting. The Dragon Pan Lake was completely silent. The strongest battle of the 7th martial platform had finally arrived. Who would win and who would lose? Haha, if I go on stage, I will either die or live. A tyrannical voice floated out with evil charm. Even the lake water was shaking, making the crowd's pupils constrict. As expected of Martial Demon, he wanted to kill people as soon as he went on stage. Hee, I also plan to do so. On the martial platform, Lin Ling looked indifferently at Martial Demon Feng Tianting who was walking on the lake and said with a cold smile. Martial Demon Feng Tianting used his demonic power to intimidate others, making others not dare to fight, using his madness to make others fearful, but Lin Ling was not afraid of him. Let's see who is more demonic. Domineering, Martial Demon's madness, everyone knows, but Lin Ling is also domineering. This battle will be very intense. Everyone's blood started to boil. On the mountain peak far away, Great Sun Child calmly drank a mouthful of tea and looked at Sword Elder from the corner of his eyes. Very nervous, right? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for boasting and throwing away the identity of Elder Xian. She seemed to think that she had already won. Of course, her confidence was not without reason. Lin Ling seems to have a 4th-grade king body, his foundation and talent are not bad. This has already been shown in Star Ocean Pagoda, but his realm is too low, only at the middle stage of King Spirit Realm, while Feng Tianting is at the peak of King Spirit Realm. He also has a 4th-grade king body. Any martial arts can display 30% of martial intent. In such a comparison, can Lin Ling win? The people around nodded. No matter how they looked at it, Lin Ling seemed to be losing. After all, his realm was too low. This was a fact that could not be changed. This time, Sword Elder was silent. He also saw the gap, unless Lin Ling was still hiding a trump card. But this possibility was not big after all. Lin Ling's cultivation time was too short. At this moment, he could only wait. Then, he regretted. The grudge between him and Great Sun Old Man seemed to have implicated that young man. Bang! At this moment, Feng Tianting leapt up from the lake, and then heavily pounded the martial stage, causing it to sway. He stood there like a giant, blue veins popping out all over his body. Someone wants you dead, so you will die. Very domineering, no superfluous nonsense, only one word, death. When I went to Star Ocean Pagoda, others called me a madman, and you are also a madman. Let's see who is crazier. Lin Ling's face was indifferent. He slowly took the sword from his back, and a sharp sword intent quietly appeared. This was the first time he had used a sword in this tournament. He is also a swordsman? The crowd stared with wide eyes. Besides the Starguard disciples, most people didn't know that Lin Ling was a swordsman. After all, Lin Ling had only come to the 7 profound martial house to wander through the sea of stars. As for drunken sword Xiaowing in the distance, he faintly smiled. This year's geniuses rarely use swords, especially those that use powerful swords. I hope he can give me a pleasant surprise. You don't need to die if you use a sword. My realm is higher than yours, and I also have a 4th-grade talent, the king body spiritual body. Any martial arts in my hands can become a 30% true martial intent. Now die. Feng Tianting's red hair fluttered in the wind. He was still as unruly as before. He took a large step forward, and his fist smashed towards Lin Ling. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Chapter 599. Sword moves mountains and rivers. What a mysterious king body. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Feng Tianting's king body was the same as his vermilion bird's flames. Once it exploded, any attack would be infused with martial intent. Compared to the vermilion bird's flames, Feng Tianting's spiritual body was even more terrifying. After all, any martial arts could be converted into martial intent. But the vermilion bird's flames could only be fire Dao. Clang! Lin Ling raised his sword and blocked Feng Tianting's punch, but that punch also bent Lin Ling's sword and made a buzzing sound. Feng Tianting's attack power was terrifying. Domineering for 1,000 years. Boom! Feng Tianting took another step forward, and his martial intent erupted again. One fist could dominate 1,000 years. Dripping sword. Boom! Lin Ling's expression was indifferent. His sword was like rain, forming a fan-shaped sword beam in front of him, blocking the fist. At the same time, he used the soaring cloud steps, constantly dodging Feng Tianting's attacks. Under the countless fists, small holes appeared in the square. Just the explosion of martial intent was able to affect the hard martial stage. Feng Tianting's martial intent seems to be somewhat different. In the distance, the elders of the 6 martial arts halls said indifferently. Although Feng Tianting's 30% martial intent was higher than an ordinary 4th-grade king-ranked martial art, there was still something mysterious about it. Senior Yi Xiao, when you were wandering in the upper 3 regions, did you see this king body? I feel that it is very familiar. It seems to be the martial Dao of the Fighting Evil faction. That's right, it is from the Fighting Evil faction. Also, I saw that the demon god Scarlet Flame's martial arts were also very mysterious. It seems to be from that faction. The elders discussed. The upper 3 regions had a long history. For example, the Great Tang Empire was one of them. It looked like a country, but in fact, many people knew that this country was related to the 4 ancient desolate races. The Fighting Evil faction was also an ancient faction. The members of this faction kept a low profile and hid in one of the places in the 18 upper regions. The martial arts they cultivated were either ghosts or demons. It was a rather mysterious faction. Of course, they kept a low profile only because they were few in number, so not many people knew about them. However, their madness was extremely terrifying. In the past, there was a country in the upper 3 regions that had provoked this bloodline, and in the end, the entire country had been annihilated. Even the region lord couldn't stop this bloodline's massacre. People of this lineage would go crazy if they could communicate with ghosts and devils. Lin Ling is going to lose. Then, a few elders said indifferently. Wherever they looked, the battle on the martial stage was getting more and more intense. Invincible 5 emotions. The more martial demon Feng Tianting fought, the crazier he became. With a swipe of his claw, 5 sharp claw marks slashed at the martial stage, leaving 5 deep grooves on the martial stage. Sword of Understanding. Lin Ling slashed out with his sword, releasing 30% of his sword intent. Although the sword light didn't seem thick, it blocked Feng Tianting's attack. This Lin Ling is too strong. He fought several people in a row, but he still hasn't lost. Moreover, he actually has the sword intent. The crowd was completely shocked. Lin Ling's strength had once again exceeded their expectations. This dark horse was really dark and dazzling. However, compared to the martial demon, he was still a bit weaker. This caused him to be suppressed by the martial demon. Your sword is too young, just like you. Feng Tianting's entire body was covered in strange cloud patterns. As he punched out, Lin Ling's sword couldn't hit him. And even if it did, it didn't cause much damage. It's a king body. The power of vibration. Lin Ling kept retreating, frowning slightly. Haha, your eyesight is not bad. That's right, my king body is very noble. It can allow any king step martial arts to cultivate to 30% of their martial intent. Moreover, with the power of vibration, it is comparable to a half-step 40% martial intent. Lin Ling, you are dead. Arrogant laughter came out from Feng Tianting's mouth, causing Lin Ling's pupils to constrict. Feng Tianting's origin was not simple. The upper three regions were indeed crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Wang Wang. Soon after, Lin Ling noticed a detail. The martial stage seemed to be constantly vibrating, but it was very subtle. Moreover, the vast dragon lake was also vibrating, with ripples blooming. It was Feng Tianting's vibration power. Demonic drum thunder seal. An even more terrifying secret art burst out. Feng Tianting was half squatting in a horse stance. His palms stretched out, facing Lin Ling from afar. His red hair fluttered in the wind, and demonic qi surged. However, ripples spread out from his palm, constantly expanding. That was the air being vibrated. Pa pa pa. At the same time, with the seventh martial stage as the center, the vast dragon lake gave up the massive ripples. The lake water was turbulent, and even some of the youths on the lakeside held swords and sabers in their hands. Even the sabers and swords were shaken. Half a step to 40% true meaning of vibration. The crowd's pupils constricted. What a terrifying strength. It had to be known that the true meaning of martial arts was extremely difficult to comprehend. Although the seven profound martial house had many geniuses, there were very few that could comprehend the true meaning of martial arts, and most of them were only at 20%. But a half step to 40% true meaning of martial arts was extremely rare. Lin Ling will be shattered by my junior apprentice brother. In the distance, Ghost God Scarlet Flame smiled, full of confidence. No one was optimistic that Lin Ling would be able to withstand this move. Before, Lin Ling had not been defeated because his movement martial arts were sharp, but his sword simply could not break through the true meaning of vibration. Lin Ling is holding his sword with both hands. Has he given up? Maybe he'll resist before he dies. Unfortunately, it's useless. Although his sword is sharp, it's still too young. The crowd did not want to miss any opportunity. They were all looking forward to it. Die! Rumble, rumble, rumble. Feng Tianting made his move. His palm erupted with a terrifying strength. Although it seemed slow, it instantly appeared in front of Lin Ling, as if he wanted to crush Lin Ling with his palm. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling still held his sword with both hands. Many people even saw that beneath his long hair, his eyes were closed, courting death. Second brother. Sakura could not help but shout. His pupils red. Was he really going to be defeated? Only one person could see that Lin Ling was strangely holding his sword with both hands. This person was far away on the other side of the seven profound martial house. At this moment, his eyes were closed, and his eyebrows were tightly wrinkled. His sword's true meaning has risen. Feng Tianting is too slow. At the same time, Lin Ling's eyes suddenly opened. Sword moves mountains and rivers. The great sword that had always been sharp and sharp had changed at this moment. Its momentum was magnificent, as if it wanted to sever the world. A sword that was too sharp, revealing its edge, could be fatal in a single strike. This was a fast sword, but it was ineffective against Feng Tianting. Feng Tianting's power of vibration could shake off the sharp sword. Therefore, if he wanted to defeat him, he could only use violence to curb violence, and use strength to break strength. Therefore, he had to use the slow sword art. A terrifying sword's true meaning erupted. It was as heavy as a mountain, and as it fell to the ground, the entire martial stage split open. Feng Tianting's palm also split open in an instant. Countless swords' true meaning seemed to fall from the sky, piercing through his right arm. His body. It was as if he had stepped into the forbidden zone of the sword. Sword moves mountains and rivers was a relatively slow sword move, but it was a large area attack. The sword stabbed into the ground. Above the ground, there would be countless swords' true meaning that was half a step into 40%. Those who entered the domain died. Chapter 600. You can die. Puff. Feng Tianting's body flew backwards. Numerous bloody holes pierced through his body. But all around Dragon Lake, there was a deathly silence. Lin Ling actually had a half-step 40% sword true meaning? And it was even stronger than Feng Tianting's true meaning of martial arts? Pang! Old Great Sunchild was still drinking tea, but before the tea could reach her mouth, the teacup shattered, and even the water turned to ashes. Her frowning face twisted. She had arranged for 2 new stars to fight against Lin Ling, but in the end she had not been able to stop Lin Ling. In the end, she was still going to lose. She had never underestimated Lin Ling, nor had she ever overestimated Lin Ling. She had only acted according to the rules. A genius that had only been in the 7 Profound Martial House for 3 months, she was confident that she had given him enough obstacles. However, Lin Ling had still created a miracle. What secret was this Lin Ling hiding? Pah! On the martial stage, Lin Ling gripped his sword with one hand and walked step by step towards Feng Tianting. Feng Tianting's face was pale, his pupils constricted. He had not thought that he would be defeated. You think you have the qualifications to be called a demon? A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing Feng Tianting's face to become even more ferocious. He said in a low voice, "What do you want to do?" Even though he was severely wounded, he was still like a demon, still as strong as ever. You said that if you stepped onto the martial stage, you would either die or live. You never thought that the one to die would be you. Lin Ling's voice was filled with endless murderous intent. You want to kill me? Feng Tianting clenched his teeth. He never thought that he would die, and he never thought that someone would dare to kill him. He was a demon, and if he did not go crazy then he would not live. But this boy was even crazier than him. You dare! At this moment, a cold voice reached Lin Ling's ears. He saw that at the edge of Dragon Lake, ghost god Qi Yan was coldly looking at Lin Ling. Their fighting evil faction had always gone crazy, and now someone dared to move against their own junior apprentice brother in front of them? Courting death. I'm very sorry, Great Sun Child once said that when fighting on the martial platform, one has to ignore the sounds in the surroundings. So, what are you talking about? I didn't hear you. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile that was even more devilish than Feng Tianting's, and he slowly raised his sword. You! Scarlet Flame's pupils constricted. Lin Ling clearly heard what he said, but he said that he didn't. He was disdainful of him, and even mocking him. I admit defeat. Feng Tianting looked at the young man in front of him. He had no doubt that the young man would cut down the sword, so he anxiously shouted. You used your insanity to intimidate others, making them not dare to fight. Now that you admit defeat, it seems like your previous title of insanity is just for show. Don't you think it's ironic? Lin Ling's smile became even colder. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Feng Tianting's complexion was ugly, but he was still anxiously shouting. The crowd's pupils constricted. The unruly and tyrannical martial demon was actually constantly shouting that he had lost and begging for mercy. This was completely different from the impression they had of martial demons. How ironic! He has already admitted defeat, and you still dare to kill him? You have violated the rules. At this moment, in the skies above, an old voice sounded out. It was angry from shame, and even sinister. Then, it turned into a billowing dark cloud that rushed towards Lin Ling. It was Great Sun Child. Great Sun Child was seething with anger. Whether or not Feng Tianting died, she had already lost. Thus, she resented Lin Ling. Lin Ling was nothing but an ant. She wanted to kill Lin Ling to vent her anger. Unfortunately, she was fast, but another figure wasn't slow either. A sword cut through the horizon, as if tearing apart space itself, and appeared in front of Great Sun Child. Pah! A crisp slap sounded out, shaking the entire Dragon Lake. Great Sun Child has been slapped in the face. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. They stared at the figure in the sky. It was Old Sword. You dare to hit me? Great Sun Child rubbed her face, her complexion becoming even more ferocious. She was one of the 7 Profound Martial House's 12 elders, and had an illustrious reputation in the Rainforest Holy Land. She was highly respected, but today she had been slapped in the face in front of countless people. There are still 2 more slaps. Old Sword stepped into the void, his clothes flapping in the wind. He coldly looked at Great Sun Child. He already had a grudge with this person, so as long as he had a handle on her, he would not show any mercy. It seems that the 2 elders made a bet. If Old Sword lost, he would give up his status as Elder Xian. If Great Sun Child lost, she would be slapped 3 times. After the crowd was surprised, they began to talk amongst themselves. Great Sun Child's complexion was gloomy and uncertain. She had wanted to take this chance to kill Lin Ling, but she had obviously failed. Now that she had jumped out of everyone's sight, it was impossible for her to back down. There are still 2 more slaps. At this moment, on the 7th martial stage, a cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing everyone's hearts to fiercely tremble. Lin Ling was too arrogant. He had used his status as a disciple to force Great Sun Child to be slapped in the face. Haha, there are still 2 more slaps. Old Sword turned around and looked at Lin Ling. He laughed and then said coldly. Great Sun Child could not put down her face and was not willing to be slapped in the face. But now, he and Lin Ling were forcing Great Sun Child to move her face over in front of countless people. You are ruthless. Great Sun Child's expression kept changing. In the end, she coldly stared at Lin Ling. She then moved her body and floated towards Old Sword. Her old face moved over. She had no right to reject anymore. You are asking for humiliation. Sword Elder laughs coldly and uses both hands to draw the bow. Pa pa pa, crisp clapping sounds out, causing blood to flow out from Great Sun Elder's mouth while her eyes are filled with hatred. Feels good, right? Old Sword said again, causing Great Sun Child's body to tremble. She coldly snorted and no longer spoke. She returned to the mountain peak. Today she had lost all her face. Around the Dragon Pan Lake, many people wanted to laugh but did not dare to. They could only endure silently. After all, to them, to be able to see the 12th Elder Xian being slapped in the face was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Today was the day of the Moon Guard Disciple Assessment. Everyone was here to see the geniuses. But who would have thought that the scene would turn into Elder Xian being slapped in the face? This scene, the interlude, is not bad. At this moment, on the 7th martial stage, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded, causing Great Sun Child's heart to tremble again. It was as if a knife was cutting through her heart. Lin Ling was mocking her for being slapped in the face previously. If not for the countless people here, she would have slapped that junior to death. Lin Ling must die, she must kill him. Lin Ling naturally sensed the resentful gazes on the mountain peak, but he was fearless. He did not know what grudges there were between Great Sun Child and Old Sword, but when Su Fan made things difficult for him, it was Old Sword who supported him. Great Sun Child wanted to use Lin Ling to make things difficult for Old Sword, using Lin Ling as a chess piece. Since he dared to play with others, he had to be prepared to be played by others. Lin Ling, he had to control his own life. He would not let others play with him. You can die now. Lin Ling looked at Feng Tianting, his eyes cold. At this moment, a murderous voice sounded in Lin Ling's ears again. How dare you? Just as the words were spoken, Lin Ling's sword slashed down. The heavily injured Feng Tianting obviously could not block his sword. A sword wound appeared on his neck, blood flowing out. He stared at Lin Ling with his eyes wide open, as if he still could not believe that he would die here. He had lost to a newcomer. Chapter 601. Promoted to Moon Guard Disciple. Another one of the 10 rising stars has fallen. Looking at this scene, the crowd's hearts trembled violently. 2 of the 7 rising stars had fallen, and the only one who had made it to the end was a Star Guard disciple. All of this was like a dream. However, no one sympathized with Wu Mo's death, because Wu Mo brought this upon himself. He was crazy, he was a demon, he was stronger than others, so he casually killed his opponents. However, when he met an opponent stronger than him, his end came. At this moment, Lin Ling turned around and looked at the angry demon god Qi Yan in the distance. He suddenly smiled. Sorry, what did you say before? Sorry. This sentence, this smile, was full of sarcasm. Everyone knew that Lin Ling had heard Qi Yan's words, but Lin Ling turned a blind eye to it. After killing Feng Tianting, he turned around and asked, What did you say before? To Scarlet Flame, this kind of attitude was absolutely infuriating. Many people's hearts jumped again, especially the Star Guard disciples. They never thought that the youth who had cultivated in Star Sea Pagoda would have reached such heights. Lin Ling, fearless, frivolous and carefree. 7th martial stage, Vermilion Bird Lin Ling, complete victory, promoted to Moon Guard disciple, can participate in the main stage competition. Praise. At this moment, the judge's voice was heard, and then he looked at the blue and white robed youth leaving the stage step by step, nodding his head. This youth was very calm. If not for Great Sun Child forcing him too hard, this youth would still be low-key. Although he had such strength, he was not arrogant, and in the future, his achievements would be even more extraordinary. Lin Ling has become the new 10 rising stars. Sigh. Many people sighed in their hearts. Unknowingly, this youth had reached the top of the pyramid. One must know that even among the Moon Guard disciples, the 10 rising stars were considered to be above average, stronger than many others, and these rising stars had cultivated for a long time, but Lin Ling had only cultivated for 3 months. Student Su Fan, don't forget your promise. Sigh. Arriving at the lakeside, Lin Ling looked at the distant mountain peak. Su Fan's pupils were blank, as if he hadn't realized that Lin Ling had won. But as he heard Lin Ling's words, his complexion instantly became ugly. He had to relinquish his status as one of the 36 apprentices, and be demoted to an elder of the 7 profound martial house. It had to be known that the position of an apprentice was only below Old Xian, and was above tens of thousands of people. But if he gave up this status, it was the same as giving up a massive amount of cultivation resources, and even receiving a great deal of ridicule. Lin Lin. He never would have thought that a commoner disciple would be able to walk to this day without the guidance of a master. Breaking promise? Yusu. At this moment, the ice-cold voice of the Sword Elder resounded out. He had always kept a low profile and endured patiently, but as long as he won, he would have enough authority to speak. If Su Fan dared to break his promise, he would kill him with a single strike of his sword. Su 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 Su. Su 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 Lin Su 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 Su. Su 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 his. Lin Ling, you're amazing. How can you be so strong? After Lin Ling walked back, Ouyang Feiyong and the others excitedly said. They had not thought that Lin Ling would surpass them by so much. They had always thought that Lin Ling's foundation was only better than theirs. One of the 10 rising stars was an existence that they looked up to. I was just lucky. Lin Ling faintly smiled. Second brother, good job. In the distance, Sakura quickly ran over and thumped Lin Ling's chest. Before, he had truly been worried for Lin Ling. Moreover, he had not thought that in a short 3 months, Lin Ling would cultivate the Overlord Sword secret art to the slow sword boundary. This terrifying speed made him feel inferior. Everyone surrounded Lin Ling, laughing and chatting. They were happy for Lin Ling. In the distance, Ghost God Scarlet Flame was still standing. His junior apprentice brother had died in front of him, but that youth had not panicked at all, and had directly ignored him. This caused him to coldly say, Lin Ling, I want you dead. The other 10 rising stars looked at Lin Ling and shook their heads. In this battle, Lin Ling's name had shaken the 7 profound martial house. But at the same time, he had provoked a terrifying enemy. That was the 2nd-ranked ghost god Scarlet Flame. Lin Ling's life would not be long. The matches on the 10 martial stages finally ended. A total of 10 people had become Moon Guard level disciples. Besides the 10 rising stars of the previous generation, there were 2 newcomers. One of them was Ouyang Feiyong. His martial stage did not have a rising star. Although he had lost a match, his points were the highest, so he had smoothly advanced. The other person was Lin Ling. Compared to Ouyang Feiyong, Lin Ling was a true dark horse. This was because his strength was obvious to all. At noon, at Myriad Sword Peak, 10,000 swords stood like a forest. Everyone had gathered here. Even Long Xiaochen and the others had come. Each and every one of them was congratulating Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you have finally become a Moon Guard level disciple, and you have broken another record. You are the first genius in the history of the 7 profound martial house to become a Moon Guard level disciple in 3 months. The Sword Elder stroked his beard and smiled as he looked at Lin Ling. In fact, he was optimistic about Lin Ling because Lin Ling had obtained Di Wuji's approval. But he did not think that this youth Lin Ling was not simple at all. His speed of growth had greatly exceeded his expectations. Ha ha. Lin Ling gently smiled. He was not proud of himself. After all, he knew that there were many people who were stronger than him. These 3 days are the main stage matches. The winners will be rewarded, and the rewards are very generous. Unfortunately, only the top 3 will receive them. Sakura took out some wine and filled everyone's cups. Then he said with some regret. Yes, it is said that there are 7th-grade King Step martial arts, medium-grade spirit crystals, and any kind of spirit grass, medicinal herbs, and pills. These are the rewards for the first place. Ouyang Feiyong drank some wine and said with some yearning. Lin Ling, if you had participated a year later, then you would have been able to obtain first place, and the rewards would have been generous. Long Xiaochen looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Lin Ling's current height had already surpassed everyone's expectations, but he was still far from first place. No matter, becoming a Moon Guard level disciple is good enough. You don't need to think about anything else. Sakura was afraid that Lin Ling would not be reconciled, so he comforted him. Lin Ling drank some wine and shook his head helplessly. Everyone seemed to think that defeating the martial demon was his limit, but he did not explain. After all, it was better to explain 3 days later and let everyone know. It was night, and the sky was filled with stars. Lin Ling lay on the grass and looked at the stars in the sky. He could not help but smile. Unknowingly, he had also become a Moon Guard level disciple, and he was getting closer and closer to his goal of challenging the Mansion Master. After I challenge the Mansion Master, will I be able to find my mother? At that time, I will be able to be with Yu and the others. I wonder how they are now. Lin Ling murmured to himself. He had some nostalgia, but then he shook his head. Currently, he was not weak among the Moon Guard level disciples, but there was still the 7 profound prodigy list above him. That was his next goal. Moreover, he had already offended Great Sun Elder, Su Fan, and Ghost God Qi Yen, so he had to increase his strength as soon as possible. Lin Ling, are you there? Chapter 602. Invited, what's the matter? Lin Ling asked, puzzled. Someone sent me an invitation, saying that this year's Moon Guard level disciples will be gathering. Also, the 10 rising stars will be there. Do you think I should go? Ouyang Feiyong frowned. The invitation said that it was only for the same batch of Moon Guard level disciples, and it was extremely polite. Of course, Lin Ling was invited as well. 10 rising stars? What do you think? Lin Ling frowned and then asked. Ouyang Feiyong shook his head. I don't think it's a good thing. After all, we don't have any friendship, so how could they contact us? I'm afraid they want to humiliate us. After all, we are both newcomers. But if we don't go, then it will be a bit shameful. If we don't even dare to go, then we won't give them any face. Lin Ling nodded, and then suddenly sneered. Since they are inviting us to drink, then there's no reason not to go. Let's see what tricks they have up their sleeves. Is there wine to drink? I'll go too. Just as he finished speaking, 2 figures walked out of the forest. They were Di Shitian and Di Jichuan. Di Shitian had a cold smile on his face, as if he was very interested in this matter. He also wanted to see who exactly was their enemy. Good, then let's go together. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He was fearless. After all, the competition was in 3 days. In such a sensitive period, Great Sun Child absolutely wouldn't dare to move against him. So what harm was there in going? In the 7 profound martial house, after becoming a Moon Guard level disciple, there were many more places that they could go. Not only that, but the 7 profound martial house was very large, much larger than the former Cloud Sea City. There were streets, restaurants, and even markets. After all, a martial artist's cultivation was not pure of heart and desires. Some martial artists had external pleasures to enjoy, and their cultivation would progress even faster. Before long, the 4 of them arrived at the Moon Guard level disciple area. Ouyang Feiyong and Lin Ling were both surprised. This place was really large, with tall buildings that reached the horizon. It was bustling beyond belief. However, Di Shitian and Di Jichuan had already been here before, so they weren't that surprised. Instead, they explained to Lin Ling about the rainforest sacred land. Other than the 7 halls of martial arts, there were many native warriors in the rainforest sacred land. They were descendants of ancient warriors, so they had a strong heritage. Other than that, there were also the mysterious 4 desolate races. They were factions that were older than the 7 halls of martial arts, but they rarely appeared. Apart from that, the 18 upper 3 regions of the 100 territories also had businesses, restaurants, markets, and so on in the rainforest sacred land. The martial demon you killed last time. I investigated his origin. Tisk. He's not simple. He's from the Fighting Evil clan, an ancient clan in the 18 upper regions. Moreover, the people of this clan are very crazy. You have to be careful the next time you meet him. Sakura reminded, which made Lin Ling nod his head. The sacred rainforest was even more vast than he had imagined. The invitation was to the Clear Breeze restaurant. This restaurant was not famous, but it was said that it was the property of some great character of the 7 profound martial house. In the 7 profound martial house, as long as one could become a Moon Guard disciple, they could have their own territory and live with their family. This was also a great honor. As for owning a business, there was no need to even mention it. Did you hear? In this year's Dragon Pan Lake tournament, Two dark horses rose up. The most terrifying one is Lin Ling. He defeated 2 of the 10 rising stars. Yeah, I really don't understand how he cultivates. TCH, he's just a dead man. Don't you know that he offended Great Sun Child and Su Fan? Just because he has some achievements, he thinks he's so arrogant. Such a person will die sooner or later. That's right, he's just trash. In the restaurant, guests came like clouds. They were all talking about the tournament. Some people admired him, but there were also some people who disdained him. And those who disdained him seemed to be Su Fan's former disciple. Even if they weren't, they still had a good relationship with Su Fan. At this time, 4 figures stepped into the restaurant, causing the restaurant to quiet down. He looks like Lin Ling. Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise. He recognized Lin Ling. He is Lin Ling, but he's only at the Middle King's spirit realm. What qualifications does he have to be so arrogant? Lin Ling, come here, let me take a look at you. At one of the tables, 4 figures were drinking wine. One of them smirked and said, "That's right. It's senior apprentice brother Kong Air." As the crowd looked at these 4 people, their eyes flashed. These 4 people had a small reputation amongst the Moon Guard level disciples. In a smelting trial, their names had once shaken the 7 profound martial house. But now, it seemed that they didn't like Lin Ling at all. Come. Take a look at our little junior apprentice brother and have a drink. One of the 4 laughed. He had been a Moon Guard level disciple for a long time, so he didn't place any newcomers in his eyes. You're sick. As soon as he stepped into the restaurant, he attracted so many gazes. This caused Lin Ling to frown. But after hearing this arrogant voice, he immediately smiled with disdain. He simply didn't want to bother with them. Are you rejecting me? The youth called Kong Air stood up. What you said before, if you have the ability, then say it again. The crowd shook their heads. Lin Ling was only a newcomer, but he was very arrogant. His senior apprentice brother had invited him to drink wine, but he had actually refused. He had even disdainfully said that he was sick. Did he know who he was talking to? At this moment, Lin Ling's group of 4 stopped. Sakura coldly looked at the youth. He wanted to walk over, but Lin Ling stopped him. If others looked down on him, then he should solve the problem himself. No matter where he went, there were always martial artists who thought too highly of themselves and liked to bully others. Lin Ling was extremely disdainful of such people. If they provoked him, Lin Ling wouldn't give them any face. He walked towards the 4 people, step by step. Did you apologize? You might be punished with 10 bottles of wine. Many people looked at this scene with interest. The 4 people sneered and slowly drank their wine. They wanted to see what Lin Ling would say to apologize. If you want to satisfy us, then I'm afraid you'll have to treat us to this meal. The youth called Kong Air said as he played with his wine cup. Lin Ling also came to the side of the table and looked down at the 4 people. Then, he picked up the wine cup on the table, shook it, and suddenly poured the wine on Kong Air's head. The restaurant instantly quieted down. Everyone who was eating was stunned. They obviously didn't expect Lin Ling to dare to do such a thing. He poured wine on Kong Air's face. This newcomer Lin Ling had just become a Moon Guard disciple, but he was very arrogant. Interesting. But soon, everyone laughed. They were looking forward to the next scene. Lin Ling was so frivolous. Who knew what kind of torture he would receive? Drip. Kong Air sat quietly, allowing the wine to drip from his face. His eyes narrowed, like the eyes of a poisonous snake. You poured wine on my face? He said softly. His tone was very calm, but the calmer he was, the scarier it was. Obviously, he was angry. The other 3 people also looked cold and sat quietly. Didn't you see it? Lin Feng nodded as if he was talking about something very normal. Chapter 603. Get out. Haha. Lin Ling chuckled and didn't say anything. Instead, he took the wine jug from the table and opened the lid. He raised his hand again and poured the wine on Kong Air's face, causing him to tremble. The other 3 also narrowed their eyes. Lin Ling was crazy. But soon, they realized that Lin Ling's craziness didn't stop there. Lin Ling poured the wine on their heads as if he was showering flowers. The 3 of them were stunned for a moment, and their bodies began to tremble. Lin Ling was crazy. You're courting death. Kong Air's eyes were red. He had been doused with wine twice, so one could imagine the humiliation. His terrifying aura erupted as he punched at Lin Ling. His fist shone with a dazzling light. This was the strength of a late-stage King's Spirit Realm cultivator. Many people shook their heads at this scene. Lin Ling had defeated the samurai demon, and his strength was indeed not bad. However, Kong Air was a disciple of the older generation who was at the level of a moon guard. Other things aside, just the guidance he had received from the apprentice alone was more than Lin Ling's. However, what everyone imagined didn't happen. His fist was blocked by a palm. Flames rose from the palm, causing Kong Air's angry face to gradually distort. His fist was caught, and the most terrifying thing was that a scorching flame was burning his fist. You eat your food, and I walk my path. Just because I'm a newcomer and offended the apprentice, you come to provoke me? I really don't understand where you get the qualifications to do this. Sigh. Lin Ling held Kong Air's fist and said coldly. Everyone in the restaurant went silent. Although Lin Ling had defeated the martial demon was not a Moon Guard disciple. Kong Air, on the other hand, was a true Moon Guard disciple and was quite famous. However, Lin Ling was still able to block his fist. Could it be that Lin Ling still had a trump card hidden during the competition? Scram. Sigh. Ignoring everyone's shock, Lin Ling waved his right hand. Kong Air was instantly flipped over and smashed into the distance, causing the walls of the restaurant to crack. You're courting death. Sigh. The other three stood up one after another, wanting to attack. Lin Ling looked at them with a cold smile. But at this moment, a figure walked down from the second floor, and an indifferent voice sounded out at the same time. Who is so bold, daring to cause trouble in my restaurant? It's Dan Luofeng. Looking at this youth, many people's eyes narrowed. This youth was a genius on the 7 Profound Heavens chosen list. His strength had reached the Emperor Spirit Realm, and he was above the tens of thousands of Moon Guard disciples. He had the authority to open a restaurant in the 7 Profound Martial House, and it was said that Dan Luofan was a highly respected alchemist. Causing trouble in Dan Luofan's restaurant, Lin Ling was in trouble this time. Senior brother fallen mortal. It's him. Kong Air's face was ferocious as he climbed to his feet and pointed at Lin Ling. As for Dan Luofan, who had just walked down, he frowned as he looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was also looking at Dan Luofan. His heart was cold. This youth was very strong. He had a feeling that even if he erupted with his full strength, he still wouldn't be this youth's match. He was truly worthy of being a genius on the 7 Profound Heavens chosen list. Are you Lin Ling? Dan Luofan indifferently said. Then he saw Lin Ling nod, and finally waved his hand. Forget it. Lin Ling was also invited, so let's forget about this matter. These words caused Kong Air's pupils to shrink. He had lost so much face, and senior brother Dan Luofan had actually said to forget it. However, he had no choice but to give Dan Luofan face. He could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. He coldly shouted, "Leave! Leave! Wait! Leave!" However, he had just taken a step when Lin Ling's icy voice sounded out. You want to leave like this? Leave. What do you want? I was only careless before. If I erupted with my full strength, I would have killed you. Kong Air roared. Lin Ling disdainfully smiled. Kong Air hadn't erupted with his full strength? He lightly said, these 4 people have to get out, and they have to get out. Cold. Everyone in the restaurant sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was too arrogant. Kong Air had swallowed his anger, but Lin Ling still wouldn't let them go. Then, everyone looked at Dan Luofan. Why? Dan Luofan frowned. No reason. If you don't tell them to scram, then I will leave. I don't care if I don't participate in this wine party. Lin Ling calmly said. Dan Luofan's pupils shrank, and then his eyes flashed. Finally he said, you 4 get out. Leave. He was the owner of the restaurant, so he naturally knew about this wine party. He was the host, so if Lin Ling didn't participate, then what was the point? Dan Luofan. Kong Air and the others anxiously shouted. If they were to leave, then how could they stay in the 7 Profound Martial House? Leave. Leave. Dan Luofan didn't say anything. He domineeringly shouted again, and finally had Kong Air and the others roll out. Their distressed appearance made the crowd laugh. The 4 of them had been high and mighty at the start, wanting to punish Lin Ling with a drink, and wanting Lin Ling to treat them to a meal. But now, they were rolling out like gourds. This contrast was too great. Of course, they didn't know why Dan Luofan was helping Lin Ling, and they also thought it was strange. Now, can you come upstairs with me? Dan Luofan didn't pay attention to Kong Air and the others. He looked at Lin Ling. Wait, there's another person. That guy in the corner also needs to get out. Leave. Lin Ling shook his head and pointed to a young man drinking in the restaurant. When that young man looked up, his complexion was extremely ugly. Senior apprentice brother Tai Yuezhan, you want to make things difficult for me? You want to see me lose face? You are not qualified. Lin Ling's cold voice sounded again. He was also puzzled. After all, he didn't offend Kong Air and the others, so why would they make things difficult for him? Then he saw a familiar figure and naturally had a guess in his heart. All of this was probably Tai Yuezhan's intention. Moreover, he hadn't taken revenge for Tai Yuezhan's assassination in the past. He just wanted to wait for the competition to end. Now, he would take it as collecting some interest. Lin Ling. The young man in the corner was Tai Yuezhan. At this moment, he was gnashing his teeth. The previous 4 people were called by him. He wanted to see Lin Ling lose face, but in the end, those 4 people lost face first. If you don't get out, I will kill you. Lin Ling coldly shouted, revealing his killing intent. Tai Yuezhan's pupils constricted. Lin Ling had Sakura beside him, so he didn't dare to be too arrogant. In the end, he clenched his teeth and rolled out. Although he was a disciple of the Moon Guard rank, he obviously didn't dare to offend Dan Luofan of the 7 Profound Heavens Pride list. Haha, Toad. Come, roll over my crotch. Sakura couldn't help but laugh. He didn't make a move because he had already left this enemy to Lin Ling. After a few people rolled out of the restaurant, many people on the street looked at the scene in shock. When they saw that it was Tai Yuezhan and the others, they couldn't help but laugh. Even the whole street was laughing. Getting out of the restaurant, there were really such shameful people nowadays. Lin Ling, you're on your own. Tai Yuezhan didn't dare to stay any longer. He left a sentence and left in shame. Next time we meet, you will die, Lin Ling coldly said. He never showed mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Can you go up with me now? Dan Luofan asked again. Lin Ling nodded and led Sakura and the others to the 2nd floor. Chapter 604. The purpose of the wine party on the 2nd floor of the restaurant, it was quiet and elegant. A huge and luxurious cauldron was placed in the middle of the hall, and all kinds of rare spiritual herbs were placed neatly around it. As expected of an alchemist, these spiritual herbs are very rare. Several figures sat in the hall, looking around indifferently. Don't touch these spiritual herbs, otherwise, if you make senior brother Dan Luofan unhappy, I won't be able to protect you. A calm voice sounded, causing everyone to frown slightly, not daring to be too arrogant. These people were the 10 rising stars. This year, they were the only ones who had become moon guards, so they gathered together to drink. Of course, it was impossible to just drink. Lin Ling is coming too? Humph, a mere 3-month newcomer, and he dares to be mentioned in the same breath as me. I can't accept this. The last ranked life blade, Hao Yun, said indifferently. Some of the others smiled slightly, some remained silent, and some showed a disdainful expression. Lin Ling dares to come. I want him dead, Blood King. This party was organized by you. Don't blame me for not giving you face. A cold voice sounded. Ghost god Qi Yan drank a mouthful of wine, and spoke with overflowing killing intent. He didn't even seem to give face to Blood King Duan Tianye. After all, the party was organized by Duan Tianye, but he dared to kill the person invited by Duan Tianye. At the head seat on the left, a young man in a luxurious green robe played with a wine cup, and suddenly laughed. Qi Yan, the competition is in 3 days. If you kill Lin Ling now, how will you explain to Sword Elder? You might even implicate Elder Sun Tong. Qi Yan's eyes narrowed, and he fell silent. Elder Sun Tong wasn't someone he could offend. If Lin Ling dies here, others will definitely suspect that it was Elder Great Sun who did it. When the competition starts, there will definitely be a lot of gossip. How will Elder Great Sun deal with this? Duan Tianye asked again. Everyone nodded. Lin Ling would definitely be killed by Elder Sun Tong, but not during this sensitive period. He killed my junior apprentice brother. Now that I see him, I want to kill him. How can I endure drinking with him? Scarlet Flame was still unwilling. Hee, actually you don't have to die. Have you heard of divine transformation mud? Duan Tianya said with a faint smile, causing everyone to be puzzled. Divine dissolving clay is a rare item in the heavens and the earth. It can be refined into a type of poisonous pill that completely dissolves a person's cultivation. If Lin Ling becomes a cripple without any cultivation, would you feel better killing him or becoming a cripple? Duan Tianya continued. Cripple? That's right. Is this the purpose of your banquet? Ghost Marshal Qi Yan's eyes lit up, faintly having a guess. However, how could such a poison pill be refined? Moreover, how was he going to obtain the one transformation divine clay? Duan Tianya seemed to have guessed Scarlet Flame's thoughts and asked again. Senior brother Dan Luofan is a powerful alchemist. Do you think that poison pill is difficult to refine? Everyone suddenly understood. The purpose of this banquet was to make Lin Ling a cripple, and the owner of the restaurant, Dan Luofan, would personally refine the poison pill to poison Lin Ling. At that time, Lin Ling would become a cripple, and even if he participated in the competition, it would be useless. He would only be tortured and killed. Your purpose. Scarlet Flame's mood improved. He was looking forward to seeing Lin Ling become a cripple, but he still asked doubtfully. I have always believed that one more enemy is better than one more friend. I am very interested in the fighting evil faction, and senior brother Dan Luofan is also very interested. Duan Tianya said as he fiddled with his wine cup. Scarlet Flame nodded. We will become friends. The others more or less understood what was going on. Blood King Duan Tianya seemed to want to make friends with the fighting evil faction. Moreover, compared to Lin Ling, Blood King Duan Tianya favored Scarlet Flame more. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of offending Lin Ling and helped Ghost Marshal Scarlet Flame. Lin Ling and the D clan are very close. The D clan has already declined, and Lin Ling has offended Great Sun Elder and Elder Su Fan. Therefore, Duan Tianya believes that Lin Ling will die, but before he dies, Duan Tianya wants Lin Ling to display his remaining brilliance and help Duan Tianya once, so that the fighting evil faction owes him a favor. This Duan Tianya is very smart. Many people secretly said in their hearts. However, this had nothing to do with them, so they quietly watched the show. At this time, footsteps sounded, and everyone's eyes narrowed. They knew that the main character had arrived. It had to be said that this Lin Ling was very bold. He clearly knew that this was a trap, but he still dared to come. No one dared to underestimate him. Haha, everyone has arrived. It just so happens that this year's 10 rising stars are all here. In the future, everyone will be considered geniuses of the same generation, so it's good to get to know each other. After Dan Luofan walked into the hall, he faintly smiled. Everyone politely nodded in greeting, but their eyes all fell on Lin Ling behind Dan Luofan. Lin Ling, you've only been at the 7 Profound Martial House for 3 months, but you've already been promoted to a Moon Guard disciple. Fierce. Fierce. My name is Duan Tianya. You must have already heard of me. Duan Tianya stood up and smiled. His attitude gave off an amiable and approachable feeling, modest and courteous. I've heard a lot about you. Lin Ling replied courteously. His gaze swept across the crowd. Everyone present was looking at him calmly. There were young men and young women. They were the 10 rising stars. However, there was an indescribable feeling in their eyes. It was as if they were waiting to see a good show. Afterwards, he didn't bother with them, and sat down with Sakura and the other 2. Vermilion Bird Lin Ling haha. Congratulations on becoming a Moon Guard disciple. Your strength is not bad, and your luck is also good. Just as he sat down, there was a disdainful laugh. It seemed to be congratulatory, but the truth was that it was filled with disdain. It was the 10th ranked Slaughterblade, Hao Yun. The other party's tone was strange, and Lin Ling was disinclined to be polite. You're ranked 10th among the 10 rising stars? Your strength isn't very strong, but your luck is also very good. Slaughterblade Hao Yun had said that Lin Ling had relied on luck to become one of the 10 rising stars, but Lin Ling had countered him. Hao Yun was ranked 10th among the 10 rising stars, not because he was strong, but because he was lucky. You're crazy. Hao Yun's pupils shrank. How could he not understand the meaning behind Lin Ling's words? Meanwhile, the others were surging in their hearts. This Lin Ling was very arrogant, as if he didn't fear anyone at all. Although Lin Ling had defeated the martial demon, it didn't mean that everyone was afraid of him, because the martial demon was terrifying because of his madness and the demon god Qi Yan's support. Moreover, Lin Ling had snatched the martial demon's position, so everyone was looking forward to a battle with this young man, because they didn't have to worry about anything. I can't say that I'm crazy. It's just that when people give face, I give face 5. If I meet a shameless dog, then why should I give face? Lin Ling said softly. His indifferent attitude made Hao Yun's expression extremely ugly. Bang! At this moment, the sound of a wine cup smashing on the table was heard, and an indifferent voice was heard at the same time. One more word, and I'll kill you right now. It was the demon god Qi Yan. He was originally a crazy person, and now that he saw his enemy again, how could he remain calm? He couldn't wait to kill Lin Ling right now. Is this wine party so boring? If there's such an idiot again, then I don't want to attend the wine party. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was still fearless, and instead mocked him. You're calling me an idiot? Chapter 605. Wine is poisonous. Are you here to drink or to fight? If you want to fight, just say it. Sakura also stood up and coldly looked at everyone. He was not as easy to talk to as Lin Ling. For a moment, the situation was in a deadlock. Many people were secretly surprised. No wonder Lin Ling dared to come. He brought a few helpers. Okay, if you want to fight, then fight in 3 days. Today is to drink and get to know each other. Don't be so stiff, come drink. Duan Tianya smoothed things over and finally made Ghost Marshal Qi Yan sit back down. He temporarily endured it. Others' eyes flickered, feeling funny in their hearts. Lin Ling's strength was not bad, but there were many people here who were stronger than him. However, Lin Ling was very arrogant, not knowing that his death was near. He actually dared to challenge Qi Yan in the wine party. The scene gradually calmed down. Duan Tianya treated everyone amiably and kept introducing other people. When the atmosphere was not so stiff, he said to Dan Luofan, "Senior Dan, I heard you have a bottle of Azure Sky March wine. Why don't you take it out and let everyone enjoy it?" Yes. The main topic was finally here. Everyone's eyes flickered, waiting for a good show. Hee, it's rare for geniuses to gather here. Let's liven things up a bit with wine. Dan Luofan smiled and nodded. He entered the room and came out with a bottle of emerald wine. He opened the lid at the same time and a fragrance filled the air. Good wine. Yes. Sakura's eyes lit up and praised. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Until now, he still could not see the other party's goal. Was it really just a gathering? Although Duan Tianya gave him a good impression, he always felt that this person was hiding something. This wine is refined with rare herbs and brewed with ice and fire. You all are in luck. Dan Luofan poured a cup for everyone and then smiled, indicating everyone to try it. Lin Ling's eyes swept over everyone and found that many people's eyes were flickering. Although it was hidden, he still sensed it with his sharp soul force. Could it be that there was a problem with this wine? However, each cup was filled with wine. Even if there was a problem, it should be everyone's problem. For a moment, Lin Ling's heart was filled with doubts. Duan Tianya had already picked up his wine cup. The corner of his eyes lightly swept over Lin Ling, and he sneered in his heart. He knew that Lin Ling would definitely have some suspicions. This was human nature. But no matter how suspicious Lin Ling was, he didn't know the drawbacks. There was indeed a problem with the wine, but if it was drunk like this, the actual effect would not be great. However, if it was mixed with a 7-heart begonia, then the effect of the divine dissolving mud could be brought out. As for Lin Ling's cup, it was made from the 7-hearted begonia. Lin Ling had no idea at all. Good wine. Everyone drank a mouthful, and even Sakura drank a mouthful, praising one after another. Lin Ling held the wine glass with a calm expression. Then the eye of time appeared in his eyes. He looked along the hall. Senior Marshal Brother, the fighting evil faction is very powerful. If we can form a good relationship with them, it will only be beneficial to us. At present, the junior Lin Ling killed Qi Yan's junior martial brother. If he avenged Qi Yan, it would be equivalent to gaining the friendship of the fighting evil faction. In any case, Lin Ling will die sooner or later, so why not use him before he dies? All right. Then I will take out the divine dissolving mud to refine a poison pill and let him drink it. This wine is colorless and tasteless. I'm afraid it will be too late by the time he reacts. In the eye of time, the figures of Duan Tianya and Dan Luofan appeared in the hall. Very despicable. Lin Ling had no enmity with Duan Tianya and Dan Luofan, but they wanted to form a relationship with the fighting evil faction. However, they wanted to use him. Moreover, they thought that he would die, so they wanted to use him before he died to satisfy them. Fortunately, Lin Ling was very familiar with the divine dissolving mud, even more so than Dan Luofan. After all, his first dark true fire pill used the divine dissolving mud as the main ingredient. Lin Ling coldly smiled in his mind and took out a medicinal powder from his talisman pouch. Stone congealing powder. This was a strange stone. When it came in contact with water, it would condense and become incomparably hard. The divine dissolving mud could turn a person's cultivation into water, but it was afraid of stone congealing powder. One dissolves and one congeals, just enough to restrain it. In this way, the divine dissolving mud's poison was not only harmless, but also beneficial. Lin Ling, what are you doing? Dan Luofan saw Lin Ling's actions and asked with a smile. Hee, I like to add some strong things before drinking. I like the smell of strong wine. Lin Ling smiled faintly, but Dan Luofan didn't doubt him. After all, he was an alchemist, and the poison pill was refined by him. How could he casually add some things to cure the poison? Lin Ling, don't tell me you don't dare to drink? This doesn't match your status. Duan Tianya said meaningfully as he played with the wine cup. Hee, Lin Ling, how heroic are you? As a newcomer, you became a Moon Guard disciple. Don't tell me you don't have the courage? That's right, you're not giving Duan Tianya any face. After all, we've all drunk. Hee. The others also smiled faintly. They were trying to provoke him. If other people were here, they would be young and frivolous. What was there to be afraid of? Plus, everyone had drunk, so how could they not drink? So they would definitely drink it. Lin Ling naturally knew this. Unfortunately, although he looked fearless on the surface, his heart was calm. This wine is different from ordinary ones. Hee. Lin Ling said softly as he played with the wine cup. Duan Tianya's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Lin Ling had discovered it? But the divine dissolving mud was colorless and odorless. How could Lin Ling have discovered it? Dan Luofan's heart skipped a beat. However, he had full confidence in his alchemy skills. Lin Ling definitely couldn't have discovered it. Hee, if this unique wine was poured on the ground, it would be a waste of God's gift. Lin Ling slowly tilted the wine cup in his hand. It seemed that the wine was about to fall to the ground. Duan Tianya's pupils constricted. If the wine was poured, wouldn't his plan be disrupted? For a moment, he became nervous. In the end, he couldn't help but shout, Lin Ling. Hee. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's indifferent voice sounded, a unique wine is good wine. If I pour it on the ground, I'll be punished by God. How can I waste it? Hee. After saying that, Lin Ling drank the wine in his hand. His heroism made everyone gasp. Lin Ling really drank it. As for Duan Tianya, his complexion was ugly. Although Lin Ling had drunk the wine, his previous words and actions had been to play with him, causing him to be nervous for nothing. He was the number one of the 10 rising stars, and believed that he controlled everything. But today, he had been played by a junior. This feeling could be imagined. But as he was in a bad mood, Lin Ling's light voice floated in. Senior apprentice brother Tianya, your complexion is very ugly. You shouldn't be sad that I drank your wine. These words were like a sharp thorn that deeply pierced into Duan Tianya's angry heart, causing his complexion to instantly turn ashen. But soon he sneered. Lin Ling wouldn't be proud for long. He would regret it and cry. Everyone was waiting for a good show. Lin Ling was very pitiful. His name had just shaken the 7 profound martial house, but the result was that he had become a cripple. If he became a cripple in the 7 profound martial house, then his future days could be imagined. Even Dan Luofan sneered. Lin Ling was only a junior. If his cultivation could be dissolved by the divine dissolving mud, then his death would be worth it. Not good, this wine. Chapter 606. Angry from embarrassment, hee. Duan Tianya and the others laughed. They saw Lin Ling's face turn ugly and he was cultivating on the spot as if he wanted to fight for the last struggle. Unfortunately, was it useful? How could Lin Ling break something as rare as the divine mud dissolving? Lin Ling, what's wrong? What? Sakura and the others looked at Lin Ling nervously. Then, Sakura looked at Duan Tianya and the others coldly. What did you do? The wine is poisoned. Dan Luofan shrugged casually. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Everyone drank the wine together. So why are we fine? These words stunned Sakura for a moment, and then Slaughterblade Hao Yun said gloomily, maybe he ate some treasure to become stronger, and forcefully increased his strength. Now that retribution is here, I'm afraid his cultivation is going to be destroyed. Haha, he just became a Moon Guard disciple and his cultivation was destroyed. Vermilion Bird Lin Ling is so pitiful. Another person, Light Fist Ling Hu Yi, also laughed gloatingly. His cultivation was destroyed? My second brother was fine, but something happened when he came here. It must be you guys. Sakura's voice turned cold. He didn't care about evidence. If he suspected these people, he would make a move. Heaven's sins can be forgiven, but self-inflicted sins can't be saved. He did it himself, so how can he blame us? Duan Tianya picked up the wine cup and drank. He didn't have the amiable look from before. Now that he had achieved his goal, he didn't need to pretend anymore. On the contrary, he was looking forward to seeing Lin Ling's expression and what he would say when he woke up and realized that he was a cripple. You guys are courting death. Sakura's terrifying aura erupted. He was about to make a move. However, at this moment, a terrifying aura also erupted from behind him, causing the hall to shake. Everyone's eyes focused. They didn't know what was going on. Good wine. It actually helped me break through. Behind him, a figure slowly stood up and looked at the crowd with a faint smile. It was Lin Ling, and behind him, 3 Vermilion Bird King elephants appeared. They were incomparably clear, as if they were the Vermilion Bird Kings. After all, he was at the peak of the intermediate stage of the King Spirit Realm not too long ago, and he was only a thread away from breaking through. But this time, Dan Luofan had refined the rare divine transformation clay into a poison pill for him to consume, and this had instead added fuel to the fire and allowed him to smoothly break through. After all, his Vermilion Bird Flame was closely related to the divine disintegration mud. Although the divine disintegration mud was extremely poisonous, it was also a treasure that possessed vast amounts of spiritual energy. Everyone in the hall stared at him. Lin Ling did not become a cripple. Instead, he successfully broke through to the next realm. They were all geniuses of the King Spirit Realm, so they naturally knew how difficult it was to break through to the next realm. It required an endless amount of resources, and a martial artist's martial arts foundation had to reach a certain level before they could luckily step into the next realm. And now, they watched helplessly as Lin Ling stepped into the next realm, getting closer and closer to them. What was going on? Senior brother Dan Luofan, your wine is not bad. After it entered my body, I immediately sensed a vast amount of spiritual energy, which allowed me to smoothly break through. Thank you. Thank you. Ignoring everyone's surprise, Lin Ling said softly. Then, he cupped his hands at Dan Luofan as if he was sincerely thanking Dan Luofan. Unfortunately, this polite gesture was like a slap to Dan Luofan's face. My wine allowed you to break through? Yes. Dan Luofan's mind was blown. He had actually helped Lin Ling in his breakthrough. He had actually helped an enemy rise and made the enemy even more powerful? What was going on? Duan Tianya also felt as if he had eaten a fly, and he looked at Dan Luofan strangely. Lin Ling had become a cripple? Now he was even stronger. Impossible. The divine disintegration mud mixed into the wine should have dissolved your cultivation. Dan Luofan roared angrily. He felt even worse than Duan Tianya because the divine disintegration mud was very rare. If not for the friendship of the Fighting Evil clan, he would not have been willing to take it out. Now, not only had he failed to achieve his goal, he had helped Lin Ling instead. How could he be in a good mood? Lin Ling naturally knew how rare the divine dissolving clay was. Back then, he had spent a lot of effort to find this kind of heavenly treasure. Now that Dan Luofan had exposed him, he couldn't be bothered to pretend anymore. Sins committed by the heavens can be forgiven, but sins committed by oneself cannot be saved. I believe this saying very much. However, do you think you have the qualifications to call yourself an alchemist? In front of a true alchemist, your poisonous heart is actually helpful. Lin Ling sneered. Everyone suddenly understood. Lin Ling seemed to have known about the divine disintegration mud from the start. He had actually beaten Dan Luofan at his own game. Not only did he not cripple him, but his cultivation also increased greatly. This Lin Ling was too terrifying. Moreover, how did Lin Ling know about the divine disintegration mud? After all, the divine disintegration mud was colorless and odorless. Ordinary people would not be able to detect it. Moreover, if Lin Ling could neutralize the divine disintegration mud, wouldn't his alchemy skills be higher than Dan Luofan's? Everyone was shocked. They suddenly understood why Dan Luofan was so angry. If they were in Dan Luofan's shoes, their mood would not be any better. How did you neutralize the divine disintegration mud? Dan Luofan roared again. Just find some random medicinal herbs and neutralize it. Speaking of which, does senior brother Dan Luofan still have any wine? I still want to drink. Lin Ling shrugged, causing Dan Luofan's face to turn red. Duan Tianya's face also turned red. Lin Ling was toying with him. Die! Die! Dan Luofan was enraged. He took a step forward and his Emperor's Spirit Realm aura erupted, wanting to kill Lin Ling. Haha, it's just a cup of wine. Why are you so stingy like a toad? Haha. Di Shirtian laughed loudly. He knew what had happened through the conversation and couldn't help but be overjoyed. His second brother was indeed powerful. He had neutralized the banquet at Hongmen and angered his enemies instead. You're courting death. Haha. Dan Luofan attacked, and so did Di Shirtian. He was about to enter the 7 profound prodigy ranking, so he also wanted to see how powerful a genius was. Bang! In the hall, 2 figures collided. The surging aura caused the entire restaurant to turn into dust. Even the street shook slightly. A genius from the 7 profound prodigy ranking is only a zo. Haha. In the dust, Di Shirtian's disdainful voice sounded, causing everyone's hearts to freeze. They never thought that the person Lin Ling brought would be so strong that he could actually fight against a genius from the 7 profound prodigy ranking. Moreover, if they weren't wrong, Di Shirtian was only at the peak of the king's spirit realm. Haha, this banquet is so boring. I'm just drinking a cup of wine, but I'm actually angry from embarrassment. In this way, I can't drink anymore. Big brother, let's go. Haha. Lin Ling's disdainful voice also sounded out, causing the 10 rising stars' pupils to shrink. Lin Ling was too hateful. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the dust, several figures slowly walked out. At this moment, a large number of people had gathered on the street to watch. As they saw these people, their hearts fiercely trembled. These people had actually destroyed Dan Luofan's restaurant. It had to be known that opening a restaurant in the 7 profound martial house was a supreme honor. But to have one's restaurant destroyed was a great shame. It looks like that's Lin Ling. Some people recognized Lin Ling and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Chapter 607. The competition begins. Lin Ling, don't leave if you have the ability. Duan Tianya and the others also rushed out. Their faces were covered in dust and they were in a sorry state, but all of them were furious. However, when they wanted to chase after them, Dan Luofan's cold voice sounded out. You are not that man's match. Obviously, after clashing with Di Shirtian, he also knew how difficult it was to deal with Di Shirtian. What? Duan Tianya and the others' faces all changed. That kind of sullenness and anger crazily surged in their hearts. Good wine, good wine. At this moment, a bold and unrestrained voice came from afar. It was Lin Ling's voice. It made Duan Tianya and the others tremble in anger, especially Duan Tianya, who was gnashing his teeth. He was confident that with strength, talent, and intelligence, he was a true genius. However, today, Lin Ling played with him in the palm of his hand, which made him happy at first, then disappointed, and finally angry out of humiliation. Compared to Duan Tianya, Dan Luofan was also in a bad mood. He looked at the destroyed restaurant and his heart was bleeding. Because the restaurant had a large amount of precious spirit herbs, but now they were all destroyed. Tianya, no matter what, he must die in 3 days. Dan Luofan's voice was extremely low. The others nodded. Lin Ling gave them a slap today, and it was a resounding slap. Haha, vent my anger. At this moment, Lin Ling and the others were walking on the street laughing, especially Di Shirtian, who was in a good mood. One must know that not long ago, he was worried about Lin Ling. Who knew that Lin Ling did not become a cripple, but instead, his realm had increased. This would definitely make those insidious and cunning people vomit blood. Slaughter Blade Hao Yun almost killed my sister last time. Although my strength is not as good as his, when I saw his angry face before, my mood was also very good. Ouyang Feiyong also felt comfortable all over. That blade, I will avenge you. And the hatred from before, I can't let it go like this. Lin Ling said indifferently, causing them to stop and look at Lin Ling strangely. The saber of slaughter, Hao Yun, was still all right, as he was only ranked 10th, but Duan Tianya, Crimson Flame, and the others were not weaklings. Lin Ling actually wanted to seek revenge on them? I thought you were going to give up on the competition like me. Ouyang Feiyong was a little surprised. He was already satisfied with becoming a disciple of the Moon Guard level. As for the rewards of the competition, he had never even thought about it. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll pay them back tenfold. Lin Ling shook his head and said. Then, without further explanation, he left the street with the others. At Myriad Sword Peak, Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged in cultivation. A smile curved his lips. Originally, he would have needed some time to break through to the Middle King's spirit realm, but the poison pill refined from the divine dissolving mud had shortened this time. Needless to say, he still had to thank Duan Tianya. Unfortunately, such a good divine melting mud was wasted just like that. If it was given to him, he might be able to increase the level of his king physique again. Shaking his head, Lin Ling's eyes turned icy cold. Duan Tianya and he had minded their own business, but this person wanted to use his death to form a relationship with the fighting evil faction. Since he dared to attack him, he would never let him go. Lin Ling was very clear that if he didn't have the Eye of Time, even if he was familiar with the divine melting mud, it would have been too late to detoxify it. After all, to detoxify the divine melting mud, he had to use the stone congealing powder at the beginning. No longer thinking about it, Lin Ling calmed his heart and began to cultivate. After reaching the late king's spirit realm, the power of all his martial arts had greatly increased. Now, if he met the 10 rising stars again, other than demon god Crimson Flame and Duan Tianya, he could easily deal with them. Moreover, after reaching the late king's spirit realm, the memories left by the limitless sword saint became clearer, allowing Lin Ling to understand. At the same time, he was grateful to the limitless sword saint. After all, those mysterious memories saved him a lot of detours. For 3 days, he didn't sleep or rest to stabilize his realm. Even if he didn't fear the 10 rising stars, he still didn't slack off. On the path of martial arts, if you didn't advance, you would fall behind. Apart from talent and comprehension, hard work was also the most important. This had always been Lin Ling's strong point. He wouldn't give it up just because he became a Moon Guard disciple. And today was the day of the main stage's competition. Early in the morning, a large number of people had already gathered at the ancient Dragon Lake. There were even more people than last time because today was the main stage's competition. It was the time to see the strength of the 10 rising stars. Even many Moon Guard disciples and 7 profound Heaven's Chosen List geniuses had come. They also wanted to see which of the 10 junior brothers was stronger. Among the 10 rising stars, it said that Duan Tianya already has the strength to enter the 7 profound Heaven's Chosen List. It's just that his realm hasn't reached the standard. His battle will definitely be very exciting. I look forward to his battle with Demon God Crimson Flame. There are still 2 newcomers. Lin Ling's strength should be quite good. Ouyang Feiyong passed by luck. Lin Ling's strength is indeed quite good. He can be ranked 6th or 7th among the 10 rising stars. The crowd was in a heated discussion. Soon, someone snorted disdainfully. Shameless boasting. Although Lin Ling defeated martial demon Feng Tianting, it doesn't mean that his combat strength is ranked 6th or 7th. After all, the martial demon's terrifying demonic nature is the most terrifying. In a battle between geniuses, anything is possible. I have high hopes for Slaughter Saber Hao Yun. Yes, Slaughter Saber Hao Yun is ranked 10th. But that was in the past. Who knows if his strength has increased this year? Maybe he has always wanted to fight the martial demon. In any case, anything can happen in a battle between geniuses. There were all kinds of opinions. Some supported Lin Ling, some disdained him, but the crowd was filled with anticipation. Not long after, the various grandmasters and the 12 elders Xian also appeared on the mountain peak. They looked down at the giant lake below with flickering eyes. Overestimating his own strength might lead to death. Su Fan, it's not a possibility. It's an absolute possibility. At this moment, two cunning and harsh voices sounded out. Everyone looked up and saw that it was Su Fan and Great Sun Elder. Although they didn't say who they were talking about, many people realized that they were talking about Lin Ling. It seemed that Lin Ling had thoroughly offended Great Sun Elder. Like this, it would be difficult for him to stay in the 7 profound martial house. After all, there were many of the 36 grandmasters who had a good relationship with Great Sun Elder. That slap in the face didn't hurt, but now you're itching for a beating. Of the 12 elders Xian, Elder Jian looked into the distance and lightly said. These words caused Great Sun Elder's complexion to instantly turn ugly. Although 3 days had passed, she still felt a burning pain on her face. Then, Great Sun Elder coldly snorted and no longer spoke. Lin Ling, you're here. At this moment, shouts sounded out from the ancient lakeside, causing Dragon Coiling Lake to quiet down. At the lakeside, Lin Ling and Ouyang Feiyang appeared. The two of them indifferently walked in, causing many people to nod their heads. Especially Lin Ling. This person had hidden himself very deeply and was also very low-key. If Great Sun Elder hadn't gone too far, then Lin Ling would have remained low-key, and no one would have known just how strong he was. In my opinion, Lin Ling might be able to fight with Drunken Sword Lin Ling. Lin Ling is also a swordsman. Chapter 608. Preliminaries. Lin Ling. I'm afraid that I'll have to forfeit the competition. You should also do your best. Ouyang Feiyang didn't pay attention to the surrounding gazes as he slowly said, All right. Lin Ling nodded. Ouyang Feiyang's strength in the Star Ocean Pagoda was not bad, but he was still weaker than the nominal disciples. Therefore, forfeiting was a very good choice. Lin Ling, take my blade. At this moment, a cold voice came from behind, causing Lin Ling to frown. A figure was striding over from afar. The blade in his hand was like a king's blade as it slashed towards Lin Ling. Slaughter Blade Hao Yun. Many people's eyes narrowed. Slaughter Blade Hao Yun was very arrogant. The competition hadn't even started and he was already planning to attack Lin Ling? Could it be that Lin Ling had surpassed him, so he wasn't willing to accept it? A surging blade descended from the sky, tearing apart the space and cutting through the air. However, it stopped above Lin Ling's head. Lin Ling was still standing there calmly without any fear. Hee, I was just trying to scare you. I didn't expect that you would be so scared that you wouldn't dare to move. In the next moment, the saber was retracted. The ease with which Hao Yun controlled his power caused many people to feel apprehensive. The slaughter saber Hao Yun's strength was not bad, but he had tested Lin Ling's courage the moment he arrived. This was a little too arrogant. Lin Ling frowned as he looked at the person walking over from afar. His heart turned cold, but he didn't say anything. Previously, everyone thought that he was too scared to move. Was that really the case? Absolutely not. Lin Ling knew that Slaughter Blade Hao Yun wouldn't dare to attack him. After all, there were so many people here. Unless Slaughter Blade Hao Yun was stupid, he would only attack him during the competition. Too much. Ouyang Feiyang said with dissatisfaction beside Lin Ling. Too much? Don't tell me you didn't go overboard? Senior brother Dan Luofan kindly invited you to drink, but you didn't even know how to be polite and tore down his restaurant. If it wasn't for Dan Luofan giving me face, he would have already done something to you. Right at this moment, another person walked over from afar. He wore an azure green robe and had his hands behind his back. His expression was indifferent, and he gave off an aura of looking down on the world. He was precisely the Blood King, Duan Tianya. Lin Ling offended Duan Tianya? Hearing Duan Tianya's words, many people gasped. Lin Ling had offended the ghost god Scarlet Flame, which was enough to give him a headache. In the end, this Lin Ling was so arrogant that he did not know his limits, and even dared to offend Duan Tianya. Moreover, according to Lin Ling, he seemed to have invited Lin Ling for a drink, but Lin Ling did not give him any face and instead tore down his restaurant. This was too overbearing. Many people began to discuss. Not long ago, they had heard about the restaurant being demolished. Now they were even more certain. Serves you right. Who told you to be a piece of trash? Lin Ling ignored everyone's thoughts and did not bother to explain. Instead, he looked at Duan Tianya and said coldly. This Duan Tianya was really a person who hid a knife behind a smile. He clearly wanted to harm him, but he said it in such a dignified manner. Was he trying to discredit him? Unfortunately, he did not care about how others looked at him. If you meet me in the competition, you will die. Duan Tianya indifferently stared at Lin Ling, his killing intent even more intense. Lin Ling had played with him, but now, not only did he not feel regret or fear, he even fearlessly counterattacked. He was very insolent. If you meet me, you will also die. The ghost god's scarlet flame licked his lips. His smile was bloodthirsty. The other new stars also looked at Lin Ling with evil intentions, causing the distant crowd's eyes to flicker. Lin Ling seemed to have offended many people. On the other side of Dragon Coiling Lake, the former 8 Heavenly Kings and Star Guard level disciples were all deeply shocked. How long had it been? And Lin Ling had already reached the point where he could challenge the first and second rising stars. This was like a dream. He had entered the 7 profound martial house with Lin Ling, and had watched as Lin Ling grew up. He had challenged the Star Sea Pagoda, broken the record, taken the Moon Guard level examination, fought 2 new stars, one on the 7th martial stage, and now even dared to challenge the Blood King Duan Tianya. He wanted to chase after Lin Ling, but Lin Ling was getting further and further away from him. Moreover, he discovered a special characteristic. Lin Ling seemed to never retreat in the face of adversity. He never thought about whether he could win or not, but always firmly moved towards his goal. This characteristic was exactly what Long Xiaochen was missing. The main stage competition is about to begin. There are 10 participants. The top 3 will receive rewards from the 7 profound martial house. The third will receive 1,000,000 medium-grade spirit crystals. The second will receive spirit crystals and a 7th-grade king step martial skill. The first will receive spirit crystals, a martial skill, and a heavenly material. At this moment, an ancient voice sounded in the sky, causing many people to feel envy in their hearts. The road of martial arts was, in fact, burning money. If one wanted to be stronger and not be bullied by others, then they needed endless cultivation resources. The top 3 of the main stage competition would receive 3 different treasures. Without a doubt, they would be able to avoid many detours on the road of martial arts. However, the truth was that many people had already guessed who the top 3 would be. The first was absolutely Duan Tianya. The second was Demon God Qi Yan. The third was Thunder General Zhu Lei-yin and Light Fist Ling Hu Yijian. Although the remaining people were strong, they lacked some background. The competition will draw lots. 5 against 5, the loser will be eliminated, and the winner will enter the semi-finals. 3 against 3, the final match. The referee's voice sounded out again, and then the results of the draw were announced. Blood King Duan Tianya vs Flying Leg Ouyang Feiyang. Demon God Qi Yan vs Demon Legs Bei Dou. Drunken Sword Shao Ying vs Light Fist Ling Hu Yijian. Thunder General Zhu Leiyin's domineering dominance over heaven and earth. Vermilion Bird Lin Ling vs Slaughter Saber Hao Yun. When the results were announced, the entire Dragon Pan Lake was in an uproar. The voices even caused ripples to appear on the lake. Many people were supporting the rising stars they had high hopes for. Following that, the first match followed. It was Blood King Duan Tianya vs Flying Leg Ouyang Feiyang. This was the first versus the last. Haha, interesting. Flying Leg Ouyang Feiyang entered the main stage competition by luck. Now that his luck has run out, there's no suspense in this battle. The crowd let out sounds of interest. There was no need to look at the result of this battle. Flying Leg Ouyang Feiyang would definitely lose. Rumble. In the center of Dragon Pan Lake, an even larger martial stage rose from the lake. Large amounts of water flowed down like dragons, making for a spectacular sight. The martial stage of the main stage competition was bigger, harder, and more dazzling than the previous one. The opponent is too weak. Is this a warm-up match? Blood King Duan Tianya smiled faintly. He took a step forward and floated toward the martial stage. Then he waved at Ouyang Feiyang, who was by the lake, and said, "Come, see how I'll torture you." He was very arrogant, as if Ouyang Feiyang was walking together with Lin Ling, so he wanted to vent his anger on Ouyang Feiyang. By the lake, Ouyang Feiyang's face turned pale. He wasn't a coward, but the difference in strength was too great. There was no hope for him to win. "Come on, trash." Not too far away, the saber of slaughter, Hao Yun, spoke with disdain. The others revealed mocking smiles as well. Although they had no enmity with Lin Ling, they'd wanted to watch Lin Ling make a fool out of them during the incident at the restaurant. In the end, they'd been played by Lin Ling, so they were very displeased with Lin Ling's group. Chapter 609. Lin Ling and Hao Yun, let's go! Ouyang Feiyong clenched his teeth and finally leaped onto the martial stage. He planned to admit defeat, but he couldn't possibly not even dare to go onto the stage. That would make him a laughingstock. Ouyang Feiyong, remember, don't use force. Lin Ling shouted worriedly. He hadn't known Ouyang Feiyong for a long time, but they felt like old friends at first sight. Therefore, he didn't want anything to happen to Ouyang Feiyong. Once you're on the stage, it's not something that can be solved just by admitting defeat. The other rising stars sneered, causing many people in the distance to shake their heads. It seemed like Lin Ling and Ouyang Feiyong had thoroughly offended the 10 rising stars. Now, no matter who they faced next, they wouldn't have a good ending. At this moment, Ouyang Feiyong leaped down from the arena. He was just about to admit defeat when Blood King Duantianya lightly waved his hand. A terrifying blood mist emanated out and enveloped Ouyang Feiyong, causing him to be unable to speak. He seemed to be controlled by a powerful force. If you want to blame someone, blame Lin Ling. Blood King Duantianya's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He strode forward and swung his palm. Pa pa pa. The crisp sound of a slap was heard, and blood flowed out from the corner of Ouyang Feiyong's mouth. His eyes widened, and he wanted to resist, but he realized that the blood in his body was out of control, and even his spiritual energy was out of control. It was the Blood King Duantianya's innate king physique. It was definitely of a very high grade. And he was only a 3rd-stage martial artist. His powerful king physique was enough to crush him. Papa. This battle was not a competition at all, but a slap to the face. In front of countless people, Duantianya wanted to directly slap Ouyang Feiyong's face and make him lose, creating the first record in the history of the main stage competition. Haha. Seeing this scene, many people roared with laughter. Very funny. A battle between geniuses was a competition of strength, martial arts, and battle techniques. However, this was the first time he had seen someone lose face. That Ouyang Feiyong was a disgrace. All of this was brought about by Lin Ling. Duantianya had one hand behind his back. His expression was as calm as the wind and clouds, while his other hand repeatedly slapped out. The crisp and clear slaps made him smile very contentedly. It was as if he could finally vent all of the embarrassment he had suffered in the restaurant. Moreover, as he slapped Ouyang Feiyong's face, Duantianya looked at Lin Ling, who was by the lake. It was as if he was saying, "You're next, and your fate will be even worse." Ouyang Feiyong was just an appetizer. Brother. Feiyong. In the distance, Tai Yan and the others were anxiously shouting. Duantianya had gone too far. He hadn't allowed Ouyang Feiyong to admit defeat, and had instead continued to humiliate him. As for Lin Ling, his expression was incomparably cold. In truth, Ouyang Feiyong hadn't offended Blood King Duantianya. He had only been close to Lin Ling, so he had suffered this punishment. From another perspective, it was Lin Ling who had implicated Ouyang Feiyong. However, he couldn't help Duantianya right now because Duantianya hadn't violated the rules of the competition, and even the presiding judge couldn't help him. Slap, slap. On the martial stage, Duantianya was like a proud son of heaven. He was still slowly slapping his face. He had thought that Ouyang Feiyong would reveal a pleading look, but he gradually discovered that Ouyang Feiyong's eyes were red as he stared at him with an unyielding gaze. I hate your gaze. If you don't change your gaze, I'll keep slapping. Duantianya's expression turned cold. This Ouyang Feiyong had gotten too close to Lin Ling. He seemed to have learned from Lin Ling's unyielding gaze and was fearless. He didn't fear Duantianya's strength at all, nor did he consider himself the number one of the 10 rising stars. Slap, slap. Duantianya hit even more crazily. However, Ouyang Feiyong's gaze remained unchanged. Gradually, many people began to sympathize with Ouyang Feiyong. Ouyang Feiyong's backbone was very strong. Scram, scram. In the end, Duantianya let out a furious roar as his tyrannical strength erupted. With a slap, he swept Ouyang Feiyong off the martial stage. Halfway through, Lin Ling leaped up and caught Ouyang Feiyong. Soon after, he discovered that Ouyang Feiyong had already fainted. However, his stubborn eyes were still stubbornly open. This guy's bones were really strong. Haha, he's knocked out. Ouyang Feiyong, this trash, has created the first record. After the crowd was stunned for a moment, the uproar of laughter became even crazier. Duan Tianya was still standing on the martial stage. He looked at Lin Ling on the lake and smiled. It's just interest. When it's your turn, it won't be just a slap in the face. I'll make you die with regret. You'll know how strong I am. Coldly looking at Duan Tianya, Lin Ling didn't say anything. He carried Ouyang Feiyong and walked towards the lake. The crowd was stunned for a moment, then they shook their heads and laughed. Vermilion Bird Lin Ling is afraid of Blood King Duan Tianya. However, it seems that he can't reach the end and can't face Duan Tianya. Just a newbie. He's just a newcomer. He just became one of the 10 rising stars and he's already so arrogant. He doesn't know how strong Duan Tianya is. Sigh, young and frivolous are like this. The crowd discussed animatedly. However, just as they finished speaking, a cold voice came from the depths of hell, causing endless ripples to appear on the ancient lake. Next, any opponent I face, as long as they dare to enter the arena, die. Everyone noticed that the young man was quietly standing by the lake, coldly looking at Duan Tianya on the martial stage. Lin Ling didn't need to say any nonsense, let alone show off. There was only one sentence. Opponents must die. Boom! The entire dragon coiling lake was in an uproar. Lin Ling was so arrogant. He actually said that only death awaited those who were his opponents. On the mountain peak, Great Sun Child Elder and Su Fan's lips curled into a disdainful smile. However, they were looking forward to the scene in front of them. Duan Tianya had driven Lin Ling crazy. Lin Ling would face several rising stars in a life and death battle. Far away, a middle-aged man had an indifferent expression, but his eyes flickered. Junior brother Wuji's successor? He is indeed arrogant. However, his strength is not bad, only slightly weaker than Duan Tianya. Unfortunately, he still has to die. This person was the current mansion master. After the declaration of war, Lin Ling ignored the crowd's words and took out an elixir to treat Ouyang Feiyong. During this process, Ghost God Qi Yen vs Demon Legs Bay Dipper began. However, the battle was one-sided. Ghost God Qi Yen was too strong and couldn't defeat him. Next, it was Thunder General Zhu Leiyin vs Domineering Xian Air. This battle was incomparably intense. One was domineering and majestic, the other was devastating with lightning. In the end, Thunder General Zhu Leiyin relied on her king physique to defeat her opponent with 100,000 lightning. The lightning even ravaged the entire ancient lake. What an exciting battle! Then it was Drunken Sword Shao Ying vs Light Fist Ling Hui. This battle was also very intense because they were evenly matched opponents. One had 40% sword intent, Drunken Sword's true meaning, while the other had the speed of light and could punch the heavens. Both of them had the same grade of king physique. Their strength was the same. It depended on their martial arts foundation. In the end, Drunken Sword's true meaning was a level higher. He spent several hours to defeat Light Fist Ling Hui. These battles were very intense. The crowd couldn't take their eyes off the battle and exclaimed in admiration. If there was an exception, it would be Lin Ling. He didn't look at the battle from beginning to end. That was because he disdained to look. The final battle of the 5 rounds began. Vermilion Bird Lin Ling vs Life-Killing Saber Hao Yun. Chapter 610. Return Your Sword. Slaughterblade Hao Yun is ranked last. Although his ranking seems low, that was last year's ranking. It's hard to say whether or not his strength has increased this year. Definitely. Don't you see how confident he is? He doesn't fear Lin Ling at all. That's true. But Lin Ling isn't weak either. He has a half-step 40% sword true meaning. Perhaps he will be able to fight Hao Yun to a standstill. Everyone whispered to each other, their blood boiling with excitement. Blood King, I'll deal with him first. Don't blame me. At the lakeside, Hao Yun waved the blood-red saber in his hands. After saying this to Duan Tianya, he flew towards the martial stage. Vermilion Bird Lin Ling, come up. After landing on the martial stage, Hao Yun raised the saber in his hands and arrogantly said to Lin Ling. He was incomparably confident, and naturally had his reasons. He was at the same boundary as Lin Ling, and his king body was also at the same level. However, he had learned a 5th grade king step saber skill. This saber skill was something he had found in a cave in the 7 profound martial house. It was said that it was left behind by the son of the previous martial house master, and was extremely formidable. However, the previous martial house master used a sword, so he didn't pay much attention to this saber skill. Instead, he hid it in the cave for a fated person to find. But what surprised him was that this ancient saber skill was compatible with his king body, and his combat strength doubled. This was his hidden card for this year's Moon Guard level examination. Otherwise, he might have waited until next year. But Lin Ling's strength was only at a half-step 40% sword true meaning. As long as it wasn't a 40% sword true meaning, he had nothing to fear. Come on, Lin Ling, didn't you want to sweep away all your opponents? Why don't you dare? At the lakeside, Light Fist Ling Hui and the others lightly said. They knew that Hao Yun's strength had increased since last year, so they were looking forward to Lin Ling's helplessness. The 10th ranked slaughter blade Hao Yun was much stronger than he had imagined. You're just waiting for death. Why are you in such a hurry? Do you feel lonely on the road to hell, so you want me to let Hao Yun catch up to you? Lin Ling stood up from the ground, patted his clothes, and said calmly, "Don't worry." These calm words caused Light Fist Ling Hui and the others' complexions to turn ugly. This Lin Ling was still fearless. Ignoring their dissatisfied expressions, Lin Ling moved his feet and flew towards the huge martial stage of the Dragon Lake. It's time to fight. Everyone was looking forward to it and cheered. On the martial stage, Hao Yun gently brandished her large blade with a carefree expression. Your luck is very bad. If you were able to defeat the martial demon last year, I might not have been your match. But this year, I've cultivated the 7-star Wheel Sun Blade. You're no longer my match. This 7 stars Wheel Sun Saber is a 5th grade king tier saber art. It is divided into 4 levels: 10 men slash, 100 men slash, 1000 men slash, and 10,000 men slash. You are very unlucky. Hao Yun's proud voice sounded out, causing many people's eyes to widen. King Step martial arts had 4 stages: small success, large success, perfection, and minute subtlety. Hao Yun had cultivated 7-star Sun Blade to the minute subtlety. 7 stars Wheel Sun Blade? The eyes of some of the 7 profound martial house students twinkled. They had heard of this saber skill before. When the old martial house master was still alive, his son had once shown them this saber skill. That monstrous murderous aura, that unstoppable momentum, had left a deep impression on them. And the old martial house master's son was Di Wuji. This Hao Yun's luck was quite good. He had actually found this hidden saber skill. 7 stars Wheel Sun Blade? Lin Ling's lips curved up in a disdainful smile. No wonder he had a familiar feeling. Limitless Sword Saint also had this saber skill in his memories. It was just that it used a saber, so Limitless Sword Saint had rarely used it after learning it. Moreover, this saber skill could not compare to the Overlord sword art. Now, Hao Yun had used Limitless Sword Saint's martial arts to show off in front of him. What a joke! Before you die, what do you want to say? Seeing Lin Ling's silence, Hao Yun asked in a soft voice. I don't have much to say to the dead, so I only have 2 sentences. First, the 7-star Sunblade is a saber skill that my master disdains. Second, someone wants me to return a saber to you, but I use a sword, so I'll return a sword to you. Lin Ling lightly shook his head and took out the Tyrant Song sword from behind him. Haha, your master? You're bragging. The 7-star Sunblade is a saber skill that even your master doesn't have the chance to see, and you want to return a sword to me? Then I'll cut you down with a single saber. Hao Yun laughed, and the saber in his hand danced. The saber wind howled, as if it could stir up the universe. Although he was frivolous, his strength was truly fierce. The crowd at the lakeside could faintly see that countless people had been beheaded by the dancing saber. This was the slaughter of 10,000 people. Have you killed anyone before? More than me. As the saber skill was displayed, Hao Yun's face became indifferent. He coldly shouted. He was the saber of slaughter, who could compare to him? Then, the saber cut towards Lin Ling. Rumble. Before the saber landed, the ancient lake erupted with waves that soared into the sky. The saber was domineering and magnificent. Looking at the saber slashing towards him, Lin Ling's expression was still calm, as if he didn't see the saber slashing towards him. Only when the wind from the saber blew away his long hair did he finally move. At this moment, he was like an unsheathed sword, domineering and magnificent. It was no longer the 40% sword intent, but the terrifying 40% sword intent. The sword slashed horizontally, as if it wanted to cut through the sky. Any slaughter of 10,000 people was useless against him. Not to mention the late stage of the King's Spirit Realm. Even if Lin Ling was at the middle stage of the King's Spirit Realm, he could still kill Hao Yun. Sword Overlord soaring through the clouds. The sword transformed into a huge sword that could hold up the sky and slashed out horizontally. The huge sword light was at least 100 meters long, and the people around the Dragon Pan Lake couldn't close their mouths. Crack! Hao Yun's saber instantly broke. Moreover, the terrifying thing was that the sword wasn't a sharp sword, but an overlord sword. Wherever the sword passed, his entire body exploded, turning into an endless mist of blood. Before he died, he didn't even have the chance to say a word before he was slashed apart. You've killed many people, but only those who were weaker than you. How many people stronger than you have you killed? Sir. Sword out, sword sheathing, Lin Ling slowly left the martial stage. Behind him, the endless lake water erupted, sprinkling down like rain, causing the hearts of the crowd to fiercely tremble. The result was unexpected. Killed with a single sword strike. 40% sword intent. Sir. As for the lakeside, drunken sword Xiao Ying's pupils constricted. He specialized in 40% sword intent, but he never thought that Lin Ling would also have this kind of ethereal martial intent. Moreover, it seemed to be even more domineering than his drunken sword intent. No martial art, no realm, no talent, no king physique, could block the sword of a king. Silence. The surroundings of the Dragon Pan Lake were deathly silent. This result was too unexpected. Everyone thought that Hao Yun's strength had greatly increased, and that this battle would be incomparably fierce, but who would have thought that he would be finished off with a single sword strike? Could it be that Lin Ling still had a trump card hidden in the last battle on the martial stage? His promise has been fulfilled. As expected, all his opponents must die. Sword. Chapter 6:11. The first versus the third by the lake. Ouyang Feiyong had already woken up. Although he was in a sorry state, he stared at the scene from afar. He only reacted when he felt the pain on his face. Pervert. This was the only word he could use to describe the shock in his heart. Furthermore, he was very grateful that Lin Ling had said something before, which was to help his sister, Ouyang Liusheng, get back that blade. He did not expect Lin Ling to value promises so much. He did what he said he would do. Thank you. Looking at the blue and white robe coming from afar, Ouyang Feiyong said to himself emotionally. Pah! Lin Ling stopped in his tracks, causing the hearts of the 10 rising stars by the lakeside to skip a beat. They fell silent. In the previous battle, Lin Ling had displayed a terrifying strength that made them lose the qualifications to speak. You guys are very lucky. They did not say anything, but that did not mean that Lin Ling would not say anything. The 10 rising stars' pupils constricted. Lin Ling said that they were lucky. They understood what he meant. It meant that they did not meet Lin Ling otherwise, they would have died long ago. This kind of humiliation made them feel very unreconciled. You only beat Hao Yun. Why are you so proud? Light Fist Ling Hui said with a frown. You guys seemed to be even more arrogant before. However, during the banquet, I did not satisfy you. You all became angry out of humiliation. It was as if the world revolved around you. You can't see yourselves clearly. Lin Ling said as he walked. There are many people stronger than you. Blood King, Ghost God, Lightning General. They are all stronger than you. As if unwilling to lose face, Drunken Sword Xiaoying also said coldly. Pah! Lin Ling stopped and pulled out his sword. He pointed at them from afar. Can you stop farting? If you have the guts, how about a battle? Pointing his sword at the 10 rising stars made their hearts tremble violently. If it was before, they definitely wouldn't be afraid of Lin Ling. But now they didn't dare. They really didn't dare. Lin Ling's sword was too domineering. It destroyed everything. They still remembered that terrifying sword from before. 40% sword intent, and it was a domineering sword strike. Even Drunken Sword Xiaoying didn't have the confidence to block that sword strike. It could be said that apart from Blood King, Ghost Deity, and Thunder Jiang, The remaining 10 new stars did not dare underestimate Lin Ling. "Do you dare?" Lin Ling shouted again. Since these people were so shameless, there was no need for him to give them any face. The 10 rising stars became even more silent. Their faces were gloomy, and they were so humiliated that they couldn't say anything. Lin Ling, so domineering. Around the dragon reclining lake, many people's hearts trembled violently. "That do you dare?" This caused the previously insufferably arrogant 10 rising stars to fall silent. This made their previous schadenfreude seem somewhat ironic. Lin Ling's sword was extremely terrifying, and Lin Ling's character was as sharp and domineering as his sword. When his sword was not unsheathed, he looked extremely ordinary, just like a newcomer. But when his sword was unsheathed, it cut down everything. "Stray dog." Withdrawing his sword, Lin Ling disdainfully smiled and slowly walked back towards Xueqi. As for Blood King, Ghost Deity, and Thunder Jiang, their faces were gloomy. They didn't think that after Lin Ling reached the late king's spirit realm, his strength would rise so much. And as they thought of this, they felt as if a knife was being twisted in their hearts. This was because Lin Ling's breakthrough was all thanks to them. His sword is very domineering. If I were to fight with him, my chances of winning would be 50 to 50. Thunder Jiang softly said to Xueqi, causing drunken sword Xiao Ying's face to turn ugly. This was Xueqi personally acknowledging Lin Ling's strength. It's only 40% of the true meaning of the sword. Although a swordsman's attack power is terrifying, my true meaning of martial arts is 10% higher than his. If he meets me, he will still die. Ghost Deity Scarlet Flame licked his lips. To him, whether Lin Ling's strength was strong or weak, he was still not his match. As for Duan Tianya, his complexion was still ugly. Although he was confident that Lin Ling was not his match, Lin Ling's previous actions had provoked his dignity and questioned his strength. "I'm looking forward to seeing him reach the end." The 3 of them were looking forward to the semi-finals. The semi-finals were a battle between 6 people, and one of them would be chosen from the previous losers. Not long after, the name list was announced. And this name list was naturally the focus of everyone's attention. Blood King Duan Tianya against Thunder Jiang Xueqi. Drunken Sword Xiao Ying against the heavens and earth. Vermilion Bird Lin Ling against Ghost Deity Scarlet Flame. This was an earth-shattering battle. A battle that represented a 100% chance of entering the 7 profound heavens chosen list. Bang! Deafening noises resounded around Dragon Pan Lake. They were looking forward to the competition. First, Blood King Duan Tianya against Thunder Jiang Xueqi. This was the first and third place battle. Then, Vermilion Bird Lin Ling against Ghost Deity Scarlet Flame. This was the 5th and 2nd place battle. As for Drunken Sword Xiao Ying's battle, it was a little ordinary. "It's time to fight." At this moment, someone shouted excitedly. At the same time, Dragon Pan Lake quieted down. On the martial stage, 2 figures floated down. They were Blood King Duan Tianya and Thunder Jiang Xueqi. Blood King Duan Tianya's king physique was very mysterious. Up until now, no one knew what kind of king physique it was. As for Thunder Jiang Xueqi, some people knew that she had the Star Thunder body, a 4th-grade king physique. It was said that this king physique was formed when stars collided in the sky, resulting in the power of thunder. Then it was blessed by a prayer method. This was an ancient cultivation method of the grand luminous region of the 18 upper regions. "Blood King, you are very strong, but I still want to test your strength." On the martial stage, Xueqi stood like a heavenly general. Lightning snakes began to appear on the surface of her body. They were white lightning, and they were constantly expanding. They passed through the martial stage, causing a large amount of lightning to float on the surface of the lake. In this year's competition, only 2 people can enter my eyes. Ghost Deity is one, and you, Thunder Jiang, are the other. On the other side, Duan Tianya's body emitted a red light. A bloody mist filled the air. His king physique was still mysterious. Up until now, most of the people who fought with him had been destroyed in one move. This was because he had a power that allowed him to control the blood and spiritual energy of others. Of course, he could only face martial artists with weaker king physiques. The king physique was always the foundation of a martial artist. No matter how strong your martial arts foundation was or how high your realm was, when faced with a powerful king physique, you would still be restrained. Unless everyone's king physique was similar. "You have a very high opinion of me." It seems that I will have to use my full strength. Thunder is about to descend. Xueqi nodded solemnly. She did not hide her strength because hiding it from Duan Tianya was the same as courting death. Rumble. The entire martial stage was filled with lightning. 6 huge white arms appeared behind Xueqi. They were 50 meters long and 3 meters wide. They were formed by lightning, and each arm held a weapon. There was a halberd, a thunder drum, and a thunder spear. Thunder is about to descend. A 6th grade king physique martial art. Looking at Xueqi's appearance, she has probably cultivated it to the large success stage. Chapter 6:12. Battle Ghost God 1 had to know that there were 7 grade martial arts in the king stage. The 6th grade was already the peak and could reach the invincible realm in the king spirit realm. Moreover, if a 7th grade martial art fought against a 40% martial intent, it could easily crush it. As for a 6th grade martial art, it could also defeat a 40% martial intent. This world was fair, and not everything could be swept away just because one possessed a martial intent. High-grade king-tier martial arts could still contend against it. From this point of view, it could be seen that Lin Ling was weaker than Xueqi. Thunder Purgatory. At this moment, a low voice sounded and a terrifying thunder power wreaked havoc. A huge thunder arm slapped towards the Blood King, causing the entire martial stage to be filled with thunder. It was very terrifying. Sky blood armor. In the distance, Duan Tianya said indifferently. Blood mist spread out and rippled in circles. It actually formed a blood-colored armor on his body. Blood mist surged on the surface of the armor, and a heavenly diagram was engraved on it. Rumble. The thunder arm slapped Duan Tianya, but Duan Tianya was safe and sound. Blood river. Endless growth. You should use a stronger trump card. A calm voice floated out from Duan Tianya's mouth, causing the crowd's pupils to narrow. The power of thunder could not wreak havoc on the Blood King. Duan Tianya was indeed powerful. Crazy devouring thunder prison. Xueqi's expression changed. His thunder arm could sweep through all the King's Spirit Realm geniuses, but it was ineffective against the Blood King. So this time, he slapped out with both arms. The thunder formed a storm that seemed to devour and wreak havoc. Rumble. The lake water was sucked out, but it was also swept clean by the thunder. Blood sun ripping the sky. Duan Tianya's expression was still calm. He gently slashed out with his palm, and a blood light slashed out, colliding with the 2 thunder arms. Then, under countless shocked gazes, the 2 thunder arms were directly cut off. How is this possible? Xueqi's eyes widened. Was Duan Tianya really that strong? His gaze suddenly focused. 2 bolts of thunder flashed in his eyes, and the remaining 4 thunder arms swept out. Rumble. As the 4 arms swept out, the martial stage also shook, turning into a world of thunder. Evil thunder prison. The thunder was extremely terrifying. If it was someone at the peak of the King's Spirit Realm, even if they were an elder, they would still be electrocuted. Xueqi is probably able to fight against an early-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. The elders of the 6 martial arts halls frowned. The geniuses of the martial arts halls also had dignified expressions. This battle between geniuses gave them a great deal of pressure. You've lost. At this moment, Duan Tianya heaven heavens heaven heaven. Heavens heavens heaven, art art. Didida didagru devil anya run diff heaven heaven martial dao martial heaven martial rune martial. Divining. Diddle dio d martial god dibble heaven diate heaven dibble god dibble didable was martial art? It dibble was god was it d-poo? Xueqi spat out a mouthful of blood, her complexion incomparably ugly. She unwillingly said, "You have a 5th grade talent king body, no wonder." With that, she didn't dare to stay on the martial arts stage any longer. She jumped down into the lake, because she knew that if she didn't leave, she would die. Pa pa pa. At this moment, there was only a giant swirling blood river on the martial arts stage. A mysterious power erupted, seeming to affect the sky as dark clouds rolled in. 5th grade talent king body. The crowd found it difficult to describe the shock in their hearts. Although they knew that the Blood King would win, they didn't think that he would win so easily. Moreover, he had a 5th grade talent king body. Up until now, the top 3 geniuses of the 7 profound martial house were mostly 3rd grade talents with king bodies. That was enough for them to laugh at the crowd, but a 5th-grade talent. That was simply unimaginable. It was no wonder that Blood King Duan Tianya could easily roll over martial artists of the same level. His talent king body can grow. On a distant mountain peak, one of the 36 apprentices lightly said. He was the apprentice that had guided Duan Tianya. His words caused the hearts of the crowd to fiercely tremble. A talent that could grow with a king body was truly terrifying. Fierce. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. It seemed that Duan Tianya's talent king body was the same as his. It was also a talent king body that could grow. Not only that, but it could also be hidden and only revealed at a critical moment. If so, then his battle with Blood King Duan Tianya would be very fierce. Blood King Duan Tianya. Victory. At this moment, the referee's voice sounded out. Duan Tianya faintly smiled and floated towards the lakeside. The next battle was between drunken sword Xueqi and the domineering Ba Xian. This battle was obviously not fierce, because Xueqi, who had 40% of the true meaning of sword, could easily defeat Ba Xian. However, although Xueqi won, what was certain was that he absolutely couldn't be ranked first or second. And the next battle wasn't too fierce either. It was Vermilion Bird Lin Ling against Demon God Scarlet Flame. Lin Ling's strength was obvious to everyone. However, compared to Demon God Scarlet Flame's height, he was still lacking by a bit. Therefore, it couldn't be considered a fair battle. Naturally, the battle wouldn't be very exciting. Of course, everyone was still looking forward to it. This was because Lin Ling, this newcomer, was very mysterious. Every time they thought he had reached his limit, he would erupt with a new trump card that no one could see through. And this time, he might be hiding another trump card. Demon God. Demon God. Cheers had already sounded out around Dragon Pan Lake. Compared to Lin Ling's reputation, Demon God Scarlet Flame's rise was much longer. There were also more people supporting him. In addition, Demon God Scarlet Flame always gave off a mysterious and evil feeling. Therefore, he attracted the attention of many young girls. Of course, there were also many people supporting Lin Ling. It was just that they couldn't compare to Demon God. Lin Ling, your good luck has come to an end. On the mountain peak, Great Sun Elder's eyes were cold. He was waiting for Lin Ling to die in front of him. As for Sword Elder, Sakura, and the others, they were somewhat nervous. Every time Lin Ling went up the stage, they would be incomparably worried. They were afraid that Lin Ling would be defeated or even obliterated by his opponent. Fortunately, up until now, Lin Ling had not disappointed them and had easily won several battles. And now, Lin Ling was about to face the second-ranked Demon God Scarlet Flame. Who knew if this miracle would still be maintained? At this moment, a figure rushed towards the martial stage, causing the lake to surge. Soon after, Demon God Scarlet Flame appeared on the martial stage. Get up here. A surging aura accompanied the voice. Shill. Lin Ling's body moved. He floated over the ancient lake and appeared on the martial stage. The two of them were 100 meters apart. An oppressive atmosphere filled the air. Demon God Scarlet Flame's face was ice cold. He was like a demon and a ghost. His body was covered in purple flames. He didn't underestimate Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had 40% sword intent. He was indeed difficult to deal with. Demon God Scarlet Flame's hands slowly stretched out. They drew a mysterious trajectory like the hands of a ghost. This was a terrifying grappling technique. On the other side, Lin Ling's blue and white robes fluttered in the astral winds. The sword in his hand was slanted towards the ground. It was like a layer of clouds under a storm. Demon God Scarlet Flame's aura was quietly cut apart by the sword. Chapter 613. Caught and killed. What a terrifying aura. Demon God is already strong, but Lin Ling's aura is not weak either. However, Lin Ling is still not Qi Yan's opponent. 40% sword intent is still a bit weak. What do you mean? Lin Ling only has 40% sword intent, but Demon God Qi Yan has 50% martial intent. His Yellow Spring 9 Netherhand has reached the 5th level. Terrifying. I really don't know how he cultivated. Sounds of discussion could be heard at the lakeside of the vast lake. Demon God Qi Yan must kill Lin Ling to vent his anger. Blood King Duan Tianya said indifferently as he looked at the martial stage. He had fought with Demon God Qi Yan the most and knew how terrifying the latter's strength was. Even he had to use 70% of his strength to win. His demon god speed coupled with the yellow spring 9 Netherhand is indeed hard to deal with. Thunder General Xueqi nodded. Yellow Spring Knight. At this moment, a low voice sounded. The martial stage shook and purple flames filled the air. Everyone saw demon god Qi Yan pouncing towards Lin Ling with his hands stretched out. Although they could see his figure, they knew that he couldn't avoid it. A close-range attack has appeared. If he is caught, Lin Ling will die for sure. The crowd became nervous. Demon god Qi Yan was the only one among the 10 rising stars that had a close-range attack, but he was also the most terrifying. Sword of Heart. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He noticed that demon god Qi Yan moved and a strange aura filled the air. He couldn't tell if it was real or fake, so he could only use his sword to break the illusion. Break! As the sword was drawn, the purple flames surged like waves. Demon god Qi Yan's figure gradually became clear. What kind of sword is Lin Ling using? It actually broke demon god Qi Yan's purple hell flame. The crowd's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling's sword was very tricky. One had to know that demon god Qi Yan was difficult to deal with because of his elusive figure. However, once the illusion was broken, the figure became clear, making it difficult to catch Lin Ling. Tune of the Yellow Springs. The low voice rang out again, causing many of the 10 rising stars to tremble. Many of them had been defeated by that move, so it had left a deep impression on them. Something strange happened. Over 100 ghostly figures appeared and pounced towards Lin Ling. It was difficult to tell which was real and which was fake. If they caught him, Lin Ling would definitely die. Sword moves mountains and rivers. Lin Ling was fearless in the face of danger. Stabbing his sword into the ground, countless sword intents descended from the sky like a meteor shower. Pa pa pa. A large number of phantoms were assassinated, but there were still many phantoms that rushed over. Sword tyrant soaring heavens. Hurriedly exhaling, Lin Ling quickly put away his sword. Qi surged, and the sword became 100 meters long. Great sword annihilation. Pa pa pa. All the ghostly shadows were cut apart. Amazing. Lin Ling's battle awareness is very strong. On the mountain peak, even the 36 students couldn't help but praise. Facing Scarlet Flame's attack, Lin Ling's reaction was very fast. I've caught you. However, at this moment, a cold voice rang out. From the void, an arm grabbed over. White bones were everywhere, like the hand of the underworld. That might not be true. Cloud's startling impermanence. How strong was Lin Ling's soul power? At the crucial moment, he used Cloud's soaring steps, turning into an afterimage and disappearing from the spot. Bang! The empty arm grabbed nothing, but it still smashed towards the ground. A terrifying purple flame mushroom cloud rose up, and the entire martial stage cracked open. It was a very scary grappling hand. If one was caught, one's life would really end up in the underworld. This was the terror of Scarlet Flame. But what surprised everyone even more was that Lin Ling was actually able to block that claw. It had to be known that Scarlet Flame wasn't proficient in many techniques, and only grappling techniques. If he could avoid the first move, then he might be able to avoid the second. In the distance, Great Sun Old Man and the rest had ugly expressions. They could feel that Lin Ling had reached his limit, but all the martial arts he knew were displayed to the limit. You have some ability, but it's nothing more than this. Scarlet Flame's expression was still cold. His body disappeared again, and he pounced towards Lin Ling like a madman. If he couldn't catch him the first time, then the second time should be fine. If the second time wasn't enough, then the third time, the fourth time, as long as he caught Lin Ling, he would die for sure. After all, he had 50% of Yellow Spring's true intent. He could kill in one strike. Sword Tyrant soaring clouds. The opponent didn't give him time to rest, so Lin Ling's sword slashed out again, and he used Cloud soaring steps to retreat. In front of him, there were 2 shadows of Scarlet Flame. Sword Tyrant soaring clouds cut one in half, and the other actually bent down to avoid it, pouncing on the ground. So troublesome. Lin Ling raised his sword, trying to block that ghostly hand. Clang! The Yellow Spring's 9 Netherhand grabbed the sword, and a metallic sound rang out. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. The battle was intense, but Lin Ling's reaction was too fast, and he still blocked the Yellow Spring's 9 Netherhand. You have a martial art that can detect my aura, but that's it. At this moment, a strange voice came from behind Lin Ling, and another Scarlet Flame appeared. This meant that the previous one wasn't an afterimage, but the real body. This martial art was very frightening. One must know that most afterimage doppelgangers had no attack power, but Scarlet Flame seemed to have it. Die, Yellow Springs Prison. Behind him, Scarlet Flame grabbed at Lin Ling with his ferocious arms. It seems like it's over. Many people shook their heads. Lin Ling's sword blocked one of the Scarlet Flames, but Lin Ling couldn't block the one behind him. After all, Lin Ling was only powerful with his sword. Without a sword, he was nothing. Not good. Sword Elder and the others widened their eyes, as if they couldn't believe what was happening next. Was Lin Ling going to die in the hands of Scarlet Flame? Countless eyes were watching, but Lin Ling's expression was still calm. His right hand waved the sword to block the Scarlet Flame in front of him, but that didn't mean that he was only strong with his sword. Vermilion Bird Flame. Bang! At this moment, a terrifying flame power erupted, causing Lin Ling's entire body to be covered in flames. 3 Vermilion Bird King images flew above his head, and his left hand turned into a Vermilion Bird Claw, colliding with the Yellow Springs 9 Nether Hand. Rumble! The 2 hands collided. One was the blood-red flame, the other was the purple hell flame, forming a 2-colored mushroom cloud that soared into the sky. In the next moment, a figure flew out from the mushroom cloud, gliding on the ground, and finally stabilizing himself. He knelt on one knee, and stretched out his right hand. There was a trace of blood on his palm, and he licked it with his mouth, but his face was incomparably cold. This person was Scarlet Flame. Everyone's heart trembled, and they looked at Lin Ling again. At this moment, Lin Ling's right hand held a sword, and his left hand held a flame. He was also looking at Scarlet Flame with a sneer. Wonderful! Incomparably wonderful! Everyone thought that Lin Ling would die without a doubt, but who knew that Lin Ling would explode with another trump card, Flames? Vermilion Bird Lin Ling. No wonder he's called the Vermilion Bird. We've always been confused by his sword. Someone shouted excitedly. The competition was not as one-sided as expected. Vermilion Bird was naturally a flame, and to be able to collide with Scarlet Flame, that flame definitely contained martial intent, otherwise it would have been caught by Scarlet Flame long ago. Moreover, many people noticed that Lin Ling was the first genius to survive after being caught by Scarlet Flame since the start of the competition. 40% true meaning of fire, and his king body is very special. He should be a genius who can casually use 40% true meaning of fire. Teskeske, you really make me angry. Scarlet Flame gradually stood up, and his face became even more bloodthirsty. Lin Ling was more difficult to deal with than he thought. With 2 martial intents to resist his 50% true meaning of Yellow Springs, not only did he fail to kill Lin Ling, but he also allowed Lin Ling to bully him again. Chapter 6:14. A storm-like sword skill. Earth-shattering sky. 9 hells and 9 springs. 100,000 ghosts. Yaksha's hand. Boom! An even more terrifying aura erupted. The ghost god had clearly used his trump card. It was the 5th level of the Yellow Springs 9 Nether Hand. Yaksha's hand. Rumble! Countless stones floated up from the martial stage as a terrifying purple flame filled the air. The ghost god Qi Yan's body disappeared and countless terrifying ghost hands appeared. Moreover, these hands were 10-meter-long white bone hands. These hands were mottled and ancient, and there were even cracks on them as if they came from hell. This was the Yaksha's hand. According to legends, the Yaksha was ferocious and cruel. It was the messenger of hell and specialized in capturing evil spirits. The more ferocious the spirit, the Yaksha could be even more ferocious. With a grab of the Yaksha's hand, any evil spirit would be brought to hell. And now, the Yaksha's hand was grabbing towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling had nowhere to run. This martial art took you a year to comprehend. Now it's time for it to shine. Boom! Far away, one of the 36 students laughed confidently. He was the one who taught Qi Yan the martial art. Therefore, he knew how strong this martial art was. It was one of the more profound martial arts in the grappling technique. Even an early-stage Emperor Spirit Realm expert would die if caught by it. I need 70% of my strength to face this move. Boom! Duan Tianya's lips curved into a cold smile. He believed that the ghost god Qi Yan would kill Lin Ling. This move was the last one. Let's see who dies first. Lin Ling had 2 true meanings of martial, but they were both at 40%. They were weaker than the ghost god Qi Yan's 50% true meaning of martial. If he couldn't break this move, Lin Ling would be in trouble. Boom! The Sword Elder's expression was incomparably serious. Unless Lin Ling was still hiding a trump card or comprehending a half-step 50% true meaning of martial in a life-and-death situation. He will win. Boom! Di Shetian was more nervous than anyone else. He wished he was on the stage. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was still calm. He didn't panic like everyone imagined. In fact, he had 3 ways to break this martial art. First, soul power. Second, 5th grade king physique and use the great vermilion bird's flame. Third, his strongest trump card, blazing sun sparrow. But he didn't consider it that way. He wanted to leave these trump cards for Duan Tianya. I've reached the late stage of the king spirit realm. I can cultivate the final stage of the slow sword art. Sword shatters the heavens. Lin Ling closed his eyes. He knew that when a martial artist was on the brink of life and death, it was the time to break through one's limits. After all, if things went too smoothly, it would instead cause a martial artist to lack the courage to advance. Therefore, he gave up on his other trump cards and risked his life. Die! The martial platform shook as countless ghost claws grabbed at him. That sinister aura was like that of the underworld, incomparably terrifying. The crowd's pupils constricted. They saw that Lin Ling had gone crazy and had actually closed his eyes. Now is the time, cloud shock. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes suddenly opened. They flashed and he leapt up. Although he seemed to be as still as a mountain, his movements were as fast as lightning. With this leap, he dodged a large number of ghost claws below him. However, among the countless ghost claws, the most terrifying one, the Yaksha's claw, also came. It narrowly missed his feet, but when it came into contact with a corner of his clothes, it was instantly burned into nothingness. This was a terrifying yellow spring's purple flame. If he had been a second slower, Lin Ling might have died. He avoided it. Many people's hearts fiercely trembled. Lin Ling was truly crazy. He was risking his life. However, Duan Tianya sneered. Avoiding the Yaksha claw didn't mean one was safe, because it was endless. Lin Ling had risked his life to avoid it once, but he wouldn't be able to avoid it a second time. But at this time, Lin Ling's left hand slashed down. Flames erupted like a vermilion bird's claw as it clawed at the ground. On the ground, scarlet flame had transformed into the Yaksha claw. After Lin Ling avoided it, his heart fiercely trembled. When he sensed a shadow smashing down from the sky, his pupils constricted. He seemed to have guessed what Lin Ling wanted to do. Lin Ling, he wants to counterattack? Looking at the gorgeous figure in the sky, a terrifying thought arose in the minds of the crowd. Lin Ling was crazy. He risked his life to avoid the Yaksha claw, but he didn't escape far away. Instead, he counterattacked. Facing the strongest demon god Scarlet Flame, a tooth for a tooth, he counterattacked. This thought was too terrifying. However, although it was terrifying, Lin Ling grasped the opportunity very well. Bang! Lin Ling, who was in mid-air, smashed down. His left hand seemed to have grabbed the Yaksha's claw, but in reality, he had grabbed the demon god Qi Yan's head. When he smashed into the ground, a 10-meter deep hole appeared on the martial stage. Scarlet Flame immediately let out a roar. This claw didn't actually cause him any harm, but it gave him a thick sense of humiliation. Many people also felt that it was a pity. If Lin Ling also knew capturing techniques, then this claw would have been fatal. Unfortunately, only Scarlet Flame's capturing technique was powerful. Lin Ling couldn't compare to him. This also meant that Lin Ling's claw was useless. But, was it really so? It's not over yet. Bang! Lin Ling raised his left hand again and threw Scarlet Flame out of the pit. The huge sword in his right hand became terrifying at this moment. Tyrannical like the mountains and rivers, the sword like a storm. Sword breaking heaven shocking. 365 slashes. Bang! Bang! He directly shot towards Scarlet Flame. The storm-like sword slashes appeared, as if he was neither crazy nor a demon. What? It's not over yet. Staring at the scene, many people's hearts jumped. Lin Ling's claw was only the beginning. What was terrifying was the following sword moves. In their eyes, Lin Ling was no longer a swordsman, but a demon. Bang! 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 Every slash was dazzling. 40% of the sword intent erupted. Moreover, it was endless. It was like 1,000 slashes, 10,000 slashes. Scarlet Flame has entered Lin Ling's sword domain. He can't fight back. Bang, 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 bang. On the mountain peak, the 12 Xian elders stood up one after another. Their eyes were filled with shock. This was the highest level of the Tyrant Sword Technique, Slow Sword Technique. Sword breaking heaven shocking. 365 slashes. Each slash was crazy. It was like a storm in the sky. This was a continuous sword technique. In fact, this was the fusion of the fast sword technique and the slow sword technique. When it was fast, it was like a heavy rain in the sky. When it was slow, it was domineering and magnificent. When the last slash appeared, a cold voice sounded at the same time. Heaven shocking. Sword breaking heaven shocking. Bang. A gigantic sword aura slashed down, its length occupying more than half of the martial stage. As it descended from the sky, the martial stage was instantly split into two, and the lake water was also split into two. Endless lake water erupted, and a deep abyss appeared at the bottom of the lake. This sword was shocking. As for Scarlet Flame, he was slashed into nothingness, into pieces. At this moment, the dragon coiling lake was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Half-step 50% sword intent. Young master, this Lin Ling's potential is very strong. Far away, an old man said with his eyes wide open. The red-robed young man beside him smiled with admiration. It's a pity that such a genius is not recruited into the great Qin dynasty. He was very clear that Scarlet Flame's Yellow Spring's true meaning was half a step into sword intent, while Lin Ling's was half a step into sword intent. However, Lin Ling's was a continuous sword technique. 365 slashes were extremely powerful. If one was entangled by the sword domain, then only death awaited. The battle between them was actually very extreme. Scarlet Flame caught Lin Ling died. Lin Ling's continuous slashes hit Scarlet Flame died. Chapter 6:15. The finals that everyone was watching. All of this seemed simple, but it was a test of one's martial foundation. At least, there weren't many people present who could do it, nor did they dare to. Lin Ling's martial foundation was comparable to the 36 scholars. Vermilion Bird Lin Ling. Victory. Yes. At this moment, the referee's voice rang out. His voice carried a trace of shock. This youth was truly hiding his strength. From the start of the competition until now, he had overcome all difficulties and was unstoppable. Now, he already had the qualifications to fight with Blood King Duan Tianya. This kind of battle record was like a dream, but also incomparably real. Then, the referee bitterly smiled. 3 days ago, when Lin Ling fought the martial demon, he was worried for Lin Ling. But now, it seemed that his worries were unnecessary. Lin Ling had even defeated the demon god Scarlet Flame. He was truly amazing. The surroundings were still silent. Lin Ling had won once again. Moreover, he had fulfilled his promise. As long as one dared to enter the arena, they would all die. Under everyone's gazes, Lin Ling returned to the lakeside. Ouyang Feiyong looked at Lin Ling in silence for an incense stick's worth of time. He couldn't find any words to say. As for the 10 rising stars in the distance, their faces were pale. Many people even quietly left the lakeside to avoid Lin Ling. At this moment, they felt that they were laughable. Lin Ling didn't let them see a good show at the restaurant, so they were angry out of shame. But now, they realized that they didn't have the qualifications to be angry. This was because Lin Ling was stronger than them. If there was a good show to watch, it would be Lin Ling watching them. What a terrifying genius! Drunken Sword Xiao Ying was thoroughly impressed. The difference between his sword and Lin Ling's was like heaven and earth. Rest for 6 hours. The finals begin. The referee's voice rang out once again. There would be 3 people fighting in the finals. They were Blood King Duan Tianya, Vermilion Bird Lin Ling, and Drunken Sword Xiao Ying. However, in reality, Drunken Sword Xiao Ying had already lost the qualifications to fight for first place. Therefore, this battle was between Blood King Duan Tianya and Vermilion Bird Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't have the time to pay attention to the voices around him. He sat down cross-legged and cultivated. The previous battle had consumed a great deal of his spiritual energy. But in his heart, he was overjoyed. He had finally succeeded in cultivating the final boundary of the Tyrant Sword Art, a half-step 50% sword intent. If he fused in some more materials and increased the power of the Tyrant Song Sword, then he would be able to reach at least 50% sword intent. Of course, he was able to comprehend the final realm so quickly. First, at the critical moment of life and death, the thoughts in one's mind were the clearest. Secondly, the memories left behind by the limitless sword saint had become even more profound after reaching the late stage of the king's spirit realm. It made him feel that he had the potential to become one of the 36 scholars. And while Lin Ling was recovering, the water of the dragon coiling lake gushed out, and a new martial stage rose up. In the distance, Duan Tianya's face was ice-cold as he calmly looked at the ancient lake. Lin Ling's sword had surpassed his expectations. Only those who had faced the demon god Scarlet Flame would know how powerful he truly was. It was difficult for a bystander to perceive just how terrifying he truly was, but he had still lost. This also meant that in a true battle, Lin Ling was even more terrifying. Most importantly, Lin Ling was only at the late stage of the king's spirit realm. Every 10 years, a monstrous genius will be born in the 7 profound martial house. Lin Ling has the qualifications to be a monstrous genius. But facing me, I will still kill him, Duan Tianya said to himself, and then closed his eyes in meditation. On the other side, on a mountain peak, Great Sun Elder frowned. Her heart was as disgusted as if she had eaten a fly. She couldn't understand. Lin Ling was just a nameless junior, so how could his talent and strength be so terrifying? Moreover, Lin Ling had only been in the 7 profound martial house for 3 months. What would happen after a year? It was hard to imagine. I thought that old sword was the one I feared, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would be my rising opponent? Kill him, I must kill him. Don't worry. Lin Ling cannot defeat Lin Ling. Duan Tianya is a member of the Justice Duan royal family. He has the bloodline of the 5 great countries. Lin Ling is nothing but a lowly commoner, Master Su Fanxue gloomily said. But the truth was that he was also extremely unhappy. In the past, Lin Ling had killed his nephew and disciple. He had thought that Lin Ling was just an ant, and that he could slowly toy with him to death. But who would have thought that this ant would turn him from a dignified apprentice into an elder, and even shake the 7 profound martial house? Great. Great Sun Elder nodded. She also knew of Duan Tianya, because Duan Tianya's background was not small. 2 hours quietly passed. The battle that everyone was looking forward to had arrived. Dragon Coiling Lake was stirred, shaken. It was certain that no matter what the result of this battle was, as long as 2 people did not die, they would inevitably enter the 7 profound heavens chosen list. And the 7 profound heavens chosen list was the battle list that countless geniuses yearned for. If one could enter the list, their name would shake the lands of the 100 domains. But what a pity! Many people could see that in this battle, one of them was bound to fall. Lin Ling, a Starguard disciple, was the greatest dark horse of this year's Dragon Coiling Mountain tournament. Up until now, he had not lost a single battle, and had maintained a perfect record of victory. What was most terrifying was that his strength was unfathomable. It increased with his opponent's strength, and he had many hidden cards in his hands. In the last battle, he had been the dark horse, cutting down the demon god Qi Yan with his sword. Duan Tianya, the strongest of the secret disciples. He was deeply praised by the 36 apprentices and had the qualifications to enter the 7 profound heavens chosen list. But in his battle with Lei Jiang, he had not even used 50% of his strength. No one knew what his hidden cards were. These 2 people were the most terrifying young geniuses of this year. When these 2 powerhouses collided, who would fall and who would rise, everyone was looking forward to seeing. Lin Ling, you can do it. Go. Sakura and the others waved their fists at Lin Ling. Especially Long Xiaochen, they were even more excited than Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He stood up and looked towards the ancient Dragon Coiling Lake. The battle had finally arrived. I will kill him. Without saying any nonsense, Lin Ling jumped and shot towards the martial stage in the ancient lake. Lin Ling had harmed him not long ago and played with him like an ant. Then, he played with Ouyang Feiyang. This enmity, Lin Ling would take revenge. He would return an eye for an eye. And he believed that Duan Tianya would not let him go. Pa! On the martial stage, Lin Ling's body landed. You really want to die first. Pa! On the other side, Duan Tianya landed on the martial stage in an extremely shocking manner with a bloody mist trailing behind him. His majestic movement technique caused countless people to gasp in shock. You are still too inexperienced. You just came to the Rainforest Holy Land, so you don't know how powerful this Holy Land is. Do you know my origin? Do you know the origin of the demon god Qi Yan? You disrupted my plan, so you won't satisfy me even if you die? Pa! Duan Tianya's voice was incomparably cold. He believed that Lin Ling would die without a doubt. After all, he had offended Great Sun Elder. But Lin Ling did not satisfy him before his death, and wanted him to form a relationship with the fighting evil lineage. This made him very dissatisfied. He came from the Justice Duan lineage of the upper three regions' 5 great nations. And what was Lin Ling? Cut the crap. Between you and me, only strength can end everything. Words won't let you win. Chapter 6:16. Dazzling light, your battle with Qi Yan was actually very dangerous. If you didn't die, then he would die. You were just lucky enough to let Qi Yan step into your sword domain. Winning against Qi Yan made your confidence inflate. Do you know that if Qi Yan were to face me, I would only need to use 70% of my strength to defeat him? Duan Tianya's aura burst out from his body. Blood mist billowed and covered the entire martial stage. Boom! The martial stage exploded and the two of them floated above the lake. How terrifying! The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Just his aura alone caused the martial stage to explode. Was this Duan Tianya's strength? However, they approved of Duan Tianya's words. Lin Ling had won against Ghost God Crimson Flame, but that was because he had risked his life to do so. However, Duan Tianya didn't need to risk his life to fight Ghost God Crimson Flame. Far away, the old man frowned and said, "Young master, I'm afraid the Duan family's people want to kill Lin Ling. If young master wants to recruit Lin Ling, then he will have to make a move." The red-robed youth's eyes flickered and he shook his head. If Lin Ling is inferior to Duan Tianya, then he doesn't have the qualifications to be recruited by our great Qin dynasty. He must cross this line. Hearing this, the old man fell silent. The Justice Duan family was an ancient royal family, and the great Qin dynasty was also an ancient country. These two countries were one of the 5 strongest countries in the 100 territories, and they had been fighting openly and secretly for many years. Pop, pop, pop. At this moment, above the ancient lake, Lin Ling's long hair fluttered and his clothes fluttered. His dark eyes were as calm as water. He was neither arrogant nor humble, and he was fearless. It was as if Duan Tianya's aura couldn't affect him at all. He said indifferently, "Did the number 1 of the 10 rising stars rely on his mouth? It's hard to say who will live and who will die." "All right, I won't waste time. What about now?" Duan Tianya nodded and an even more terrifying aura burst out. The 5th grade king body was revealed, causing huge waves to rise in the lake. Among the countless waves, he was like the king of this year's geniuses, looking down on the crowd. Peak of the king's spirit realm. His cultivation is higher than Lin Ling's. Coupled with his 5th grade innate king physique, Lin Ling is like an ant in front of Duan Tianya. At the lakeside, Thunder General Zhu Leiyin muttered. Only he knew how terrifying Duan Tianya was. That overwhelming innate talent of his king body, even if it was any martial arts or true meaning of martial arts, it would still be unable to resist. It would be easily suppressed. A 5th grade talent with a king physique. Not to mention a Moon Guard disciple, there weren't many geniuses on the 7 profound heavens chosen list that had such a talent. It could be said that even 10 Lin Lings wouldn't be Duan Tianya's match. Many people also knew this point, especially the 36 students. They did not think highly of Lin Ling, and Great Sun Child Elder and the others were laughing coldly. Lin Ling already had no way out. Lin Ling was a genius that Lin Ling could never surpass. Duan Tianya was a true monster. "Are you still confident now?" Duan Tianya said contemptuously. His aura continued to rise, as if it would never end, madly rushing towards Lin Ling like an endless river of blood. Duan Tianya was crushing Lin Ling's pride, and also crushing Lin Ling's heart of martial arts, letting Lin Ling know the strength of his Duan Tianya, making Lin Ling never dare to face him, Duan Tianya. Many people understood this layer of meaning, and looked at Lin Ling with pity. Lin Ling was very strong, but second place was still second place. In the end, it was just a flash in the pan. Under everyone's gazes, Lin Ling's expression was still calm, shaking his head, looking up at Duan Tianya, and in the next moment, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. "I said, who will live and who will die, it's hard to say now." As the last word fell, the air around Lin Ling became illusory, and then it exploded, like an abyss dragon soaring into the sky. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying flame energy erupted, and 3 vermilion bird king elephants appeared above Lin Ling's head. A flame even more terrifying than the one in the previous battle against ghost god Qi Yan erupted. Boom! The ancient dragon lake was no longer a world of blood, but a world with half of it turned into a sea of fire. The flames of a 5th-grade vermilion bird appeared at this moment. Around Dragon Lake, there was a deathly silence, and after about 3 breaths of time, horrified voices rang out. What? Lin Ling also has a 5th-grade king physique. How is that possible? He is the same as Blood King Duan Tianya, hiding his final trump card, a king physique. If that's the case, he has the qualifications to fight Blood King Duan Tianya. The crowd was flabbergasted, not daring to believe it. A 5th-grade king physique is very rare even among the Moon Guard disciples, and it only appears on the 7 Profound Heavens chosen list. He has such a talent, he must be killed, he cannot be left alive. On the mountain peak, Great Sun Elder could not help but stand up. No wonder Lin Ling was able to overcome all difficulties. It must be known that in the previous battle, many people thought that Lin Ling had used all his strength to win, but in reality, Lin Ling had won very easily. This was because a 5th-grade king physique could easily crush other geniuses, just like Blood King Duan Tianya. Haha, the flames of the Vermilion Bird, Limitless No. 1 disciple, the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial School's innate king physique, has been passed on to him. Sword Elder was stunned for a moment, then he laughed loudly. He was not familiar with the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial School, but in front of him, Lin Ling's talent had surprised him. This youth had hidden his strength deeply. In the distance, the red-robed youth nodded in appreciation. If that's the case, then it's hard to determine who will be first. But young master, other than the 5th-grade king physique, Lin Ling's other areas are also very strong. Currently, Lin Ling's chances of winning have only increased from 30% to 50%. Beside him, the old man solemnly said, "Keep watching and you will know." The red-robed youth smiled. At this moment, the crowd was still in an uproar, but they were even more expectant. They wanted to know what other trump cards Lin Ling, this terrifying dark horse, had hidden. At the same time, they also wanted to know how strong Duan Tianya, who was about to unleash his full strength, was. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, above the dragon coiling lake, the lake water was turbulent, and 2 figures stood quietly. Duan Tianya's face was incomparably ugly. He wanted to use his own pride to humiliate Lin Ling, and even cause his martial heart to collapse. However, Lin Ling gave him a resounding slap. A 5th-grade king physique, he was not the only one who had it. Then, he looked into the distance and saw that his blood river aura could no longer affect Lin Ling. On Lin Ling's side was a world of flames, so he simply restrained his aura. "You are very arrogant, hiding such a trump card in the finals. You surprised me, but do you think that I only have a 5th-grade king physique? You only gave me the qualifications to be serious." Duan Tianya's gaze was level with Lin Ling's. His tall figure was like a mountain, an unreachable peak. Unfortunately, his words did not move Lin Ling. His face was still calm, his eyes burning, and finally he slowly said, "Let's fight." Instead of talking, "Let's fight." Along with his voice, Lin Ling's aura became terrifying. It was like an ancient volcano erupting, surging violently and destroying everything. The young and frivolous aura, coupled with his blue and white robe, appeared elegant and otherworldly, but also had the air of a ruler. Many girls in the distance saw this and their faces instantly turned red. At this moment, the young man was very dazzling, faintly becoming the star of this year's competition. Sword Tyrant Soaring Sky. Chapter 617. His trump card, Blood Kirin. He's actually taking the initiative. Since the start of the competition, he's always been passive. The crowd's hearts trembled violently. They couldn't see through Lin Ling at all. After all, facing the strongest Duan Tianya, Lin Ling actually took the initiative to attack. It seemed that since the start of the competition, only Duan Tianya had the qualifications to make Lin Ling attack. So arrogant. Only now did the crowd know what a sharp edge was, what an unsheathed sword was. Kacha! A huge sword slashed toward Duan Tianya. Bastard! Duan Tianya roared. Lin Ling taking the initiative to attack was also a kind of contempt for him. Sky Blood Armor. The blood mist had just turned into armor when the sword slashed over, causing Duan Tianya's body to tremble slightly. However, in the next instant, the terrifying sword attack came again like a storm in the sky. Earth-shattering, heaven-shocking. Under countless shocked gazes, Lin Ling took a step forward, and a series of crazy sword slashes appeared, slashing Duan Tianya's body, causing Duan Tianya to continuously retreat. What a terrifying sword! The 10 rising stars all swallowed. Lin Ling had always been low-key, but when he erupted, they also felt that it was terrifying. However, they could also see that this alone wasn't enough to shake Duan Tianya. Sky-shattering, heaven-shocking. After the last slash, a huge sword descended from the sky, causing Duan Tianya's expression to turn ugly. He clapped his hands together and said, "Blood sun tearing heaven." A blinding bloody light appeared, stirring up the wind and clouds, causing the roiling dark clouds in the sky to part. A river of blood appeared, blocking Lin Ling's last slash. Boom! That sword was extremely terrifying, and although it was blocked by Duan Tianya, it split the ancient lake in two. "Is that all you've got?" Duan Tianya's voice was extremely low. Lin Ling was very crazy, and he could only defend with his continuous sword attacks. This made him very unhappy. Vermilion bird dance. However, at this moment, a blood-red flaming fist, unparalleled and shocking everyone, approached from the distance. "Lin Ling!" Duan Tianya roared angrily again. He thought that after Lin Ling's move ended, it would be his turn to explode. However, Lin Ling showed off his abilities, and his moves were not finished at all. He was once again suppressing him. One had to know that he was the number one among the 10 rising stars. To be suppressed and beaten by a junior, this was utterly humiliating. Boundless sky. After he roared, an ancient martial art was displayed in his hands. It turned into a huge blood-colored vortex in front of him and collided with the flaming fist in front of him. Rumble! At the center of the Dragon Lake, a huge ball of light appeared. It was at least a few hundred meters wide. On one side was a world of fire with countless vermilion birds flying around. On the other side was a world of blood with the firmament map. The two of them collided violently and exploded with a loud bang. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Countless people gasped. Was this still a battle between disciples of the Moon Guard level? This was simply a battle between the prodigies of the 7 profound prodigy list. Clang! Clang! After the eruption of power, the battle did not end. The two figures once again engaged in a frenzied battle above the ancient lake. The Dragon Lake seemed to have been cut apart. It was incomparably terrifying. The 100th move, the 200th move, the 500th move. The crowd was transfixed and had already forgotten how to breathe. Compared to Duan Tianya, they already knew how powerful this genius was, so they were not surprised. On the other hand, Lin Ling had been suppressing Duan Tianya since the beginning of the battle. This was what made them terrified. Especially Thunder General Xueqi. His face was a little pale. Not long ago, when he fought with Duan Tianya, he could not shake him no matter what he did. However, Lin Ling could. His right hand had half a step to 50% sword intent. His left hand had 50% fire intent and 20% cloud intent. This was an all-round suppression. Lin Ling, this genius is really at the perfect level. Xueqi finally said in shock. Boom! Above the ancient lake, after another confrontation, the two separated. They floated in the sky hundreds of meters apart and looked at each other. Duan Tianya breathed heavily and his face was ferocious. Only after the battle did he realize how terrifying Lin Ling was. He was simply abnormal. From beginning to end, Lin Ling had been suppressing him, making it difficult for him to breathe. On the other side, Lin Ling was also breathing heavily, but the corner of his mouth raised into a disdainful smile. "Is this what you mean by I have the qualifications to make you take me seriously?" His words floated out like the wind, causing the crowd's gaze to freeze. It was very ironic. After Lin Ling erupted with a 5th-grade king body, Duan Tianya had once said that Lin Ling had the qualifications to make him take him seriously. However, the result was that Duan Tianya was being suppressed by Lin Ling. This is just a warm-up. Next is the real battle of strength. Hearing Lin Ling's mocking words, Duan Tianya gritted his teeth and coldly shouted, "Can your skin be any thicker? Why is your breathing so unstable during the warm-up? If what you said is true, then what I did before was just a test." Lin Ling coldly snorted in disdain. His words caused Duan Tianya's expression to twist. Test. Lin Ling was actually testing him when facing the number 1 ranked him. Blood River. No regrets in the firmament. With a roar of rage, Duan Tianya finally erupted with his trump card. No Regrets in the Firmament was an extremely powerful martial art from his Blood Firmament art. This martial art was not a king-level martial art, but one that cultivated the true meaning of Blood Sea. The power of this move reached a half-step 60% martial true meaning. One had to know that the further a martial true meaning was, the harder it was to improve, and the power would also increase exponentially. A half-step 60% martial true meaning was very terrifying. Chi. Countless bloody lights floated out, and actually caused half of the dragon coiling lake to turn into blood water. The blood water surged and flew towards Duan Tianya, turning into a ball of blood in his palm. The ball of blood wriggled continuously, and a terrifying blood qilin appeared. Not good. My blood seems to have broken out of my body. Stay away. Duan Tianya's martial art has the power to extract blood and spirit energy. If you were at the edge of the dragon lake, you would have been sucked dry. His king body is so terrifying. The crowd was stunned at first, then they panicked and ran far away from the dragon lake. It's here, the totem of the Justice Duan family, the qilin. In the distance, the red-robed youth frowned slightly. To be able to become one of the 5 great ancient countries of the upper 3 regions, they naturally had an ancient bloodline, and the Justice Duan families was a qilin. Lin Ling, you've reached your limit, haven't you? Unfortunately, you couldn't beat me in the previous battle. Now, let's get to the main topic, but I can't guarantee that you'll survive. Countless bloody lights filled the air. Duan Tianya stood there like a king, one hand behind his back, and his right hand holding a blood-red qilin. The qilin's eyes slowly opened, and when one looked at it, one's blood surged uncontrollably. This blood qilin was very terrifying. It was majestic and dignified. Even an Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator wouldn't dare to take this move head-on. Sensing the king-like aura of the blood qilin, the crowd was shocked. Even the geniuses of the 7 profound prodigy list, who were watching the battle from afar, looked serious. Duan Tianya was indeed very strong. Then they looked at Lin Ling. Chapter 6:18. I haven't lost yet, my blood is beating. It's actually affecting me. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He could feel that the blood in his body was rapidly circulating. If his body wasn't strong and he hadn't tempered it before, then just this crazy blood flow alone would have injured him. But compared to the others, Lin Ling's situation was much better. This also showed that his talent king body was formidable, and it wasn't affected by the Kirin at all. Since you've used your trump card, then I should also use mine. Lin Ling slowly put away his sword. The blood-red flames around his body surged even more. 3 king elephants appeared above his head, and a massive number of small vermilion birds circled around him. At this moment, he was just like the Lord of the Vermilion Birds. Lin Ling really did have a hidden card. Does this monstrous genius not have a limit? Hearing Lin Ling's words, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Although they had expected Lin Ling to have a hidden card, after Lin Ling personally admitted it, they couldn't help but be shocked. As for Thunder General Zhu Leiyin, Drunken Sword Xiao Ying, and the others, their complexions were even more bitter. He still had a hidden card? No wonder Lin Ling had dared to point his sword at them and humiliate them. He actually had such confidence. Luckily, they had been sullen and hadn't fought, otherwise they feared they would have already died. Lin Ling was simply too powerful. He was younger than them, and he had entered the 7 profound martial house for a shorter period of time, but he was still far above their heads. Chi. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling raised his hands high, as if he were holding up the heavens. Endless flames gathered in his palms, and 5,000 vermilion bird flames quietly formed an even larger vermilion bird. The flames of the great vermilion bird. Bang! As this vermilion bird appeared, half of Dragon Coiling Lake turned into a sea of fire. The water was also ignited, and waves of fire soared into the sky. This fire swallowed the mountains and rivers. What? Duan Tianya's pupils instantly shrank. He had erupted with his hidden card, hoping to see Lin Ling's surprised or dignified expression. But who would have thought that even though he was strong, Lin Ling was not weak. He had also erupted with his strongest card. You're just deliberately mystifying things. I want to see just how you will face my half-step 60% true martial intent. Duan Tianya roared angrily. His expression was incomparably cold. He wanted to use the blood Kirin in his hand to devour everything about Lin Ling. Blood sea in the firmament. He lashed out with his palm and the sky shook. It was as if he wanted to conquer the world. An endless sea of blood erupted from his palm, and within that sea of blood, a majestic blood Kirin rushed out toward Lin Ling. Blood. The entire sky was covered in blood. It was incomparably terrifying. The Qilin bloodline of the Justice Duan clan is indeed very sharp. In the crowd, some ancient experts frowned and muttered to themselves. Then they looked at Lin Ling. They didn't know Lin Ling's background, but they guessed that he wasn't strong. However, to be able to force Lin Ling to use his trump card, this Lin Ling was also very terrifying. Now that all of their trump cards had been revealed, it was time to see whose trump card was stronger. Under countless nervous gazes, Lin Ling's face was indifferent. His eyes were resolute as he gently pushed out the flames in his hands. Flames of the great vermilion bird. Boom! Scorching flames filled the world like an eruption of lava. A huge flaming vermilion bird soared into the sky, drawing a beautiful trajectory as it pounced toward the blood sea Kirin. It's about to collide. Everyone, all of the students, Elder Xian, and even the experts from various factions stood up. They actually had an answer in their hearts. In this collision of trump cards, the descendant of the Justice Duan clan should be stronger. However, Lin Ling continued to create miracles, making it difficult for them to guess the result. Rumble. The two ancient divine beasts collided. First, the sea of blood erupted, drowning out the flames of the great vermilion bird. Moreover, the sea of blood was boundless as it flooded toward Lin Ling. Lin Ling has lost. The crowd shook their heads helplessly. Lin Ling had created miracles time and time again, blooming with dazzling brilliance. However, in the end, he still lost to Duan Tianya. This loss was in terms of background and cultivation time. After all, Duan Tianya's background was indeed terrifying. In addition, he was at the peak of the King's Spirit Realm, while Lin Ling was only at the late stage of the King's Spirit Realm. Therefore, Lin Ling had lost honorably. Pop, pop, pop. The endless sea of blood surged, causing a mouthful of blood to flow out from the corner of Lin Ling's mouth. The blood in his body was turbulent. Duan Tianya's attack was terrifying. It affected his blood and injured him. But did he lose? Don't underestimate the flames of the great vermilion bird, because these flames were even more terrifying. Boom! At this moment, a pillar of light shot out from the sea of blood. Then, a large number of pillars of light shot out from the vast sea of blood like a sea urchin. Under countless shocked gazes, the roiling sea of blood began to burn. What? The flames haven't been extinguished. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. When they saw the sea of blood submerge the great vermilion bird, they thought that the great vermilion bird had been extinguished. However, who knew that the flames of the great vermilion bird were not ordinary flames? Boom! Endless flames erupted, the sea of blood boiled, and a blood Qilin appeared, roaring majestically. However, the great vermilion bird spread its wings and flew past the blood Qilin in a beautiful trajectory, burning the blood Qilin. Impossible! Duan Tianya's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. One had to know that he had already upgraded the blood river to the blood sea, and the blood Qilin had reached half a step 60% martial true meaning. However, these trump cards were still destroyed. This also meant that Lin Ling's flames had reached 60%, which was stronger than his half a step 60% martial true meaning. How could he know that the great vermilion bird's flames were the condensation of 5,000 vermilion birds? Back in Iron Soul City, Lin Ling's great vermilion bird's flames could burn the entire city for a year. These flames were simply endless, as if they would never be extinguished. At this moment, a vermilion bird's cry rang out, causing Duan Tianya's heart to fiercely tremble. His world was occupied by a vermilion bird, and the vermilion bird pounced towards him, wanting to destroy him. Tianya, be careful! At this moment, a cold shout rang out. Countless rays of blood shot out like meteors, wrapping around the great vermilion bird's flames, trying to slow it down. However, the great vermilion bird's flames burned everything in its path. The blood rays were too slow, and the great vermilion bird's flames finally wrapped around Duan Tianya, incinerating him. Is he going to lose? Many people held their breaths as they stared fixedly above the ancient lake. This battle was extremely exciting. Duan Tianya, who had the bloodline of the 5 great nations, was actually unable to block Lin Ling's trump card. This was simply unimaginable. However, Someone was helping Duan Tianya. This action was a bit unsightly. Many people secretly muttered to themselves, "Ah, this fire can't be extinguished." At this moment, Duan Tianya let out a ferocious roar as the flames wrapped around him. However, very quickly, a large number of bloody meteors shot over, touching his body and extinguishing the flames like filthy blood. Even so, Duan Tianya was still in a sorry state. His mind was buzzing as he constantly said, "How is this possible? How can I lose to Lin Ling?" After constantly shaking his head, he suddenly laughed maniacally. "Lin Ling, I haven't lost yet." There were still flames on his body, but the flames were clearly much smaller, so it caused him to go crazy, as if he was unwilling to admit that he had lost. On the other side, blood flowed from the corner of Lin Ling's mouth, and his expression was ice-cold. Clearly, he also did not expect that someone would help Duan Tianya at this critical moment. Could it be that Duan Tianya's identity was not simple? Chapter 619. Ugly. Lin Ling's silence made Duan Tianya even crazier. He seemed to want to regain his lost face. "My blood, Kiran, you're not feeling well, are you? You're injured." His wild laughter woke Lin Ling up. His face turned even colder. "I am indeed injured, but you are more seriously injured than me." As soon as he said this, the wild laughter on Duan Tianya's face froze. A ferocious look appeared on his face. Lin Ling had hit his sore spot. In fact, he knew that he had lost in the previous confrontation. However, he was too proud. He was a descendant of the Justice Duan family, and the number one of the 10 rising stars. That was why he refused to admit it. That was why he had gone crazy. He wanted to regain his lost dignity. However, Lin Ling's words woke him up from his fantasy. Moreover, if it weren't for someone helping you, you wouldn't even have the right to speak. Lin Ling coldly said again, causing the entire dragon coiling lake to fall silent. Many of them knew this as well. If not for that crucial bloodlight, Duan Tianya would have been defeated long ago. He might even have been burned to death by the flames. Is the Dragon Mountain tournament so unfair? Duan Tianya, you actually need someone else to help you. You're a disgrace to the 10 rising stars. You're trash. Lin Ling shouted again. Dragon Lake fell silent. The 36 scholars' eyes flashed. In fact, they also knew who had helped. It must have been someone from the Justice Duan family. Obviously, this royal family didn't want their descendant to die in a tournament, so they anxiously helped. I was the one who did it. It's just a tournament, not a life or death battle. Why do you have to take someone's life? Such malicious intentions are too vicious. That's why I stopped you. On a mountain peak, a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes spoke. His hands were behind his back and he exuded a dignified aura. Justice Duan family. His arrogant clothes caused many people to look at him with dignified expressions. He was someone from the 5 great ancient nations. As long as one was in the 100 territories, in the rainforest Holy Land, there was no one who didn't know of the 5 great ancient countries. These were the 5 great ancient countries that were second only to the 7 great martial houses. They had a long history and were also the lords of the 5 great domains. I've never heard of the Duan clan of justice, but is your entire bloodline an ugly villain? Lin Ling stared at the middle-aged man and spoke coldly. Lin Ling, how insolent. You actually dared to offend the Justice Duan clan. Many people's faces twitched. Lin Ling's words had provoked the entire ancient dynasty. One must know how powerful the Duan clan was. Any one of them could destroy any region in the middle 3 regions. Yet Lin Ling dared to mock them. Your mouth is very venomous. The brocade-robed middle-aged man frowned. Did I say anything wrong? You said that this is a competition and not a battle of life and death. Then let me ask you, since the start of the competition, how many people don't see their opponents' lives as their own? Why don't you stand out and say something? And when Duan Tianya fought me, did he hold back? Why don't you say that Duan Tianya is vicious? Lin Ling coldly snorted in disdain, leaving the brocade-robed middle-aged man speechless. Previously, he had only acted in a moment of desperation, not wanting his bloodline descendant to be killed by mistake. If you can't say anything, then let me ask you again. You couldn't stand me, so you tried to stop me. But did you stop me? You were clearly helping Duan Tianya. If it weren't for you, Duan Tianya would have already lost. Lin Ling's imposing manner was overbearing as he shouted again. What a proud young man. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air again. They discovered that Lin Ling was not afraid of the ancient Justice Duan clan at all. He even forced the brocade-robed middle-aged man to be speechless. The Justice Duan clan is ugly. The entire Dragon Lake was silent. Only Lin Ling was proudly flying in the air, his disdainful voice entering everyone's ears. The brocade-robed middle-aged man's face was incomparably ashen, but he was also humiliated to the point of speechlessness. I haven't lost yet. At this time, Duan Tianya angrily roared. He was unwilling. Today was his stage, and he wanted to shake the rainforest's holy land. But now he had lost all face. In a great competition, he had to rely on a bloodline senior to help him. This was a disgrace that made him the laughingstock of tens of thousands of people. Blood sacrifice. His entire body shook. An eye appeared on his forehead. His eye was like the eye of a blood demon. After it opened, it turned into a blood shadow that floated out. You summoned me? A gloomy and ancient voice sounded out from the blood shadow. It turned into a half-Kirin, half-human form. Blood sacrifice. Tianya, why bother? Seeing Duan Tianya's actions, the brocade-robed middle-aged man gently sighed. He knew that things could no longer be changed. Blood sacrifice is a forbidden technique of the Justice Duan clan. By sacrificing one's life and potential, one can summon an ancient Kirin blood demon. Once the Kirin blood demon appears, it will dominate the world. But I fear that Duan Tianya will be crippled because of this. Some of the 36 apprentices sighed. In order to win, in order to kill Lin Ling, Duan Tianya had completely disregarded the rules of the tournament. Kill him. I want to win. I want to prove that I will always be number one. Duan Tianya seemed to have gone mad. He roared hysterically. Then, he looked at Lin Ling and coldly said, This is my final trump card. You will never defeat me. In the distance, Lin Ling frowned. He didn't think that Duan Tianya would still have a trump card hidden. But, he disdainfully smiled. You already lost. An icy voice sounded out, causing many people to nod. Indeed, when the brocade-robed middle-aged man helped, Duan Tianya had already lost. This battle is the final battle. You can only face it head-on. You cannot avoid it. If you run, you lose. The brocade-robed middle-aged man's icy voice sounded out. Duan Tianya had crippled himself and summoned the Kirin blood demon. How could he let Duan Tianya waste his efforts? So for the pride of the Justice Duan clan, Lin Ling had to accept the final battle no matter what. Moreover, he would use this battle to determine who would win and who would lose. How domineering! The crowd also knew what he meant. They all shouted in their hearts. Lin Ling had already won when he used the Great Vermilion Bird's flame. But the Justice Duan clan refused to admit defeat. They refused to lose their pride. So they decided to use one more move to determine victory and defeat. Moreover, they were not allowed to refuse. They were only allowed to accept the battle. This made the Dragon Mountain tournament lose its flavor and become a true life-and-death battle. Does the Justice Duan clan still have any face? At this moment, Sword Elder's icy voice sounded. At this time, how could he let the Justice Duan clan bully Lin Ling? Sword Elder, this is a matter between their juniors. Why do you have to interfere? The brocade-robed middle-aged man frowned. He was clearly afraid of Sword Elder, but he still spoke up. That's right. The previous battle was a desperate move by the Justice Duan clan. It is indeed against the rules of the tournament. But he also cherishes his juniors. So, it is pardonable. But since he has already made a move, that battle naturally doesn't count. So, the next battle will be the real battle. Great Sun Elder also spoke up for the Justice Duan clan. At this time, she naturally wanted Lin Ling to die. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.